Before I proceed to write about the influence of Zen on Japanese culture, I must explain what Zen is, for it is possible that my present readers may not know anything about it. As I have already written some books on Zen, however, I will not go into a detailed presentation here. Briefly, Zen is one of the products of the Chinese mind after its contact with Indian thought, which was introduced into China in the 1st century AD through the medium of Buddhist teachings. There were some aspects of Buddhism in the form in which it came to China that the people of the Middle Kingdom did not quite kindly cherish. For instance, its advocacy of a homeless life, its transcendentalism or world-fleeing and life-denying tendency, and so on. At the same time, its profound philosophy, its subtle dialectics and penetrating analyses and speculations stirred Chinese thinkers, especially the Taoists. Compared with Indians, the Chinese people are not so very philosophically minded. They are rather practical and devoted to worldly affairs. They are attached to the earth, they are not stargazers. While the Chinese mind was profoundly stimulated by the Indian way of thinking, it never lost its touch with the plurality of things. It never neglected the practical side of our daily life. This national and racial psychological idiosyncrasy brought about the transformation of Indian Buddhism into Zen Buddhism. One of the first things Zen accomplished in China, as soon as it had gathered its forces and was strong enough to stand by itself, was to establish a special form of monasticism quite distinct from the older kind of monkish living. The Zen Monastery became a self-governing body divided into so many departments, each of which had its own office to serve the community. A noteworthy feature of this institution was the principle of complete democracy. While the elders were naturally respected, all members were equally to engage in manual labor, such as gathering fuel, cultivating the land, and picking tea leaves. In this even the master himself joined, and while working with his brotherhood, he guided them to the proper understanding of Zen. This way of living significantly distinguished the Zen monastery from the Sangha brotherhood of the earlier Buddhists of India. The Zen monks were not only democratic, they were willing to employ themselves in all the practical ways of life. They were thus economically minded as well as politically minded. In metaphysics, Zen absorbed much of Taoist teachings modified by Buddhist speculations, but in its practical conduct of life, it completely ignored both the Taoist transcendentalism and the Indian aloofness from productive life. When a Zen master was asked what his future life would be, he unhesitatingly answered, "Let me be a donkey or a horse and work for the villagers." Another departure from the older pattern of monkish brotherhood, whether Christian or Buddhist or anything else, was that the Zen monks were not always engaged in offering prayers, practicing penance, or performing other so-called deeds of piety, nor in reading or reciting the canonical books, discussing their contents, or studying them under the master, individually or collectively. What the Zen monks did, besides attending to various practical affairs, both manual and menial, was to listen to the master's occasional sermons, which were short and cryptic, and to ask questions and get answers. The answers, however, were bizarre and full of incomprehensibles, and they were quite frequently accompanied by direct actions. I will cite one of such examples, perhaps an extreme one. Though it did not take place between master and monk, but between monks themselves, it will illustrate the spirit of Zen which prevailed in its earlier days, toward the end of the Tang Dynasty. A monk coming out of the monastery that was under the leadership of Rinzai met a party of 3 traveling monks belonging to another Buddhist school, and one of the 3 ventured to question the Zen monk. "How deep is the river of Zen?" The reference to the river arose from the encounter taking place on a bridge. The Zen monk, fresh from his own interview with Rinzai, who was noted for his direct actions, lost no time replying, "Find out for yourself," he said, and offered to throw the questioner from the bridge. But fortunately his 2 friends interceded and pleaded for mercy, which saved the situation. Zen is not necessarily against words, but it is well aware of the fact that they are always liable to detach themselves from realities and turn into conceptions. And this conceptualization is what Zen is against. The Zen monk just cited may be an extreme case, but the spirit is there. Zen insists on handling the thing itself and not an empty abstraction. It is for this reason that Zen neglects reading or reciting the sutras or engaging in discourse on abstract subjects, and this is a cause of Zen's appeal to men of action in the broadest sense of the term. Through their practical mindedness, the Chinese people, and also to a certain extent the Japanese, have taken greatly to Zen. Zen is a discipline of enlightenment. Enlightenment means emancipation, and emancipation is no less than freedom. We talk very much these days about all kinds of freedom, political, economic, and otherwise, but these freedoms are not at all real. As long as they are on the plane of relativity, the freedoms or liberties we glibly talk about are far from being such. The real freedom is the outcome of enlightenment. When a man realizes this, in whatever situation he may find himself, he is always free in his inner life, for that pursues its own line of action. Zen is the religion of Ji to self-reliance, and Jizai to self-being. Enlightenment occupies a central point of teaching in all schools of Buddhism. Hinayana and Mahayana, self-power and other power, the holy path and the pure land, because the Buddha's teachings all start from his enlightenment experience about 2,500 years ago in the northern part of India. Every Buddhist is, therefore, expected to receive enlightenment either in this world or in one of his future lives. Without enlightenment, either already realized or to be realized somehow and sometime and somewhere, there will be no Buddhism. Zen is no exception. In fact, it is Zen that makes most of enlightenment, or Satori, Wu in Chinese. To realize Satori, Zen opens for us two ways in general, verbal and actional. First, Zen Verbalism is quite characteristic of Zen, though it is so completely differentiated from the philosophy of linguistics or dialectics that it may not be correct to apply the term verbalism to Zen at all. But as we all know, we human beings cannot live without language, for we are so made that we can sustain our existence only in group life. Love is the essence of humanity. Love needs something to bestow itself upon. Human beings must live together in order to lead a life of mutual love. Love, to be articulate, requires a means of communication, which is language. As much as Zen is one of the most significant human experiences, one must resort to language to express it to others as well as to oneself. But Zen Verbalism has its own features, which violate all the rules of the science of linguistics. In Zen, experience and expression are one. Zen Verbalism expresses the most concrete experience. To give examples, a Zen master produces his staff before his congregation and declares, "You do not call it a staff. What would you call it?" Someone comes out of the audience, takes the master's staff away from him, breaks it in two, and throws it down. All of this is the outcome of the master's illogical announcement. Another master holding up his staff says, "If you have one, I give you mine. If you have none, I will take it away from you." There is no rationalism in this. Still another master once gave this sermon: "When you know what his staff is, you know all. You have finished the study of Zen." Without further remark, he left the hall. This is what I call Zen Verbalism. The philosophy of Zen comes out of it. The philosophy, however, is not concerned to elucidate all these verbal riddles, but to reach the mind itself, which, as it were, exudes or secretes them as naturally as inevitably as the clouds rise from the mountain peaks. What concerns us here is not the substance thus exuded or secreted, that is, words or language, but as something hovering around there, though we cannot exactly locate it and say here. To call it the mind is far from the fact of experience. It is an unnameable X. It is no abstraction. It is concrete enough and direct as the eye sees that the sun is, but it is not to be subsumed in the categories of linguistics. As soon as we try to do this, it disappears. The Buddhists therefore call it the unattainable, the ungraspable. It is for this reason that a staff is a staff, and at the same time not a staff, or that a staff is a staff just because it is not a staff. The word is not to be detached from the thing or the fact or the experience. The Zen masters have the saying, "Examine the living words and not the dead ones." The dead ones are those that no longer pass directly and concretely and intimately on to the experience. They are conceptualized, they are cut off from the living roots. They have ceased then to stir up my being from within, from itself. They are no more what the masters would call the one word, which, when understood, leads immediately to the understanding of hundreds of thousands of other words or statements given by the Zen masters. Zen Verbalism deals with these living words. The second disciplinary approach to the experience of enlightenment is actional. In a sense, verbalism is also actional as long as it is concrete and personal. But in actional, what we call the body, according to our sense testimony, is involved. When Rinzai was asked what the essence of Buddha's teaching was, he came right down from his seat and, taking hold of the questioner by the front of his robe, slapped his face and let him go. The questioner stood there, stupefied. The bystanders remarked, "Why don't you bow?" This woke him from his reverie, and when he was about to make a bow to the master, he had his satori. When Baso took a walk with Hayakujo, one of his attendant monks, he noticed the wild geese flying. He asked, "Where are they flying?" Hayakujo answered, "They all are already flown away." Baso turned around and, taking hold of Hayakujo's nose, gave it a twist. Hayakujo cried, "It hurts, O master." "Who says they are flown away?" was the master's retort. This made Hayakujo realize that the master was not talking at all about the conceptualized geese disappearing far away in the clouds. The master's purpose was to call Hayakujo's attention to the living goose that moved along with Hayakujo himself, not outside but within his person. This person is Renzai's true man, and all nakedness going in and out through your senses. I wonder if this is symbolized in that third man, who is often referred to by some modern writers as walking beside you, on the other side of you, or behind you. We may say this is a practical lesson, teaching by action, learning by doing. There is something like it in the actional approach to enlightenment, but a direct action in Zen has another meaning. There is a deeper purpose which consists in awakening in the disciple's mind a certain consciousness that is attuned to the pulsation of reality. The following story is in a somewhat different vein. It simply illustrates how important it is to grasp a trick by going through a practical situation oneself without any outside aid. It exemplifies the pedagogic methodology of the Zen spirit of self-reliance. This is in perfect accord with the teaching of the Buddha and other masters. Do not rely on others, nor on the reading of the sutras and sastras. Be your own lamp. Goso Hoyin, Mutsu Fayan, 1104, died 1104, of the Song Dynasty, tells us the following to illustrate the Zen spirit that goes beyond intellect, logic, and verbalism. The people ask me what Zen is like. I will say that it is like learning the art of burglary. The son of a burglar saw his father growing older and thought, if he is unable to carry on his profession, who will be the breadwinner of the family, except myself? I must learn the trade. He intimated the idea to his father, who approved of it. One night, the father took his son to a big house, broke through the fence, entered the house, and opening one of the large chests, told the son to go in and pick out the clothing. As soon as the son got into it, the father dropped the lid and securely applied the lock. The father now came out to the courtyard and loudly knocked at the door, waking up the whole family. Then he quietly slipped away by the hole in the fence. The residents got excited and lighted candles, but they found that the burglar had already gone. The son, who had remained all the time securely confined in the chest, thought of his cruel father. He was greatly mortified, and then a fine idea flashed upon him. He made a noise like the gnawing of a rat. The family told the maid to take a candle and examine the chest. When the lid was unlocked, out came the prisoner, who blew out the light, pushed away the maid, and fled. People ran after him. Noticing a well by the road, he picked up a large stone and threw it into the water. The pursuers all gathered around the well, trying to find the burglar drowning himself in the dark hole. In the meantime, he went safely back to his father's house. He blamed his father deeply for his narrow escape. Said the father, "Be not offended, my son. Just tell me how you got out of it." When the son told him all about his adventures, the father remarked, "There you are. You have learned the art." The idea of the story is to demonstrate the futility of verbal instruction and conceptual presentation as far as the experience of enlightenment is concerned. Satori must be the outgrowth of one's inner life, not a verbal implantation brought from the outside. There is a famous saying given by one of the early masters of the Tang Dynasty, which declares that the Tao is no more than one's everyday life experience. When the master was asked what he meant by this, he replied, "When you are hungry, you eat. When you are thirsty, you drink. When you need a friend, you greet him." This, some may think, is no more than animal instinct or social usage, and there is nothing that may be called moral, much less spiritual in it. If we call it the Tao, some may think what a cheap thing the Tao is after all. Those who have not penetrated into the depths of our consciousness, including both the conscious and the unconscious, are liable to hold such a mistaken notion as the one just cited. But we must remember that if the Tao is something highly abstract transcending our daily experiences, it will have nothing to do with the actualities of life. Life as we live it is not concerned with generalization. If it were, the intellect would be everything, and the philosopher would be the wisest man. But as Kierkegaard points out, the philosopher builds a fine palace, but he is doomed not to live in it. He has a shed for himself next door to what he constructed for others, including himself, to look at. Vincius says the Tao is near, and people seek it far away. This means that the Tao is our everyday life itself, and indeed it is due to this fact that the Tao is so hard to grasp, so elusive to point out, how elusive, how ungraspable. The Tao that can at all be predicated, not the Tao of always so-ness. The Tao is really very much more than mere animal instinct and social usage, though those elements are also included in it. It is something deeply embedded in every one of us, indeed in all beings sentient and non-sentient. And it requires something altogether different from the so-called scientific analysis. It defies our intellectual pursuit because of being too concrete, too familiar, and it's beyond definability. It is therefore confronting us, no doubt, but not obtrusively and threateningly, like Mount Everest to mountain climbers. What is Zen? This is tantamount to asking, what is Tao? I do not understand, was one master's answer. What is Zen? The silk fan gives me enough of a cooling breeze, was another master's answer. What is Zen? Zen was still another's response. Perhaps Lao Tzu's description may be more approachable for most of us than those of the Zen masters. The Tao is something vague and undefinable. How undefinable, how vague. Yet in it there is a form. How vague, how undefinable. Yet in it there is a thing. How obscure, how deep. Yet in it there is a substance. The substance is genuine, and in its sincerity, from of old until now, its name never departs, whereby it inspects all things. How do I know all things in their suchness? It is because of this. The object of Zen training consists in making us realize that Zen is our daily experience and that it is not something put in from the outside. Tenno Dogo Tau 748-807 illustrates the point most eloquently in his treatment of a novice monk, while an unknown Japanese swordmaster demonstrates it in the more threatening manner characteristic of his profession. Tenno Dogo's story runs as follows. Dogo had a disciple called Soshin Chonshin. When Soshin was taken in as a novice, it was perhaps natural for him to expect lessons in Zen from his teacher, the way a schoolboy is taught at school, but Dogo gave him no special lessons on the subject, and this bewildered and disappointed Soshin. One day he said to the master, "It is some time since I came here, but not a word has been given me regarding the essence of the Zen teaching." Dogo replied, "Since your arrival, I have ever been giving you lessons on the matter of Zen discipline." "What kind of lesson could it have been?" "When you bring me a cup of tea in the morning, I take it. When you serve me a meal, I accept it. When you bow to me, I return it with a nod. How else do you expect to be taught in the mental discipline of Zen?" Soshin hung his head for a while, pondering the puzzling words of the master. The master said, "If you want to see right at once. When you begin to think, you miss the point." The swordsman's story is this. When a disciple came to a master to be disciplined in the art of swordplay, the master, who was in retirement in his mountain hut, agreed to undertake the task. The pupil was made to help him gather kindling, draw water from a nearby spring, split wood, make fires, cook rice, sweep the rooms and garden, and generally look after his household. There was no regular or technical teaching in the art. After some time, the young man became dissatisfied, for he had not come to work as a servant to the old gentleman, but to learn the art of swordsmanship. So one day he approached the master and asked him to teach him. The master agreed. The result was that the young man could not do any piece of work with any feeling of safety. For when he began to cook rice early in the morning, the master would appear and strike him from behind with a stick. When he was in the midst of his sweeping, he would be feeling the same sort of blow from somewhere, some unknown direction. He had no peace of mind. He had to be always on the quaver. Some years passed before he could successfully dodge the blow from wherever it might come. But the master was not quite satisfied with him yet. One day the master was found cooking his own vegetables over an open fire. People took it into his head to avail himself of this opportunity. Taking up his big stick, he let it fall over the head of the master, who was then stooping over the cooking pan to stir its contents. But the pupil's stick was caught by the master with the cover of the pan. This opened the pupil's mind to the secrets of the art which had hitherto been kept from him, and to which he had so far been a stranger. He then, for the first time, appreciated the unparalleled kindness of the master. The secrets of perfect swordmanship consist in creating a certain frame or structure of mentality which is made always ready to respond instantly, that is, immediately, to what comes from the outside. While technical training is of great importance, it is after all something artificially, consciously, calculatingly added and acquired. Unless the mind that avails itself of the technical skills somehow attunes itself to a state of the utmost fluidity and mobility, anything acquired or superimposed lacks spontaneity of natural growth. This state prevails when the mind is awakened to its authority. What the swordsman aimed at was to make the disciple attain to this realization. It cannot be taught by any system specifically designed for the purpose. It must simply grow from within. The master system was really no system in the proper sense. There was a natural method in his apparent craziness, and he succeeded in awakening in his young disciple's mind something that touched off the mechanism needed for the mastery of swordsmanship. Dogo, the Zen master, did not have to be attacking his disciple all the time with a stick. The swordsman object was more definite and limited to the area of the sword, whereas Dogo wanted to teach by getting to the source of being from which everything making up her daily experiences ensues. Therefore, when Soshin began to reflect on the remark Dogo made to him, Dogo told him, "No reflecting whatever. When you want to see immediately. As soon as you tarry, that is, as soon as an intellectual meditation takes place, the whole thing goes awry. This means that, in the study of Zen, conceptualization must go, for as long as we tarry at this level, we can never reach the area where Zen has its life. The door of enlightenment experience opens by itself as one finally faces the deadlock of intellectualization. the slipperiness or elusiveness of the truth or reality, or shall I say God, when one tries to get hold of it or him by means of concepts or intellection. It is like trying to catch a catfish with a gourd. This is aptly illustrated by Josetsu, the Japanese painter of the 15th century. A picture of his, which is reproduced among our illustrations, is a well-known one, as we notice. The upper part of it is filled with poems composed by renowned Zen masters of the day. We now can state a few things about Zen in a more or less summary way. Zen discipline consists in attaining enlightenment, or Satori in Japanese. Satori finds the meaning of virtue hidden in our daily, concrete, particular experiences, such as eating, drinking, or business of all kinds. The meaning thus revealed is not something added from the outside. It is in being itself, in becoming itself, in living itself. This is called in Japanese the life of Kono Mama or Sono Mama. Kono or Sono Mama means the isness of a thing. Reality in its isness. Some may say there cannot be any meaning in mere isness, if this is not the view held by Zen, for according to it, isness is the meaning. When I see into it, I see it as clearly as I see myself reflected in the mirror. This is what made Hokoji Hongchushi, a lay disciple of the 8th century, declare, "How wondrous this! How mysterious! Carry fuel, I draw water." The fuel carrying or the water drawing itself, apart from its utilitarianism, is full of meaning, hence its wonder, its mystery. Zen does not therefore indulge in abstraction or conceptualization. In its verbalism, it may sometimes appear that Zen does this a great deal, but this is an error most commonly entertained by those who do not at all know Zen. Satori is emancipation, moral, spiritual, as well as intellectual. When I am in my isness, thoroughly purged of all intellectual sediments, I have my freedom in its primary sense. In the mind now abiding in its isness, which, to use Zen verbalism, it is not isness, and thus free from intellectual complexities and moralistic attachments of every description, surveys the world of the senses in all its multiplicities. It discovers in it all sorts of values hitherto hidden from sight. Here opens to the artist a world full of wonders and miracles. The artist's world is one of free creation, and this can come only when intuition is directly and immediately rising from the isness of things, unhampered by senses and intellect. He creates forms and sounds out of formlessness and soundlessness. To this extent, the artist's world coincides with that of Zen. What differentiates Zen from the arts is this: while the artists have to resort to canvas and brush, mechanical instruments, or some other mediums to express themselves, Zen has no need of things external except the body, in which the Zen man is, so to speak, embodied. From the absolute point of view, this is not quite correct. I say it only in concession to the worldly way of saying things. What Zen does is to delineate itself on the infinite canvas of time and space, the way the flying wild geese cast their shadow on the water below without any idea of doing so, while the water reflects the geese just as naturally and unintentionally. The Zen man is an artist to the extent that, as the sculptor chisels out a great figure deeply buried in a mass of inert matter, the Zen man transforms his own life into a work of creation, which exists, as Christians might say, in the mind of God. With this preliminary, I wish to treat in the following pages the part Zen Buddhism has played in the molding of Japanese culture and character, especially as exhibited in the arts generally, and particularly in the development of Bushido, the way of the warrior, in the study and propagation of Confucianism and general education, and the rise of the art of tea, and also in the composition of a form of poetry known as haiku, while instantly some other points will be touched upon. Having noted the foregoing specifications of the atmosphere emanating from Zen, we may now proceed to see what contributions Zen has made to the building up of Japanese culture. It is a significant fact that the other schools of Buddhism have limited their sphere of influence almost entirely to the spiritual life of the Japanese people. Zen has gone beyond it. Zen has entered internally into every phase of the cultural life of the people. In China, this was not necessarily the case. Zen united itself to a great extent with Taoist beliefs and practices, and with the Confucian teaching of morality, but it did not affect the cultural life of the people so much as it did in Japan. It is due to the racial psychology of the Japanese people that they have taken up Zen so intensely and deeply that it has entered intimately into their life. In China, however, I ought not omit to mention the noteworthy fact that Zen gave great impetus to the development of Chinese philosophy in the Song Dynasty, and also to the growth of a certain school of painting. A large number of examples of this school were brought over to Japan beginning with the Kamakura era in the 13th century, when Zen monks were constantly traveling between the two neighboring countries. The paintings of the Southern Song thus came to find their ardent admirers on our side of the sea and are now national treasures of Japan, while in China no specimens of this class of painting are to be found. Before proceeding further, we may make a few general remarks about one of the peculiar features of Japanese art, which is closely related to and finally deducible from the world conception of Zen. Among things which strongly characterize Japanese artistic talents, we may mention the so-called one-corner style, which originated with Bayan, 1175-1225, one of the greatest Southern Song artists. The one-corner style is psychologically associated with the Japanese painter's thrifty brush tradition of retaining the least possible number of lines or strokes which go to represent forms on silk or paper. Both are very much in accord with the spirit of Zen. A simple fishing boat in the midst of the rippling waters is enough to awaken in the mind of the beholder a sense of the vastness of the sea, and of it, at the same time, of peace and contentment. The Zen sense of the alone. Apparently, the boat floats helplessly. It is a primitive structure with no mechanical device for stability, for audacious steering over the turbulent waves, no scientific apparatus for braving all kinds of weather. Quite a contrast to modern ocean liner. But this very helplessness is the virtue of the fishing canoe, in contrast with which we feel the comprehensibility of the absolute encompassing the boat and all the world. Again, a solitary bird on a dead branch, in which not a line, not a shade is wasted, is enough to show us the loneliness of autumn. When days become shorter and nature begins to roll up once more its gorgeous display of luxurious summer vegetation. It makes one feel somewhat pensive, but it gives one opportunity to draw the attention towards the inner life, which, given attention enough, spreads out its rich treasure ungrudgingly before the eyes. Here we have an appreciation of transcendental aloofness in the midst of multiplicities, which is known as wabi in the dictionary of Japanese cultural terms. Wabi really means poverty, or negatively, not to be in the fashionable society of the time. To be poor, that is, not to be dependent on things worldly, wealth, power, and reputation, and yet to feel inwardly the presence of something of the highest value, above time and social position. This is what essentially constitutes wabi. Stated in terms of practical everyday life, wabi is to be satisfied with a little hut, a room of 2 or 3 tatami mats, like the log cabin at Thoreau, with a dish of vegetables picked in the neighboring fields, and perhaps to be listening to the pattering of a gentle spring rainfall. While later I will say something more about wabi, let me state here that the cult of wabi has entered deeply into the cultural life of the Japanese people. is in truth the worshipping of poverty, probably the most appropriate cult in a poor country like ours. Despite the modern Western luxuries and comforts of life which have invaded us, there is still an ineradicable longing in us for the cult of Wadi. Even in intellectual life, not richness of ideas, but brilliancy or solemnity in marshalling thoughts and building up a philosophical system is sought. But just to stay quietly content with the mystical contemplation of nature and to feel at home with the world is more inspiring to us, at least to some of us. However civilized, however much brought up in an artificially contrived environment, we all seem to have an innate longing for primitive simplicity, close to the natural state of living. Hence the city people's pleasure in summer camping in the woods or traveling in the desert or opening up an unbeaten track. We wish to go back once in a while to the bosom of nature and feel her pulsation directly. Zen's habit of mind to break through all forms of human artificiality and take firm hold of what lies behind them has helped the Japanese not to forget the soil, but to be always friendly with nature and appreciate her unaffected simplicity. Zen has no taste for complexities that lie on the surface of life. Life itself is simple enough. But when it is surveyed by the analyzing intellect, it presents unparalleled intricacies. With all the apparatus of science, we have not yet fathomed the mysteries of life. But once in its current, we seem to be able to understand it. With its apparently endless pluralities and entanglements. Very likely, the most characteristic thing in the temperament of the Eastern people is the ability to grasp life from within and not from without. And Zen has just struck it. In painting especially, disregard of form results when too much attention and emphasis is given to the all-importance of the spirit. The one-corner style and the economy of brush strokes also help to effect aloofness from conventional rules, where you would ordinarily expect a line, or a mass, or a balancing element. You miss it, and yet this very thing awakens in you an unexpected feeling of pleasure. In spite of shortcomings or deficiencies that no doubt are apparent, you do not feel them so. Indeed, this imperfection itself becomes a form of perfection. Evidently, beauty does not necessarily spell perfection of form. This has been one of the favorite tricks of Japanese artists, to embody beauty in the form of imperfection or even of ugliness. And this beauty of imperfection is accompanied by antiquity or primitive uncouthness. We have a glimpse of sabi, so prized by Japanese connoisseurs. Antiquity and primitiveness may not be an actuality, but the object of art suggests even superficially the feeling of a historical period. There is sabi in it. Sabi consists in rustic unpretentiousness or archaic imperfection, apparent simplicity or effortlessness in execution, and richness in historical associations, which, however, may not always be present. And lastly, it contains inexplicable elements that raise the object in question to the rank of an artistic production. These elements are generally regarded as derived from the appreciation of Zen. Utensils used in tea room are mostly of this nature. The artistic element that goes into the constitution of sabi, which literally means loneliness or solitude, is poetically defined by a tea master thus: as I come out to this fishing village, late in the autumn day, no flowers in bloom I see, nor any tinted maple leaves. Aloneness indeed appeals to contemplation and does not lend itself to spectacular demonstration. It may look most miserable, insignificant, and pitiable, especially when it is put up against the Western modern setting. To be left alone with no streamers flying, no fireworks crackling, and this amidst a gorgeous display of infinitely varied forms and endlessly changing colors, is indeed no sight at all. Take one of those sumire sketches, perhaps portraying Kanzan or Jitooku, Tanshan, or Chitta. Hang it in the European or American art gallery and see what effect it will produce in the minds of the visitors. The idea of aloneness belongs to the East and is at home in the environment of its birth. It is not only to the fishing village on the autumnal eve that aloneness gives form, but also to the patch of green in early spring, which is in all likelihood even more expressive of the idea of sabi or wabi. For in the green patch, as we read in the following 31-syllable verse, there is an indication of life impulse amidst the wintry desolation. To those who only pray for the cherries to bloom, how I wish to show the spring that gleams from a patch of green in the midst of the snow-covered mountain village. This is given by one of the old tea masters as thoroughly expressive of sabi, which is one of the four principles governing the cult of tea chana. Here is just a feeble inception of life power as asserted in the form of a little green patch, but in it he who has an eye can rarely discern the spring shooting out from underneath the forbidding snow. It may be said to be a mere suggestion that stirs his mind, but just the same it is life itself and not its feeble indication. To the artist, life is as much here as when the whole field is overlaid with verdure and flowers. One may call this the mystic sense of the artist. Symmetry is another feature that distinguishes Japanese art. The idea is doubtlessly derived from the one-corner style of Beiyang. The plainest and boldest example is the plan of Buddhist architecture. The principal structures, such as the Tower Gate, the Dharma Hall, the Buddha Hall, and others, may be laid along one straight line, but structures of secondary or supplementary importance, sometimes even those of major importance, are not arranged symmetrically as wings along either side of the main line. They may be found irregularly scattered over the grounds in accordance with the topographical peculiarities. You will readily be convinced of this fact if you visit some of the Buddhist temples in the mountains. For example, the Ieyasu shrine at Nikko. You can say that the symmetry is quite characteristic of Japanese architecture of this class. This can be demonstrated par excellence in the construction of the tea room and the tools used in connection with it. Look at the ceiling, which may be constructed in at least 3 different styles, and at some of the utensils for serving tea. And again, at the grouping and laying of the stepping stones or flagstones in the garden, you find so many illustrations of the symmetry or in a way of imperfection or of the one corner style. Some Japanese moralists try to explain this liking of the Japanese artist for things asymmetrically formed counter to the conventional, or rather geometrical, rules of art by the theory that people have been morally trained not to be obtrusive but always to efface themselves, and that this mental habit of self-annihilation manifests itself accordingly in art. For example, when the artist leaves the important central space unoccupied. But to my mind, this theory is not quite correct. Would it not be a more plausible explanation to say that the artistic genius of the Japanese people have been inspired by the Zen way of looking at individual things as perfect in themselves and at the same time as embodying the nature of totality which belongs to the one? The doctrine of aestheticism is not so fundamental as that of Zen aestheticism. Art impulses are more primitive or more innate than those of morality. The appeal of art goes more directly into human nature. Morality is regulated, art is creative. One is an imposition from without, the other is an irrepressible expression from within. Zen finds its inevitable association with art but not with morality. Zen may remain unmoral but not without art. When the Japanese artists create objects imperfect from the point of view of form, they may even be willing to ascribe their art motive to the current notion of moral asceticism, but we need not give too much significance to their own interpretation to that of the critics. Our consciousness is not, after all, a very reliable standard of judgment. However this may be, the symmetry is certainly characteristic of Japanese art, which is one of the reasons informality or approachability also marks to a certain degree Japanese objects of art. Symmetry inspires a notion of grace, solemnity, and impressiveness, which is again the case with logical formalism or piling up of abstract ideas. The Japanese are often thought not to be intellectual and philosophical because their general culture is not thoroughly impregnated with intellectuality. This criticism, I think, results somewhat from the Japanese love of asymmetry. The intellectual primarily aspires to balance, while the Japanese are apt to ignore it and incline strongly towards imbalance. Imbalance, asymmetry, the one corner, poverty, sabi or wabi, simplification, aloneness, and cognate ideas make up the most conspicuous and characteristic features of Japanese art and culture. All these emanate from one central perception of the truth of Zen, which is the one in the many and the many in the one, or better, the one remaining as one and the many individually and collectively. That Zen has helped to stimulate the artistic impulses of Japanese people and to color their works with ideas characteristic of Zen is due to the following facts. The Zen monasteries were almost exclusively the repositories of learning and art, at least during the Kamakura and the Muromachi eras. The Zen monks had constant opportunities to come in contact with foreign cultures. Amongst themselves were artists, scholars, and mystics. They were even encouraged by the political powers of the time to engage in commercial enterprises to bring foreign objects of art and industry to Japan. The aristocrats and the politically influential classes of Japan were patrons of Zen institutions and were willing to submit themselves to the discipline of Zen. Zen thus worked not only directly on the religious life of the Japanese, but also most strongly on their general culture. The Tendai, the Shingon, and the Jodo contributed greatly to imbue the Japanese with the spirit of Buddhism, and through their iconography to develop their artistic instincts for sculpture, color painting, architecture, textile fabrics, and metalwork. With the philosophy of Tendai is too abstract and abstruse to be understood by the masses. The ritualism of Shingon is too elaborate and complicated and consequently too expensive for popularity. On the other hand, Shingon and Tendai and Jodo produce fine sculpture and pictures and artistic utensils to be used in their daily worship. The most highly prized national treasures belong to the temple of the Nara and the Heian periods, when those two schools of Buddhism were in the ascendancy and intimately involved with the cultural classes of the people. The Jodo teaches the Pure Land in all its magnificence, where the Buddha of infinite light is attended by his retinue of bodhisattvas, and this inspired the artist to paint those splendid pictures of Amida preserved in the various Buddhist temples of Japan. The Nichiren and the Shin are the creation of the Japanese religious mind. The Nichiren gave no specifically artistic and cultural impetus to us. The Shin tended to be somewhat iconoclastic and produced nothing worth mentioning in arts and literature except the hymns known as wasan and the honorable letters, kobunsho or ofumi, chiefly written by Renyo, 1415-99. Zen came to Japan after Shingon and Tendai and was at once embraced by the military classes. It was more or less by historical accident that Zen was set against the aristocratic priesthood. The nobility too in the game felt a certain dislike for it and made use of their political advantage to stir up opposition to Zen. In the beginning of the Japanese history of Zen, therefore, Zen avoided Kyoto and established itself under the patronage of the Hojo family in Kamakura. This place, as the seat of the feudal government in those days, became the headquarters of Zen discipline. Many Zen monks from China settled in Kamakura and found strong support in the Hojo family. Tokiyori, Takimuni, and their successors and retainers. Chinese masters brought many artists and objects of art along with them. The Japanese who came back from China were also bearers of art and literature. Pictures of Kake, Shakui, 1190 to 1220. Moke, Mucher, circa 1240. Rokai, Yankai, c. 1210. Bayan, Ma Yuan, 1175 to 1225. And others thus found their way to Japan. Manuscripts of the noted Zen masters of China were also given shelter in the monasteries here. Calligraphy in the Far East is an art just as much as sumi-e painting, and it was cultivated almost universally among the intellectual classes in olden times. The spirit pervading Zen pictures and calligraphy made a strong impression on me. and Zen was rarely taken up or followed. In it there is something virile and unbending, a mild, gentle, and graceful air, almost feminine, one might call it, which prevailed in the periods preceding the Kamakura, is now superseded by an air of masculinity expressing itself mostly in the sculpture and calligraphy of the period. The rugged virility of the warriors of the Kwanto districts is proverbial, in contrast to the grace and refinement of the courtiers in Kyoto. Social equality, with its mysticism and aloofness from worldly affairs, appeals to the willpower. Zen in this respect walks hand in hand with the spirit of Bushido, warrior's way. Another factor in the discipline of Zen, or rather in the monastic life in which Zen carries out its scheme of teaching, is this: as the monastery is usually situated in the mountains, its inmates are in the most intimate touch with nature. They are close and sympathetic students of it. They observe plants, birds, animals, rocks, rivers, which people of the town would leave unnoticed. And their observation deeply reflects their philosophy, or better, their intuition. It is not that of a mere naturalist. It penetrates into the life itself of the objects that come under the monk's observation. Wherever they may paint of nature will inevitably be expressive of this intuition. The spirit of the mountains will be felt softly breathing in their works. Fundamental intuition the Zen masters gain through their discipline seems to stir up their artistic instincts if they are at all susceptible to art. The intuition that impels the masters to create beautiful things, that is, to express the sense of perfection through things ugly and imperfect, is apparently closely related to the feeling for art. The Zen masters may not make good philosophers, they are very frequently fine artists. Even their technique is often of the first order, and besides they know how to tell us something unique and original. One such as Muso, the national teacher, 1275-1351. He was a fine calligrapher and a great landscape gardener. Wherever he resided at quite a number of places in Japan, he designed splendid gardens, some of which are still in existence and well preserved after so many years of changing times. One of the noted painters of Zen in the 14th and 15th centuries, we may mention Chodensu, Kei Shoki, Zetsu, Shugon, Sasu, and others. Georges Duckwitz, the author of Chinese Mysticism in Modern Painting, seems to understand the spirit of Zen mysticism. From him we have this, quote, when the Chinese artist paints, what matters is the concentration of thought and the prompt and vigorous response of the hand, which is a directing will. Tradition ordains him to see, or rather to feel as a whole, the work to be executed before embarking on anything. If the ideas of a man are confused, he will become the slave of the exterior conditions. He who deliberates and moves his brush intent on making a picture, this is, to a still greater extent, the art of painting. This seems like a kind of automatic writing. Draw bamboos for 10 years, you become a bamboo, but forget all about bamboo when you are drawing. In possession of an infallible technique, the individual places himself at the mercy of inspiration. Unquote. That was a quote inside of a quote. To become a bamboo and to forget that you are one with it while drawing it, this is the Zen of the bamboo. This is the moving with the rhythmic movement of the spirit, which resides in the bamboo as well as in the artist himself. What is now required of him is to have a firm hold on the spirit, and yet not to be conscious of the fact. This is a very difficult task, achieved only after a long spiritual training. Eastern people have been taught since the earliest times to subject themselves to this kind of discipline. They want to achieve something in the world of art and religion. Zen, in fact, has given expression to it in the following phrase: one in all in one. When this is thoroughly understood, there is creative genius. It is of utmost importance here to interpret the phrase in its proper sense. People imagine that it means pantheism, and some students of Zen seem to agree. This is to be regretted, for pantheism is something foreign to Zen and also to the artist's understanding of his work. When the Zen masters declare that one to be in the all and the all in the one, they do not mean that there is a thing to be known as the one, or as the all, and that the one is the other, and vice versa. As the one is in the all, some people suppose that Zen is a pantheistic teaching. Far from it. Zen would never hypostatize the one or the all as a thing to be grasped by the senses. Afraid one and all in one, is to be understood as an expression of absolute pardon, intuition, and is not to be conceptually analyzed. When we see the moon, we know that it is the moon, and that is enough. Those who proceed to analyze the experience and try to establish a theory of knowledge are not students of Zen. They cease to be so, if they ever were, the very moment of their procedure as analysts. Zen always upholds its experience as such, and refuses to commit itself to any system of philosophy. Even when Zen indulges in intellection, it never subscribes to a pantheistic interpretation of the world. For one thing, there is no one in Zen. If Zen ever speaks of the one as if it recognized it, this is a kind of condescension to common parlance. To Zen students, the one is the all, and the all is the one, and yet the one remains the one, and the all, not two, may lead the logician to think it is one. But the master would go on saying, not one either. What then? We ask. We may here face a blind alley as far as verbalism is concerned. Therefore, it is said that if you wish to be in direct communion with reality, I tell you, not two. The following mondo may help to illustrate the point I wish to make in regard to the Zen attitude towards the so-called pantheistic interpretation of nature. A monk asked Tosu, Todze, a Zen master of the Tang period, I understand that all sounds are the voice of the Buddha. Is this right? The master said, that is right. The monk then proceeded, will not the master please stop making a noise which echoes the sound of a fermenting mass of filth? The master thereupon struck the monk. The monk further asked Tosu, am I in the right when I understand the Buddha as asserting that all talk, however trivial or derogatory, belongs to ultimate truth? The master said, yes, you are in the right. The monk went on, may I then call you a donkey? The master thereupon struck him. It may be necessary to explain these mondo in plain language, to conceive every sound, every noise, every utterance one makes as issuing from the fountainhead of one reality, that is, from one God, is pantheistic, I imagine. For he giveth to all life and breath and all things. Acts 17:25. And again, for in him we live and move and have our being. Acts 17:28. If this be the case, a Zen master's hoarse throat echoes the melodious resonance of the voice flowing from the Buddha's golden mouth, and even when a great teacher is decried as reminding one of an ass, the defamation must be regarded as reflecting something of ultimate truth. All forms of evil must be said somehow to be embodying what is true and good and beautiful, and to be a contribution to the perfection of reality. To state it more concretely, bad is good, ugly is beautiful, false is true, imperfect is perfect, and also conversely. This is indeed the kind of reasoning in which those indulge who conceive the God nature to be immanent in all things. Let us see how the Zen master treats this problem. It is remarkable that Tosu put his foot right down against such an intellectualist's interpretations and struck his monk. The latter, in all probability, expected to see the master nonplussed by his statements, which logically follow from his first assertion. The masterful Tosu knew, as all Zen masters do, the uselessness of making any verbal demonstration against such a logician, for verbalism leads from one complication to another. There is no end to it. The only effective way, perhaps, to make such a monk as this one realize the falsehood of his conceptual understanding is to strike him, and so let him experience within himself the meaning of the statement, one in all in one. The monk was to be awakened from his logical somnambulism, hence Tosu's drastic measure. Setcho here gives his comments in the following lines. Pity that people without number try to play with the tide. They are all ultimately swallowed up into it and die. Let them suddenly awake from the deadlock, and see that all the rivers run backwards, flowing and surging. What is needed here is an abrupt turning or awakening, with which one comes to the realization of the truth of Zen, which is neither transcendentalism nor immanentism, nor a combination of the two. Truth is as Tosu declares in the following. The monk asks, "What is the Buddha?" Tosu answers, "The Buddha." Monk, "What is the Tao?" Tosu, "The Tao." Monk, "What is Zen?" Tosu, "Zen." The master answers like a parrot. He is echo itself. In fact, there is no other way of illuminating the monk's mind than affirming that what is, which is the final fact of experience. Another example is given to illustrate the point. A monk asked Joshu Chaocho of the Tang Dynasty. It is stated that the perfect way knows no difficulties, only that it abhors discrimination. What is meant by no discrimination? Joshu said, "Above the heavens and below the heavens, I alone am the honored one." The monk suggested, "Still a discrimination." The master's retort was, "Oh, this worthless fellow, where is the discrimination?" By discrimination, the Zen masters mean what we have when we refuse to accept reality as it is or in its suchness, for we then reflect on it and analyze it into concepts, going on with intellection and finally landing on a circulatory reasoning. Joshu's affirmation is a final one and allows no equivocation, no argumentation. We have simply to take it as it stands and remain satisfied with it. In case we somehow fail to do this, we just leave it alone and go somewhere else to seek our own enlightenment. The monk could not see where Joshu was, and he went further on and remarked, "This is still a discrimination." The discrimination, in point of fact, is on the monk's side and not on Joshu's. Hence, the honored one now turns into a worthless fellow. As I said before, the phrase all in one and one in all is not to be analyzed first to the concepts one and all, and the presupposition is not then to be put between them. No discrimination is to be exercised here, but one is just to accept it and abide with it, which is really no abiding at all. There is nothing further to do, hence the master is striking or calling names. He is not indignant, nor is he short-tempered, but he wishes thereby to help his disciples out of the pit which they have dug themselves. No amount of argument avails here, no verbal persuasion. Only the master knows how to turn them away from the logical impasse and how to open a new way for them. Let them, therefore, simply follow him. By following him, they all come back to their original home. In an intuitive and experimental understanding of reality, verbally formulated as all in one and one in all, we have there the fundamental statement, as it is taught by all the various schools of Buddhism. In the terminology of the Prajna school, this is sunyata, emptiness, and tathata, suchness, and tathata is sunyata. Sunyata is the world of the absolute, and tathata is the world of particulars. One of the commonest sayings in Zen is, "Willows are green and flowers red," or "Bamboos are straight and pine trees are gnarled." Facts of experience are accepted as they are. Zen is not nihilistic, nor is it merely positivistic. Zen would say that just because the bamboo is straight, it is of emptiness, or just because of emptiness, the bamboo cannot be anything else but a bamboo and not a pine tree. What makes the Zen statements different from mere sense experience, however, is that Zen's intuition grows out of prajna and not out of jnana. Prajna may be translated to transcendental wisdom, while jnana or jnana is relative knowledge. It is from this point of view that, when asked, "What is Zen?" the master sometimes answers Zen and sometimes not Zen. We can see now that the principle of simiye, painting, is derived from the Zen experience, and that directness, simplicity, movement, spirituality, completeness, and other qualities we observe in the simiye class of Oriental paintings have organic relationship to Zen. There is no pantheism in simiye, as there is none in Zen. There is another thing I must not forget to mention in this connection, which is perhaps the most important factor in simiye as well as in Zen. It is creativity. It said that Sinie depicts the spirit of the object, or that it gives a form to what has no form. This means that there must be a spirit of creativity moving over the picture. The painter's business, thus, is not just to copy or imitate nature, but to give to the object something living in its own right. It is the same with the Zen master. When he says that the willow is green and the flower is red, he's not just giving us a description of how nature looks, but something whereby green is green and red is red. This something is what I call the spirit of creativity. Sunyata is formless, but it is the fountainhead of all possibilities. To turn what is possible into an actuality is an act of creativity. When Tosu is asked, "What is Dharma?" he answers Dharma. When asked, "What is Buddha?" he answers Buddha. This is by no means a parrot-like response, a mere echoing. All the answers come out of his creative mind, without which there is no Zen in Tosu. The understanding of Zen is to understand what kind of mind this is. Yakusan's meaning with Riko will illustrate this. Yakusan, Yaoshan, 751 to 834, was a great master of the Tang era. When Riko Liao, governor of the province, heard of the Zen mastership, he sent for him to come to the capital. Yakusan, however, refused to come. This happened several times. Riko grew impatient and came in person to see the master in his own mountain retreat. Yakusan was reading the sutras and paid no attention whatever to the arrival of the governor. The attendant monk reminded the master of the fact, but he still kept on reading. Riko felt hurt and remarked, "Seeing the face is not at all like hearing the name." This he meant that in person actuality was not equal to his reputation. The person. Yakusan called out, "Oh, governor!" Riko echoed at once, "Yes, master." The master then said, "Why do you evaluate the hearing over the seeing?" The governor apologized and asked, "What is Tao?" Yakusan pointed up with his hand and then down and said, "Do you understand?" Riko said, "No, master." Thereupon, Yakusan remarked, "The clouds are in the sky and water in the jar." It is said that this pleased the governor very much. Did Riko really understand what Yakusan meant? Yakusan's is no more than a plain statement of the facts as they are. We may ask, where is Tao? Riko was a great scholar and philosopher. He must have had some abstract conception of Tao. Could he so readily reconcile his view with Yakusan's? Whatever we may say about this, Yakusan and Tosu and other Zen masters are all walking the same track. The artists are also required to strike it. Paradoxical and ironical though it may seem, Zen, whose teaching is against all learning, all literary reconstruction, was the agency in Japan for encouraging the study of Confucianism, and furthermore for promoting the art of printing, not only of Buddhist books but also of Confucian and Shinto literature. The Kamakura 1185 to 1338 and the Ashikaga 1338 to 1568 periods are generally considered the dark ages of Japanese history. The fact is, they are far otherwise. During those times, the Zen monks were active in bringing Chinese culture into Japan and preparing the way for its assimilation later on. Indeed, what we now regard as particularly Japanese was in the process of hatching during those periods. In them we may trace the beginnings of haiku, no gaku, theater, landscape gardening, flower arrangement, and the art of tea. Here I wish to confine myself to the development of Confucian study in Japan, as it was influenced by the Zen monks. To do this, it is advisable to say a word about the Sung philosophy in China. Politically, the Sung was a troubled age in the history of China. The Middle Kingdom was constantly menaced from the north, so that it had to retreat southward, crossing the Huai, and finally, in 1126, to submit to the domination of the northern barbarian tribes. This marks the end of the northern Sung, 960-1126. The southern Sung started 1127, and when the Emperor Cao Tong was enthroned in Lin'an, south of the Yangtze River. This lasted until 1279. Yuan invaders succeeded in completely overturning the steadily declining dynasty, which had first been established by the Chao family more than 300 years before. In spite of the succession of these politically eventful days, the Song, both northern and especially Southern left brilliant records in the world of thought and general culture. There were poets, artists, Confucian philosophers, and Buddhist thinkers, including Zen masters. Philosophy achieved a phenomenal development in the South, seen as if the original speculative impulse pent up during the Han succeeding dynasties and more or less suppressed by the powerful thought of India burst out and asserted itself in this period, even under the pressure of an alien power. The result was the rise of a philosophy we may properly call Chinese, in which all the trends of thought imported from abroad as well as those primarily native to China were syncretized and formulated on the basis of the Chinese mentality, and therefore made more readily acceptable to it. Song philosophy is the flower of the Chinese mind. One powerful factor, at least, that helped to give such a fruitful stimulus to the Chinese speculation was the teaching of Zen. Zen is always stimulating and thought-provoking because it goes directly to the root of things regardless of superstructures. When Confucianism turned into the mere study of ritual and the practice of earthly morals, all scarcely more than textual criticism by schools of commentators, we can say that it was on the verge of collapse and final death as a source of creative speculation. It required a new force to resuscitate it. Taoism, the rival school of Chinese thought, was deeply buried under its own more popular and superstitious framework. There was in it nothing of intellectual vigor that would instill fresh blood into Confucianism. If Zen had failed to stir the depths of Chinese psychology during the time, the people of the song would probably never have taken up their own philosophy and pursued its reconstruction and further unfolding. Almost all the thinkers of the song, at least once in their lives, took themselves to the Zen monasteries. With whatever insight or no insight they carried out of these institutions, they re-examined their own philosophy born of their own soil. And this was like at the time, the Tang Dynasty and so forth was the time when the capital would have been Chang'an or Xi'an, modern day Xi'an. And around there were a lot of mountains and like a lot of monasteries. Mostly Beijing was the capital for about 2,000 miles, 3,000 years. There's also in Hangzhou or a few other places maybe. But and then in Xi'an, Chang'an, for a long time. The Song philosophy is the outcome of their spiritual adventures. While denouncing Buddhism and the Buddhist way of thinking, they drank deeply from the Indian fountain presented to them in Zen. The Zen monks, on the other hand, were students of Confucianism as well. As Chinese, they could be nothing else. The difference between Confucian scholars and Zen masters was that the Confucians based their philosophy on the native system, while the Zen Buddhists adhered to their own, although they adopted the Confucian vocabulary. Indeed, they quite frequently expressed themselves in terms of Confucianism. It may be said that the difference between the two classes of mind lay in the place of emphasis. The Zen monks interpreted the Confucian text in Indian fashion, so to speak, that is, more or less idealistically, and they were not averse to commenting on Buddhist literature from the Confucian point of view. When these monks came to Japan, they brought both Zen and Confucianism. The Japanese monks who went over to China to study Zen brought back the same. That is, together with their own Zen books, they filled their traveling cases with books on Confucianism and Taoism. While in China, they sat at the feet of the Zen Confucian masters and learned much of both disciplines, and there were many such Chinese masters in the Song areas, especially in southern Song. I will not enter into too much detail in regard to the interrelationship of Zen and Confucianism and Taoism in China. Suffice it to state here that Zen is, in fact, the Chinese way of responding to Indian thought as represented by Buddhism, and that this being so, Zen, as it developed in time, later flourished in the Song, could be nothing else but a reflection of the Chinese mentality, by which I mean it was eminently practical and ethical. In this respect, there was every probability of Zen's taking on Confucian coloring. But in the beginning of Zen's history, its philosophy was Indian, that is, Buddhistic, for there was nothing corresponding to it in the traditional teaching of Confucianism, and this was the element the later Confucian thinkers consciously or unconsciously wished to incorporate into their own system. In other words, Zen acquired its practicalness from Confucianism, whereas Confucianism absorbed through the teaching of Zen, though in some respects indirectly, the Indian habit of abstract speculation and finally succeeded in giving a metaphysical foundation to the teaching of Confucius and his followers. To do this, the Song philosophers emphasized the utmost importance of the four books: the Great Learning, Doctrine of the Mean, Confucian Analects, and Mencius. In the study of Confucianism, they found in them some statements which could be elaborated for the establishment of their system. This naturally paved the way to a rapprochement between Zen and Confucianism. It was thus natural for the Zen monks to become propagators of Confucianism in addition to being Buddhists. Strictly speaking, Zen has no philosophy of its own. Its teaching is concentrated on intuitive experience, and the intellectual content of this experience can be supplied by a system of thought not necessarily Buddhistic. If the masters find it more expedient for some reason, they may build up their own philosophical structure, not always in accordance with the traditional interpretation. Zen Buddhists are sometimes Confucianists, sometimes Taoists, or sometimes even Shintoists. Zen experience can also be explained by Western philosophy. In the 14th and the 15th centuries, the five mountains, that is, the five Zen monasteries in Kyoto, were the publishing headquarters of the Confucian texts, to say nothing about the Zen books. Some of these earlier texts, including those of the 13th century, both Buddhist and Confucian, are still obtainable and among the most highly prized woodcut prints in the Far East. Not only did the Zen monks edit and print the textbooks of Buddhism and Confucianism, but they compiled books for popular education. These they used in their monasteries. The people crowded who were desirous of improving their knowledge and culture. The term Terrakoya thus came in vogue. Terra means Buddhist temple, Ko, children, and Ya, house. The Terrakoya system was the only institution of popular education during the feudal ages of Japan, until it was replaced by the modern system after the Restoration in 1868. The activities of the Zen monks were not confined to the central parts of Japan. They were invited by their provincial lords to look after the education of their vassals and retainers. They were Buddhist Confucianists. As one of the most notable examples, we mention a Zen monk, Kien, 1427-1508, who went to Satsuma, the southwestern province of Kyushu. His special study was the four books, which he explained according to the commentaries of Shu Shi, Ju Shi, in Chinese. But being a Zen monk, he did not forget to emphasize his own teaching in connection with the Confucian philosophy. The study of mind was the guiding spirit of his discipline. He also lectured on Shujing, one of the five canons, which contains the ethical edicts of the ancient rulers of China. He left in Satsuma an enduring spiritual influence. Among his distant disciples, the name of Shimazu Nishinsai, 1492-1568, stands out most prominently. Although he was not taught by Kin himself, his mother and his teachers were personally acquainted with Kin, and all their families were great admirers of the monk scholar. The Shinsai was born of the Shimazu family, and his eldest son was later adopted by the main family and came to rule the three provinces of Satsuma, Asumi, and Hyuga in the southwestern part of Japan. The Shinsai's moral influence spread through his son all over the feudal state under his jurisdiction until the Restoration of 1868. He was rightly honored by the people as one of the greatest figures among them. Of the Zen masters of the Five Mountains, mention may be made of Muso, the national teacher, 1275-1351, Genye, 1269-1352, Kuguan Shirin, 1278-1346, Shugan Yingzi, 1300-75, Guido Shushin, 1321-88, and others, all of whom furthered the study of the Confucian classics in accordance with the spirit of Zen Buddhism. The emperors and the shoguns also followed the example of the Zen masters. They were earnest students of Zen and at the same time attended their lectures on Confucianism. The Emperor Hanazono, reigned 1308-17, was a sincere scholar of the Sun school of Chinese philosophy and an earnest follower of Zen, in which he went far beyond dilettantism. The admonition he left for his successor is a remarkable document of royal wisdom. The statue in the attire of a Zen monk sitting cross-legged in serene dignity is still preserved in his own room at Maoshinji, where he used to sit in meditation. His journal is important historical source material, and his residence, which was given to his Zen teacher Kwanzan 1277-1360, became the foundation of the present Myoshinji, the most powerful branch of Rinzai Zen in the western part of Kyoto. I may add here that even in the early days of the Tokugawa shogunate, that is, at the beginning of the 17th century, Confucian scholars used to shave their heads like Buddhist priests. From this fact, we gather that the study of Confucianism was kept up among the Buddhists, especially the Zen monks, and even when the study came to be pursued independently among the intellectuals, its professors simply followed the old custom. In connection with this essay, the writer wishes to add a few remarks about the part played by Zen in the cultivation of the nationalistic spirit during the Kamakura and the Ashikaga periods. Theoretically speaking, Zen has nothing to do with nationalism. As long as it is a religion, its mission has universal validity, and its field of applicability is not limited to any one nationality. But from the point of view of history, it is subject to accidents and particularization. When Zen first came to Japan, it became identified with persons steeped in Confucianism and patriotic spirit, and Zen naturally took their color unto itself. That is to say, Zen was not received in Japan in its pure form, free of the effect of all accidents of place and time. Not only that, the Japanese followers themselves were willing to take Zen with everything that came along with it. Until later, the accidentals were separated from the body to which they were attached and came to establish themselves independently, even in defiance of their original association. The description of this process in the history of Japanese thought does not belong here, but I wish to refer to it more or less tentatively in tracing it back to the Chinese thought movement. As I said elsewhere, the culmination of Chinese intellectuality is found in the philosophy of Shusha or Jushi, 1130 to 1200, who flourished mainly in the southern Song. He was probably the greatest among Chinese thinkers who tried to systematize Chinese thought along the lines of psychology of the people. There were greater philosophers before him among his countrymen, but their thought moved along the Indian line of speculation, somewhat against their native trends. For this reason, their philosophy did not influence the people so directly as did that of the Southern Song. It is no doubt true that the Southern Song school could not have had its existence without the Buddhist predecessors, but we must now see how the so-called science of the Tao developed in Song, for this will help us to understand Zen's specific influence on the thought and feeling of the Japanese people. There are two original currents of Chinese thought, Confucianism and pure Taoism. That is, Taoism not colored by popular beliefs and superstitions. Confucianism represents the practicality or positivism of Chinese mentality, whereas Taoism represents its mystic and speculative trends. When Buddhism was brought to China in the later Han Dynasty, 1864, it found a real associate in the thought of Lao Tzu and Zhuangzi. In the beginning, Buddhism was not much active in Chinese thought. Its adherents occupied themselves mostly with translating its text into Chinese, and people did not know exactly how to take it into their system of thoughts and beliefs, but through the translations they must have realized that there was something very deep, very inspiring in the philosophy of Buddhism. Since the 2nd century, when the Prajnaparamita Sutras were first rendered into Chinese, thinkers were deeply impressed by them and took up their study in all seriousness. While they could not clearly grasp the idea of sunyata, emptiness, they found it somewhat akin to the Lao Tzu idea of wu, nothingness. During the 6 dynasties, 386 to 587, when the study of Taoism carried the day to the extent that the Confucian texts themselves were interpreted in light of Taoism. Kumaraiva came from a western kingdom to China in 401 and translated a number of the Mahayana Sutras. He was not only a brilliant translator, but a great original thinker who shed much light on the understanding of the Mahayana and his Chinese disciples busied themselves in developing his ideas in the way most adapted to the mentality of the people. The Sanron in Japanese school of Buddhism thus came to be established in China by Shisan, 549 to 623. He based his philosophy on the teaching of Nagarjuna. It was a wonderful system of thought, rising for the first time in the land of Confucius and Lao Tzu. But we can say that the author of the school was still under the influence of Indian thought. He thought as Indians did, and not necessarily in Chinese fashion. He was no doubt a Chinese Buddhist, but a Buddhist scholar. If this were possible, he thought as a Buddhist and not as a Chinese. Sanlin school was followed by the Tendai, Wei Shi, Yue Shiki, and the Huayan Kegon in the Sui and Tang dynasties. The Tiantai is based on the Salaharma Punda Yuka, the Wei Shi on the idealistic teaching of Sangha and Vasubandhu, and the Huayan on the philosophy of the infinite as expounded in the Vamsaka. The last was the culmination of Chinese Buddhist thought. It demonstrates the height of religious speculation reached by Chinese Buddhist minds. It is the most remarkable thought system ever elaborated by people of the East. The Saka Sutra, including the Sasabhumika and the Gandhava Yuha, is no doubt the climax of Indian creative imagination, which is utterly foreign to Chinese thinking and feeling. And it is really an intellectual feat of the Chinese Buddhists that this so completely strange imagination of the Indians could be intelligently and systematically digested. The philosophy of the Huayan school proves the depths of the Chinese religious consciousness, which revealed itself after centuries of Buddhist education and reflection. And this was really what stirred up the Chinese mind from its long slumber and gave it the strongest possible stimulus to bloom forth as the Song philosophy. While the Huayan school represented the intellectuality, so to speak, of the Chinese Buddhists, there was another school rising to power along with it and taking a stronger hold of their minds, which is Zen, Chan in Chinese. Zen appealed partly to the empirical proclivity of Chinese mentality and partly to its craving for mysticism. Zen despised learning of letters and upheld the intuitive mode of understanding, for its followers were convinced that this was the most direct and effective instrument with which to grasp ultimate reality. In fact, empiricism and mysticism and positivism can walk hand in hand quite readily. They all look for the facts of experience and are shy of building up an intellectual framework around them. But as a social being, man cannot remain content with mere experience. He wants to communicate it to his fellow beings, which means that intuition is to have its contents, its ideas, its intellectual reconstruction. Zen did its best to remain on its intuitive plane of understanding, and made the best use of imagery, symbols, and poetic tricks, not a very dignified term. When, however, it had to have recourse to intellection, it was a good friend of the Huayan philosophy. The amalgamation of Zen and Huayan Kegon philosophy, though by no means deliberately carried out, became the most noticeable of the Choquan, and the Tsungmi, Shimizu, 738 to 838, and 780 to 841, both of whom were great scholars of the Huayan school and at the same time followers of Zen. It was through this approach that Zen came to influence the Confucian thought of the Song scholars. The Tang dynasty thus prepared the way for the rise of the Song science of the Tao, Daoshe, which I consider to be the most precious native product from the Chinese mental crucible into which the Huayan, Zen, Confucianism, and Lao Tzuism were thrown together. Jushi, Shuki, or Shusha, had his predecessors, Chou Tun-Li, Shu Tuan, 1017 73, Chang Hongshu, Chou Oyoku, 1077 to 1135, and the Cheng Te brothers, Ming Tao, Meido, 1085 to 1139, and Yichuan, Ison, 1107 to 82. They all tried to establish philosophy on a purely Chinese basis, and they found it chiefly in the four books: the Linyu, Manzi, the Tashui, and the Chengya, and also in the I Ching. That they all studied Zen and were embedded to it in the formulation of their doctrine seen from the fact that they placed so much significance on the experience of sudden illumination that will come to them when they have duly applied themselves to the study of the classics or meditated on their meaning. In their cosmology or ontology, they set up as a primordial substance Wuchi, Taichi, Taishu, which has a Buddhist ring. Translated in terms of ethics, this principle is sincerity, Cheng, and the ideal of man's life consists in cultivating the virtue of sincerity. For it is by this that the world is what it is by this that the male principle and the female principle originating in the great limit interact and enable the orderly growth of all things. Sincerity is also called Li, reason, or Tianli, heavenly reason. The Song philosophers have Qi opposed to Li, and this antithesis is unified in Taichi, which is Wuchi. Li is the reason running through all things, impartially possessed by every one of them. Without Li, nothing is possible. Existences lose their being and are reduced to non-entity. Chi is differentiating agency, whereby one reason multiplies itself and produces a world of pluralities. Li and Chi are thus interpenetrating and complementary. The relation of Taichi to Li and Chi is not very clear, except that it is the synthesis of the two principles. Song philosophy does not apparently wish to remain dualistic, which is probably due to the influence of the Huayan school of Buddhism. As to Taichi itself, it is an ambiguous idea. It appears to be primordial matter, which is Wuchi, the limitless. The one is something above matter, and the other is something below matter. And how can that which is above become that which is below, and vice versa? The same dilemma may be encountered in the case of Li and Chi, but in this respect, the Song philosophers were decidedly Chinese and had no inclination to follow the Buddhists, who do not hesitate to deny the materiality of the world and declare it and all things in it to be equally empty. Sunya. Chinese mind always upheld the world of particular realities, even when it closely approaches the Huayan and stops short of that materiality. What is significant in the Song philosophy of Jushi and what made it wield a great influence in China and Japan in the most practical way is its view of history. It is the development of the idea dominating the spring and autumn, Chunqiu, one of the great classical works compiled by Confucius. The work was written by the master with a view to weigh morally the claims of the different states of his day in the period known as Warring States. China was then divided into several kingdoms, each trying to gain the upper hand. Usurpers claimed to be transmitting the orthodox line of kingship. Politics drifted along with the fancy of the rulers, as if the compass was lost. Confucius' idea of compiling annals of his time was to establish a universal ethical standard for all the future statesmen of his country. Spring and autumn, therefore, embodies the practical codes of ethics as they were illustrated by the events of history. Jushi followed the example of Confucius by compiling a history of China abridged from the Sima Huang's larger work. In this he enunciated the great principle of propriety known as names and parts, Mingfen, which he thought ought to be made the governing principle of politics for all ages. The universe is governed by the laws of heaven, so are human affairs, and these laws require of each of us to observe what is proper to him. He has a name, he performs a certain part, as he occupies a definite position in society. He is assigned a place where he is asked to render the service to a member of the group he belongs to. This network of social relationships is not to be ignored, with the peace and happiness of its components are to be preserved and enhanced. The ruler has his proper duties to perform and his subjects theirs. Parents and children have their well-defined obligations to each other, and so on. There ought to be no disturbance or usurpation of names, titles, and parts. Jushi was quite emphatic about what he called names and parts. for the northern invaders were beating hard against the suzerainty of the Song. The government dignitaries were uncertain how to deal with these encroaching enemies, and some of the former were even negotiating with the latter to carry out a policy of compromise. All these scenes going on before his eyes stirred Jushi's patriotic and nationalistic spirit, and he upheld his teaching strongly, even at the risk of his life, against some of the politicians who were trying to induce the government to yield to the pressure of the Northerners. Although his philosophy was not able to save the Southern Song from the invasion of the overwhelming Mongolian armies, it has enjoyed popular support ever since, not only in China but particularly in Japan during the feudal days. One of the principal reasons the philosophy of Jushi appealed so forcibly to Chinese psychology and came to be an officially sanctioned system of thought under successive dynasties was that in its framework it comprehended, even to the fulfillment of all conditions required by the Chinese way of thinking, feeling, all the representative orthodox thoughts that had played any part in the advancement of Chinese culture. Another reason, it was the philosophy of order dear to the Chinese heart, and earnestly sought by the people in general. The Chinese are no doubt just as patriotic and full of nationalistic pride as any other nation, but they are more practical than sentimental, I imagine, more given up to positivism than to idealism. Their feet are glued to the earth, and may occasionally gaze at the stars, for those are very beautiful to look at, but they never forgot that they cannot live even for a day separated from Mother Earth. They are therefore attracted more to Jushi's philosophy of social order and utility than to his idealism and emotionalism. In this respect, the Chinese differ from the Japanese. The following statement by Cheng Tao Temedo fitly describes the Chinese mentality. The reason the Tao is not made more manifest is the harmful interference of heathenism. This harm was more obvious in ancient times and more easily detected, but in these days it goes deeper and is harder to discern. Of old, they, the followers of heathenism, took advantage of our ignorance and put us into a state of intellectual perplexity. And nowadays, saying that they have fathomed the mysteries of existence and know the reason of transformation, they appeal to our intelligence. But their speculation falls short of exploring particular things and performing social duties. They claim the universal applicability of their teaching, but in reality they go against the moral order of our ordinary life. They state that there is nothing in their system whose depths and subtleties have not been thoroughly examined. They are unable to follow the path of the wise men of ancient days, such as Yao and Shun. By heathenism, here is no doubt meant Buddhist thought, whose soaring flight, however high, is not suitable, though some philosophers think, for the consumption of the practical and socially minded countrymen. This practicalness of the Song philosophy came over to Japan on the same boat with Zen and with its nationalism, instilled into it by the militaristic spirit of Jushi. In those later days of the Southern Song, there were many patriotic soldiers and statesmen, and even Zen monks who volunteered as fighters against the aggressors. The spirit of nationalism penetrated into all the intellectual layers of society, and the Japanese Zen monks who visited China at the time came back also saturated with the spirit and philosophy formulated by Jushi and his school. Not only Japanese travelers returning from China, but also the Chinese monks who came mostly from the Southern Song to settle in Japan, brought along with their Zen the message of the Song philosophers. Their combined efforts to propagate the philosophy of nationalism in Japan met with success in various quarters. The most notable instance was the epoch-making decision on the part of the Emperor Kaigo, reigned 1318 to 1339, and his court to restore to their own hands the power of government that had hitherto been entrusted to the Kamakura Bakufu. This imperial movement is said to have started from the inspiration which the emperor and his ministry received from the study of Jushi's history of China, and this study was carried on under the guidance of the Zen monks. It is also stated by the historians that Kitabatake Chikafusa's monumental work on the succession of the imperial rulers in Japan, Jino Shotoki, was a result of his pursuit of Jushi. Chikafusa, 1292-1354, was one of the great literary men who surrounded the Emperor Go-Daigo, and like his august master, he was also a student of Zen. Unfortunately, the Emperor Go-Daigo and his court failed to restore the imperial government to their own power. The political abnormality that followed, however, did not mean the weakening of the Confucian learning among the intellectual elements of Japan, but were assisted by the Zen monks of the Five Mountains and also by those in the provinces. It went on as vigorously as ever. During the Ashikaga period, the position of Jushi philosophy in upholding the orthodox doctrine of Confucianism was generally recognized, and the Zen monks began to pursue its study with more than zeal for sheer learning. They knew where their Zen was most needed and where the Song philosophy was most practically useful. Thus they became its real official propagators, and their influence radiated from Kyoto out to the remoter parts of the country. This tendency on the part of the Zen scholars to differentiate Zen from the Song philosophy is systematized by Yushi and his school helped to define sharply the division of labor or the sphere of influence between Buddhism and Confucianism in Japan under the regime of the Tokugawa shogunate. This practical spirit animating the Chinese way of thinking and feeling, especially recognizable in Jushi, strongly appealed to the founders of the Tokugawa, for they were now most anxious to see peace and order quickly restored all over the country after so many years of war. For this purpose they found the Chinese teaching most eminently suited. The first official exponents of the Song philosophy to use Jushi's commentaries were Fujiwara Seikwa, 1561-1619, and his disciple Hayashi Razan, 1583-1657. Seikwa was originally a Buddhist monk, but he took so much to the study of the Confucian texts that he finally cast off his Buddhist robe, although he retained his shaven head for some time. After him and Razan, the study of Confucianism found its own followers, and the Zen monks were quite satisfied to confine themselves, at least officially, to the exposition of their own doctrine. We must not, however, forget to notice that, as in China and Japan ever since the introduction of the Song philosophy, there have been a constant attempt to synchronize the three teachings, Confucianism, Buddhism, and Shintoism. One remarkable fact deserving notice at this point in the history of Japanese thought is that Shintoism, which is regarded as the official embodiment of the national spirit of Japan, did not assert itself as doctrinally independent of either Confucianism or Buddhism. The most probable reason for this is that Shintoism has no philosophy of its own to stand on. It is awakened to its own consciousness and existence only when it comes in contact with one of the others, and thereby learns how to express itself. It is true that Motori Ring 1730-1801, his disciples started a vigorous attack on Confucianism and Buddhism as imported doctrines not quite congenial to the Japanese way of living and feeling. Their patriotic conservatism, however, was instigated more by political than philosophical motives. It no doubt helped a great deal to usher in the new Meiji regime known as the Restoration 1868, but from the purely philosophical point of view, it is highly problematical whether their religio-nationalistic dialectic had much of the universal element. It may be considered strange that Zen has in any way been affiliated with the spirit of the military classes of Japan. Whatever form Buddhism takes in the various countries where it flourishes, it is a religion of compassion, and in its varied history it has never been found engaged in warlike activities. How is it, then, that Zen has come to activate the fighting spirit of the Japanese warrior? In Japan, Zen was intimately related from the beginning of its history to the life of the samurai, although it has never actively incited them to carry on their violent profession. It has passively sustained them when they have, for whatever reason, once entered into it. Zen has sustained them in two ways, morally and philosophically. Morally, because Zen is a religion which teaches us not to look backward once the course is decided upon. Philosophically, because it treats life and death indifferently. This not turning backward ultimately comes from the philosophical conviction, but being a religion of the will, Zen appeals to the samurai spirit morally rather than philosophically. From the philosophical point of view, Zen upholds intuition against intellection, for intuition is the more direct way of reaching the truth. Therefore, morally and philosophically, there is in Zen a great deal of attraction for the military classes. The military mind being, and this is one of the essential qualities of the fighter, comparatively simple and not at all addicted to philosophizing, finds a congenial spirit in Zen. This is probably one of the main reasons for the close relationship between Zen and the samurai. Secondly, Zen discipline is simple, direct, self-reliant, self-denying. Its ascetic tendency goes well with the fighting spirit. The fighter is to be always single-minded with one object in view, to fight, looking neither backward nor sideways. To go straight forward in order to crush the enemy is all that is necessary for him. He is therefore not to be encumbered in any possible way, be it physical, emotional, or intellectual. Intellectual doubts, if they are cherished at all in the mind of the fighter, are great obstructions to his onward movement, while emotionalities and physical possessions are the heaviest of encumbrances if he wants to conduct himself most efficiently in his vocation. A good fighter is generally an ascetic or stoic, which means he has an iron will. This, when needed, Zen can supply. Thirdly, there is an historical connection between Zen and the military classes of Japan. The Buddhist priest Isai 1141-1215 is generally regarded as the first to introduce Zen in Japan, but his activities more or less restricted to Kyoto, which was at the time the headquarters of the older schools of Buddhism. The inauguration of any new faith here was almost impossible owing to the strong opposition it offered. Isai had to compromise to some extent by assuming a reconciliatory attitude towards the Tendai and the Shingon. Whereas in Kamakura, which was the seat of the Hojo government, there were no such historical difficulties. Besides, the Hojo regime was militaristic, as it succeeded the Minamoto family, who had risen against the Taira family and the court nobles. The latter had lost their efficacy as a governing power because of their over-refinement and effeminacy and consequent degeneration. The Hojo regime is noted for its severe frugality and moral discipline, and also for its powerful administrative and militaristic equipments. The directing heads of such a strong governing machine embraced Zen as their spiritual guide, ignoring tradition in the matter of religion. Zen thus could not help but exercise its varied influence in the general cultural life of the Japanese ever since the 13th century and throughout the Ashikaga and even in the Tokugawa period. Zen has no special doctrine or philosophy, no set of concepts or intellectual formulas, except that it tries to release one from the bondage of birth and death by means of certain intuitive modes of understanding peculiar to itself. It is therefore extremely flexible in adapting itself to almost any philosophy and moral doctrine, as long as its intuitive teaching is not interfered with. It may be found wedded to anarchism or fascism, communism or democracy, atheism or idealism, or any political or economic dogmatism. It is, however, generally animated with a certain revolutionary spirit, when things come to a deadlock, as they do when we are overloaded with conventionalism, formalism, and other cognitisms. Zen asserts itself and proves to be a destructive force. The spirit of the Kamakura era was, in this respect, in harmony with the virile spirit of Zen. We have the saying in Japan, Tendai is for the royal family, the Shingon for the nobility, the Zen for the warrior classes, and the Jodo for the masses. This saying fitly characterizes each sect of Buddhism in Japan. The Tendai and the Shingon are rich in ritualism, and their ceremonies are conducted in a most elaborate and pompous style appropriate to the taste of the refined classes. The Jodo appeals naturally more to plebeian requirements because of the simpleness of its faith and teaching. Besides its direct method of reaching final faith, Zen is a religion of willpower, and willpower is what is urgently needed by the warriors, though it ought to be enlightened by intuition. The first Zen follower of the Hojo family was Tokiyori, 1227-63, who succeeded his father Yasutoki in the Hojo regency. He invited to Kamakura the Japanese Zen masters in Kyoto, and also some Chinese masters directly from the southern Song, under whom he earnestly devoted himself to the study of Zen. He finally succeeded in mastering it himself, and this fact must have greatly encouraged all his retainers to imitate the example of their master, Wuan Gatan. 1197 to 1276, the Chinese Zen master under whom Tokiyori had his final enlightenment after 21 years of constant application, composed the following verse for his illustrious disciple. I have no Buddhism about which I can this moment talk to you, nor have you any mind with which you listen to me, hoping for an attainment. Where there is neither preaching nor attainment nor mind, there Sakyamuni has a most intimate interview with Buddha Tipankara. After a very successful regency, Tokiyori died in 1263 when he was only 37 years old. When he realized that the time for departure was approaching, he put on his Buddhist robe and sat on a straw seat of meditation. After writing his farewell song, he passed away quietly. The song reads, Karma mirror raised high these 37 years. 'Tis broken now with one hammer blow. The great way remains ever serene. Hojo Takamuni, 1251 to 84, was his only son, and when his father's mantle fell on him in 1268, he was only 18 years old. He proved to be one of the greatest personages whom Japan has produced. Without him, indeed, the history of the country would not be what it actually is. He it was who most effectively crushed the Mongolian invasions, lasting several years. In fact, during the whole length of his regency, 1268-84, it seems that Tokamune was almost a heaven-sent agent to stave off the direst calamity that might have befallen the nation. For he passed away with the termination of the greatest event in the history of Japan. His short life was simply and wholly devoted to this affair. He was then the body and soul of the whole nation. His indomitable spirit controlled the whole situation. His body, in the form of a most strongly consolidated army, stood like a solid rock against the tumultuous. The still more wonderful thing about this almost superhuman figure, however, is that he had time and energy and aspiration to devote himself to the study of Zen under the masters from China. He erected temples for them, especially one for Kokuji, 1226-86, the national teacher, which was meant also to console the departed spirits, both Japanese and Chinese, at the time of the Mongolian invasions. Togamuni's grave is still in this last mentioned temple, known as Kingakuji. Some letters are still preserved, which were sent to him by his several spiritual masters, and from these we know how studiously and vigorously he applied himself to Zen. The following story, though not quite authenticated, gives support to our imaginative reconstruction of his attitude towards Zen. Tokamuni is said to have once asked Boku, the worst enemy of our life is cowardice, and how can I escape it? Boku answered, cut off the swords whence cowardice comes. Tokamune, where does it come from? It comes from Tokamune himself. Above all things, cowardice is what I hate most. And how can it come out of myself? See how you feel when you throw overboard your cherished self known as Tokamune. I will see you again when you have done that. How can this be done? Shut out all your thoughts. How can my thoughts be shut out of consciousness? Sit cross-legged, meditation, and see into the source of all your thoughts, which you imagine as belonging to Tokamune. I have so much of worldly affairs to look after, and it is difficult to find spare moments for meditation. Whatever worldly affairs you are engaged in, take them up as occasions for your inner reflection, and someday you will find out who this beloved Tokamune of yours is. Something like the above must have taken place sometime between Tokamune and Buko, when he received definite reports about the Mongolian invaders coming over the sea of Tsukushi. He appeared before Buko, the national teacher, and said, the greatest event in my life is at last here. Buko asked, how would you face it? Tokamune uttered, Kasu. Katsu is pronounced ho in modern Chinese. In Japan, when actually uttered by the Zen people, it sounds like kats or kwats, as if he were frightening away all his enemies actually before him. Buko was pleased and said, "Truly a lion's child roars like a lion." This was the courage with which Tokamune faced the overwhelming enemies coming over from the continent and successfully drove them back. Historically speaking, however, it was not courage alone with which Tokamune accomplished the greatest deed in the history of Japan. He planned everything that was needed for this task, and his ideas were carried out by the armies engaged in the different parts of the country to resist the powerful invaders. He never moved out of Kamakura, but his armies far out in the western parts of Japan executed his orders promptly and effectively. This was extraordinary in those remote days when there was no speedier method of communication than relay horses. Unless he had the perfect confidence of all his subordinates, it was impossible for him to achieve such a feat. Buko's eulogy of Tokamune at his funeral ceremony sums up his personality. There were 10 wonders in his life, which was the actualization of the Bodhisattva's great Palinidhana vows. He was a filial son to his mother. He was loyal subject to the emperor. He sincerely looked after the welfare of the people. Studying Zen, he grasped its ultimate truth. Wielding actual power in the empire for 20 years, he betrayed no signs of joy or anger. Sweeping away by virtue of a gale the threatening clouds raised by the barbarians, he showed no feeling of elation. Establishing the Inkakuji Monastery, he planned for the spiritual consolation of the dead, both Japanese and Mongolian. Paying homage to the teachers and fathers of Buddhism, he sought for enlightenment. All this proves that his coming among us was solely for the sake of the Dharma. And then when he was about to depart, he managed to rise from his bed, put the Buddhist robe I gave him over his enfeebled body, and write his death song in full possession of his spirit. Such a one as he must be said to be really an enlightened being, or a bodhisattva incarnate. Tokamune was born great, no doubt, but the study of Zen must have helped him a great deal in dealing with state affairs and also in his private life. His wife was also a devout Zen follower, and after his death she founded a nunnery in the hills just opposite Inkakuji. When we say that Zen is for the warrior, the statement has a particular significance for the Kamakura period. Tokamune was not merely a fighting general, but a great statesman whose object was peace. His prayer offered to the Buddha at the time of a great religious ceremony performed at the Kinchoji under the leadership of the abbot in intimidation of the first Mongolian invasion was received runs as follows. The only prayer Takamuni, a Buddhist disciple, cherishes is that the imperial house continue in prosperity, that for a long time to come the emperor will be the guardian of the Buddhist doctrine, that the four seas remain unruffled without an arrow being shot, that all evil spirits be kept under subjection without a spearhead being unsheathed, that the masses be benefited by means of a benevolent administration, so that they can enjoy a long life and happiness more than ever. That the darkness of the human mind be illumined by the torch of transcendental wisdom, which should be raised high. The needy be properly ministered to, and those in danger be saved by the heart of compassion being widely open. May all the gods come and protect us, all the sages extending their quiet help. In every hour of the day, may there be a great gathering of auspicious signs. Tokamune was a great Buddhist spirit and a sincere follower of Zen, and it was due to his encouragement that Zen came to be firmly established in Kamakura and then in Kyoto and began to spread its moral and spiritual influence among the warrior classes. A constant stream of intercourse thus started between the Japanese and Chinese Zen monks went even beyond the boundaries of the common cause. Books, paintings, porcelain, potteries, textiles, and many other objects of art were brought from China. Even carpenters, masons, architects, and cooks came along with their masters. Thus, the trading with China that later developed in the Ashikaga period had its initiation in the Kamakura. When Beijing means like North Jing, Nanjing means South Jing, and Dongjing means Tokyo. Led by such strong characters as Takeyori and Tokimune, Zen was auspiciously introduced into the Japanese life, especially into the life of the samurai. As Zen gained more and more influence in Kamakura, it spread over to Kyoto, where it was strongly supported by Japanese Zen masters. The latter soon found strong followers among members of the imperial family, headed by the emperors Go-Daigo, Hanazono, and others. Large monasteries were built in Kyoto, and masters noted for their virtue, wisdom, and learning were asked to be founders and successive abbots of such institutions. Shoguns of the Ashikaga regime were also great advocates of Zen Buddhism, and most generals under them naturally followed suit. In those days, we can say that the Japanese genius went either to priesthood or to soldiery. The spiritual cooperation of the two professions could not help but contribute to the creation of what is now generally known as Bushido, the way of the warrior. At this juncture, let me touch upon one of the inner relationships that exist between the samurai mode of feeling and Zen. What finally has come to constitute Bushido, as we generally understand it now, is the act of being an unflinching guardian god of the dignity of the samurai, and this dignity consists in loyalty, filial piety, and benevolence. But to fulfill these duties successfully, two things are needed: to train oneself in moral asceticism, not only in its practical aspect, but in its philosophical preparation, and to be always ready to face death, that is, to sacrifice oneself unhesitatingly when occasion arises. To do this, much mental and spiritual training is needed. There's a document that was very much talked about in connection with the Japanese military operations in China in the 1930s. It is known as the Hagakure, which literally means hidden under the leaves, for it is one of the virtues of the samurai not to display himself, not to blow his horn, but to keep himself away from the public eye and to be doing good for his fellow beings. To the compilation of this book, which consists of various notes, anecdotes, moral sayings, etc., a Zen monk had his part to contribute. The work started in the middle part of the 17th century under Nabeshima Naoshige, the feudal lord of Saga in the island of Kyushu. The book emphasizes very much the samurai's readiness to give his life away at any moment, for it states that no great work has ever been accomplished without going mad. That is, when expressed in modern terms, without breaking through the ordinary level of consciousness and letting loose the hidden powers lying further below. These powers may be devilish sometimes, but there is no doubt that they are superhuman and work wonders. When the unconscious is tapped, it rises above individual limitations. Death now loses its sting altogether, and this is where the samurai training joins hands with it. To quote one of the stories cited in the Hagakure, Yaru Tajima no Kami Bunenori was a great swordsman and teacher in the art of the shogun of the time. Takugawa Iemitsu, one of the personal guards of the shogun, one day came to Tajima no Kami wishing to be trained in swordplay. The master said, "As I observe, you seem to be a master of the art yourself. Pray tell me to what school you belong before we enter into the relationship of teacher and pupil." The guardsman said, "I am ashamed to confess that I have never learned the art." "Are you going to fool me? I am teacher to the honorable shogun himself. I know my judging eye never fails." "I am sorry to defy your honor, but I really know nothing." The resolute denial on the part of the visitor made the swords master think for a while. He finally said, "If you say so, that must be so, but still I am sure of your being master of something, though I know not just what." "Yes, if you insist, I will tell you this. There is one thing of which I can say I am a complete master. When I was still a boy, the thought came upon me that as a samurai I ought in no circumstances to be afraid of death, and ever since I have grappled with the problem of death now for some years, and finally the problem has entirely ceased to worry me. May this be what you hint at?" "Exactly," exclaimed Tajima no Kami. "That is what I mean. I am glad I made no mistake in my judgment, for the ultimate secrets of swordmanship also lie being released from the thought of death. I have trained ever so many hundreds of my pupils along this line, but so far none of them really deserve the final certificate for swordmanship. You need no technical training. You are already a master." The problem of death is a great problem with every one of us. It is, however, more pressing for the samurai, for the soldier, whose life is exclusively devoted to fighting. And fighting means death to fighters of either side. In feudal days, nobody could predict when this deadly encounter might take place, and the samurai, worth his name, was always to be on the alert. The warrior writer of the 17th century, Daidoji Yusan, therefore writes in the beginning of his book called A Primer of Bushido as follows: "The idea most vital and essential to the samurai is that of death, which he ought to have before his mind day and night and day, from the dawn of the first day of the year to the last minute of the last day of it. When this notion takes firm hold of you, you are able to discharge your duties to their fullest extent. You are loyal to your master, filial to your parents, and naturally can avoid all kinds of disasters. Not only is your life itself thereby prolonged, but your personal dignity is enhanced. Think what a frail thing life is, especially that of a samurai. This being so, you will come to consider every day of your life your last and dedicate it to the fulfillment of your obligations. Never let the thought of a long life seize upon you, for then you are apt to indulge in all kinds of dissipation, and end your days in dire disgrace." This was the reason why Masahige is said to have told his son Masatsura to keep the idea of death all the time before his mind. The writer of this primer has rightly given expression to what has been unconsciously going on in the mind of the samurai generally. The notion of death, on the one hand, makes one's thought extend beyond the limitations of this finite life, but on the other hand, screws it up so as to take daily life seriously. It was, therefore, natural for every sober-minded samurai to approach Zen with the idea of mastering death. Zen's claim to handle this problem without appealing either to learning or to moral training or to ritualism must have been a great attraction to the comparatively unsophisticated mind of the samurai. There was a kind of logical relationship between the psychological outlook and the direct practical teaching of Zen. Further, we read the following in the Hagakure. Bushido means the determined will to die. When you are at the parting of the ways, do not hesitate to choose the way to death. No special reason for this except that your mind is thus made up and ready to see to the business. Some may say that if you die without attaining the object, it is a useless death, dying like a dog. But when you are at the parting of the ways, you need not plan for attaining the object. We all prefer life to death, and our planning and reasoning would be naturally for life. If then you miss the object in our life, you are really a coward. This is an important consideration. In case you die without achieving the object, it may be a dog death, a deed of madness, but there is no reflection here on your honor. In Bushido, honor comes first. Therefore, every morning, every evening, have the idea of death vividly impressed in your mind. When your determination to die at any moment is thoroughly established, you attain to perfect mastery of Bushido. Your life will be faultless, and your duties will be fully discharged. The commentator adds a verse by Sukahara Okuden. For the samurai to learn, there's one thing only, one last thing, to face death unflinchingly. According to Nagahama Inosuke, as told in the Hagakure, the essence of swordmanship consists in giving yourself up altogether to the business of striking down the opponent. As long as you are concerned about your own safety, you can never win in the fight. If the enemy, too, is ready to give his life to it, you are then well matched. The final outcome will depend on faith and fate. The commentary note on this reads, Araki Marayaman, the great swordsman of the early Tokugawa era, gave this instruction to his nephew Watanabe Kazuma when they were about to engage in a deadly fight with their enemy. Let the enemy touch your skin and you cut into his flesh. Let him cut into your flesh and you pierce into his bones. Let him pierce into your bones and you take his life. Another place, Araki advises, when you are to measure swords with your enemy, be ready at all times to lay down your life before him. As long as you are in the least concern with your escaping safely, you will be. Further, the Hagakure states, the samurai is good for nothing unless he can go beyond life and death. When it is said that all things are one mind, you may think that there is such a thing as to be known as mind, but the fact is that a mind attached to life and death must be abandoned, and you can execute wonderful deeds. That is to say, all things are accomplished when one attains a mind of no-mindedness, according to the great Zen master Taquan, as quoted below. It is a state of mind which is no more troubled with the questions of death or immortality. Inasmuch as Sakuhara Kokuden was mentioned just now as one of those swordsmen who really understood the mission of the sword, not as a weapon of murder, but as an instrument of spiritual self-discipline, let me mention here the two best-known incidents of his life. When Bokuden was crossing Lake Yuwa in a rowboat with a number of passengers. There was among them a rough-looking samurai, stalwart and arrogant in every possible way. He boasted of his skill in swordsmanship, saying that he was the foremost man in the art. Fellow passengers were eagerly listening to his blatant talk, while Bokuden was dozing as if nothing were going on about him. This irritated the braggart very much. He approached Bokuden and shook him, saying, "You also carry a pair of swords. Why not say a word?" Answered Bokuden quietly, "My art is different from yours. It consists not in defeating others, but in not being defeated." This incensed the fellow immensely. "What is your school then?" "Mine is known as the Utekatsu school, which means to defeat the enemy without hands, that is, without using a sword." "Why then do you yourself carry a sword?" "This is meant to do away with selfish motives and not to kill others." The man's anger now knew no bounds, and he exclaimed in a most impassioned manner, "Do you really mean to fight me with no swords?" "Why not?" was Bokuden's answer. The braggart samurai called out to the boatman to row toward the nearest land, but Bokuden suggested that it would be better to go to the island farther off because the mainland might attract people who were liable to get somehow hurt. The samurai agreed. The boat headed toward the solitary island at the same distance. As soon as they were near enough, the man jumped off the boat and, drawing his sword, was all ready for combat. Bokuden leisurely took off his own swords and handed them to the boatman. To all appearances, he was about to follow the samurai onto the island, when Bokuden suddenly took the oar away from the boatman, pushing it against the land, gave a hard backstroke to the boat. Thereupon the boat made a precipitous departure from the island and plunged into the deeper water, safely away from the man. Bokuden smilingly remarked, "This is my no sword school." Another interesting and instructive anecdote is told of how Bokuden's mastery of the art really went beyond merely acquiring proficiency in swordplay. He had 3 sons who were all trained in swordsmanship. He wanted to test their attainments. He placed a little pillow over the curtain at the entrance to his room, and it was so arranged that a slight touch on the curtain, when it was raised upon entering, would make the pillow fall right on one's head. Bokuden called in the eldest son first. When he approached, he noticed the pillow on the curtain, so he took it down, and after entering, he placed it back in the original position. The second son was now called in. He touched the curtain to raise it, and as soon as he saw the pillow coming down, he caught it in his hands, and then carefully put it back where it had been. It was the third son's turn to touch the curtain. He came in brusquely, and the pillow fell right on his neck, but he cut it in two with his sword even before it came down on the floor. Bokuden passed his judgment. "Eldest son, you are well qualified for swordsmanship." So saying, he gave him a sword. To the second son he said, "Train yourself yet assiduously." For the youngest son, Bokuden most severely reproved, for he was pronounced to be a disgrace to his family. Takeda Shingen, 1521-73, and Uesugi Kenshin, 1530-78, were 2 great generals of the 16th century, and Japan was in a state of war within its own boundary. The 2 are generally mentioned together, for their provinces, the one in the north and the other in central Japan, lay close together. They had on several occasions to fight for supremacy. They were well matched as able soldiers and good rulers, and they were also students of Zen. When Kenshin once learned that Shingen was suffering very much from lack of salt for his people, he supplied his enemy from his own province, which, facing the Japan Sea, produced enough salt. In one of the pitched battles at Kawanaka-jima, Kenshin grew impatient, it is said, at the slow progress of his army, and wishing to decide at once the fate of the day, he personally rode into the camp of Shingen. Seeing the general of the opposing force quietly sitting on a camp chair with a few of his guards, Kenshin drew his sword and let it fall squarely over the head of Shingen, saying, "What would you say at this moment?" The usual Zen question. Shingen was not disturbed at all, answering, "A snowflake on the blazing stove." He warded off the threatening weapon with an iron fan, which was at the time in his hand. The mondo probably never took place, but the story well illustrates how the two intrepid, head-shaven warriors were Zen men. The way Kenshin came to study Zen in full earnest under Yakiwo was thus. When Yakiwo once gave his sermon on Bodhidharma's I Know Not, Kenshin was among the audience. He knew something of Zen and wished to test this monk. He appeared in the dress of an ordinary samurai, indistinguishable from the rest, and waiting for the opportunity. But the monk suddenly turned toward Kenshin and demanded, "O Lord General, what is the meaning of Dharma's I know not?" Kenshin was taken by surprise and did not know what to say. Thereupon, Kiwa continued, "O Lord General, why not give me an answer today when you talk so glibly about Zen on all other occasions?" Kenshin's pride gave way. He now began to study Zen most seriously under the leadership of this monk, who used to tell him, "If you are really desirous of mastering Zen, it is necessary for you once to give up your life and to plunge right into the pit of death." Kenshin later left the following admonition for his retainers: "Those who cling to life die, and those who defy death live. The essential thing is the mind. Look into this mind and firmly take hold of it. You will understand that there is something in you which is above birth and death, and which is neither drowned in water nor burned by fire." I have myself gained insight into this samadhi and know what I am telling you. Those who are reluctant to give up their lives and embrace death are not true warriors. Shingen also made reference to Zen and death in his constitution. Pay proper reverence to the gods and the Buddha. When your thoughts are in accord with the Buddha's, you will gain more power. If your domination over others issues from your evil thoughts, you will be exposed, you will doomed. Next, devote yourselves to the study of Zen. Zen has no secrets other than seriously thinking about birth and death. From these statements, we can see unmistakably that there is an only necessary relationship between Zen and the warrior's life. This is rarely explained also from the behavior of Zen masters themselves, who sometimes even seem to make sport of death. Shingen's Zen teacher was Kwaisen, abbot of Yorinji, in the province of Kai. After Shingen's death, the monastery was besieged by the soldiers of Oda Bungaga on the 3rd of April 1582, because the abbot refused to give up Nobunaga's enemy who had taken refuge in it. The soldiers forced all the monks, including Kwasen himself, to go up to the top story of the monastery gate. The plan was to burn the recalcitrants alive by setting the whole edifice on fire. The monks, headed by the abbot, quietly gathered and sat cross-legged, taking their seats in due order in front of the Buddha image. The abbot gave his last sermon in his usual manner, saying, "You are now encircled by the flames, and how would you revolve your wheel of Dharma at this critical moment? Let each one of you say a word." Thereupon each expressed himself according to his light of understanding. When all were finished, the abbot gave his view and all entered into the fire samadhi. The abbot's words were these: "For a peaceful meditation, we need not to go to the mountains and streams. When thoughts are quieted down, fire itself is cool and refreshing." The Japan of the 16th century, from a certain point of view, produced many fine specimens of humanity. The country was torn to pieces, as it were, politically and socially. All over Japan, the feudal lords were at war with one another. The masses must have suffered very much, but this deadly competition for military and political supremacy among the soldier classes helped us strain the mental and moral powers to the utmost in every possible way. Virility asserted itself in various departments of life. We can say that most of the virtues composing Bushido were formed in this period, and that Shingen and Kenshin were typically representatives of the samurai lords. They both were personally brave and never flinched in the face of death. They were wise and thoughtful and resourceful, not only in war but in governing people under them. They were not merely fighters, ignorant and callous. They were accomplished in literature and highly religious. It is interesting that both Shingen and Kenshin were great Buddhists. Shingen's secular name is Harunobu, and Kenshin's Terutora, but they are better known by their Buddhist titles. They were both educated in youth at Buddhist monasteries, and they had their heads shaven in their middle years, calling themselves Yudo of Buddhism. Kenshin was a celibate and vegetarian like the Buddhist monks. Like most Japanese of culture, they loved nature and composed poems both in Japanese and in Chinese. One of the poems Kenshin wrote while engaged in a campaign in the neighboring province reads in substance. The bracing, frosty autumnal air descends upon the soldiers in bivouac. The night is advancing. The wild geese in orderly formation are seen flying in the moonlight. The mountains of Echu are silhouetted over against the dreamy waves of Noto Bay. What a splendid view this is, and how entranced I am. Albeit that we are far away from the people at home, we may be thinking of our expedition beneath the same moonlight. Shingen's appreciation of nature was by no means inferior to that of his rival, Ichigo. When he once visited a Buddhist temple in the remoter part of his province, where Akaviyaraha Furo Myo was enshrined, the abbot of a monastery nearby requested him to pass by on his way home. Shingen first declined the invitation, saying that he was busily preparing for a campaign taking place in a few days and would not have time to call on the abbot just now. And he added that when he had come back from the engagement, he would surely visit the monastery. But the abbot, who, by the way, was the one who later allowed himself to be burned alive in the hands of Oda, the soldiers, insisted, "The cherries are just beginning to bloom, and I have already set up a fine seat for you where you can enjoy the glorious spring. I hope you will not fail to appreciate the flowers." Shingen acquiesced. It would not do to set my face against the cherries, and then I ought also to mind the pressing invitation of the abbot. In appreciation of the fine opportunity to enjoy the flowers of an unworldly conversation with the abbot, Shingen composed the following verse in Japanese. If I had not had this invitation from my friend, how greatly I should have missed this magnificent sight of the cherry blossoms. The monastery might be found all swathed in snow next spring, when I proposed to visit it. Such a disinterested enjoyment of nature as shown by Shingen and Kenshin, even in the midst of warlike activities, is known as free, and those without this feeling of free are classed among the most uncultured in Japan. The feeling is not merely aesthetical, it has also a religious significance. It is perhaps the same mental attitude that has created a custom among cultured Japanese of writing a verse in either Japanese or Chinese at the moment of death. The verse is known as the parting with life verse. The Japanese have been taught and trained to be able to find a moment's leisure to detach themselves from the intensest excitement which they may happen to be placed. Death is the most serious affair, absorbing all one's attention, but the cultured Japanese think they ought to be able to transcend it and view it objectively. The custom of leaving a farewell song will not necessarily observed universally by the cultured even feudal days. Started in all likelihood in the Kamakura period with the Zen monks and their followers. The Buddha passed into Nirvana, he had his disciples about him and gave them his farewell exhortation. This must have been imitated by the Chinese Buddhists, especially by the Zen Buddhists who left instead a farewell instruction for their followers and expression of their own views of life. Akita Shingen's farewell words were a quotation from Zen literature, It is largely left to her own natural bodily perfection, and she has no special need to resort to artificial coloring and powdering in order to look beautiful. This refers to the absolute perfection of reality, in which we all come and to which we all return, and in which we all are. The world of multitudes passes away and comes again, but what is at the back of it always retains its perfect beauty unchangingly. Yasugi Kenshin composed his own verses, the one in Chinese and other in Japanese, thus: even lifelong prosperity is but one cup of sake. A life of 49 years is passed in a dream. I know not what life is, no doubt. Year in, year out, all but a dream. Both heaven and hell are left behind. I stand in the moonlit dawn, free from clouds of attachment. Following are accounts of the deaths of the Kamakura warriors, as recorded in the Taheki, compiled late in the 14th century, which will clarify side by side with those of the Rinji monks the influence of Zen on Bushido, especially in regard to the attitude toward death. Among the retainers of Hojo Takatoki, who was the last of the Hojo family, there was one Shiaku Shinsakan Yodo, not very high in the official rank of the samurai hierarchy of Kamakura. When he was about to commit suicide to follow his master, whose destiny was going to be sealed, he called in his eldest son, Saburo Zemon, and said to him, Kamakura is doomed, as it is surrounded by enemies on all sides, and I am going to share the fate of the master as his loyal follower. But you are still young and have not yet been in active service, and are not so intimately related to the master as I have been. You managed to escape the approaching tragedy, and after saving your life, you must become a monk and serve the Buddha and look after the spiritual welfare of us all. Nobody will blame you for doing this. Saburo Zemon, however, showed no inclination to follow his father's rational advice, for he said, even though I have not yet been actively and personally connected with my master as your son, I have been brought up under the benevolent protection of his grace. If I already followed the life of monkhood, it would be a different matter. I have been born into the family of a samurai. How can I leave you and our master and save myself to become a monk? No shame is greater than this. If you are to share the destiny of our master, let me be your guide to the next world. Even before he finished his last sentence, he disemboweled himself and gave up the ghost. His brother Shiro, observing this, hastily prepared to follow his example, but the father, Yudo, stopped him and said, do not be so hasty. You must follow order and wait for me. Shiro put his dagger back into his scabbard and sat meekly before his father, waiting the latter's further command. The father now told him to bring him a chair. He sat in it cross-legged in the fashion of a Zen monk, and quietly, making ink, dipped his brush into it and wrote the Song of Death on a piece of paper. Holding forth this sword, I cut vacuity in twain. In the midst of the great fire, a stream of refreshing breeze. When he finished writing, he committed suicide like the brave samurai that he was, and Shiro completed the deed by cutting off his father's head in accordance with the samurai code of honor. As to himself, using the same sword, he pierced his own body with it up to the hilt and fell forward on the ground dead. At the time of the Hojo downfall, there was another Zen warrior called Nagasaki Yuro Takashiga. He called on his Zen master, who also happened to be the teacher of Hojo Takatoki, and asked, how should a brave warrior behave at a moment like this? The Zen teacher at once said, go straight forward wielding your sword. The warrior at once perceived what it meant. He fought most gallantly until, exhausted, he fell before his master, Takatoki. This was indeed the kind of spirit Zen cultivated among his warrior followers. Zen did not necessarily argue with them about immortality of the soul, or righteousness, or the divine way, or ethical conduct, but it simply urged going ahead with whatever conclusion rational or irrational man has arrived at. Philosophy may safely be left to intellectual minds. Zen must act. The most effective act, once the mind is made up, is to go on without looking backward. In this respect, Zen is indeed the religion of the samurai warrior. To die, Isagi Yoku is one of the thoughts very dear to the Japanese heart. In some deaths, if this characteristic is present, Crimes committed by the offenders are judged even charitably. Asagi Yoku means leaving no regrets, with a clear conscience, like a brave man, with no reluctance, in full possession of mind, and so on. The Japanese hate to see death met irresolutely and lingeringly, desire to be blown away like the cherries before the wind, and no doubt this Japanese attitude towards death must have gone very well with the teaching of Zen. The Japanese may not have any specific philosophy of life, but they have decidedly one of death, which may sometimes appear to be that of recklessness. The spirit of the samurai deeply breathing Zen into itself propagated its philosophy even among the masses. The latter, even when they are not particularly trained in the way of the warrior, have imbibed his spirit and are ready to sacrifice their lives for any cause they think worthy. This has repeatedly been proved in the wars Japan has so far had to go through. A foreign writer on Japanese Buddhism aptly remarks that Zen is the Japanese character. The sword is the soul of the samurai. Therefore, when the samurai is the subject, the sword inevitably comes with him. The samurai who wishes to be faithful to his vocation will have first of all to ask himself the question, how shall I transcend birth and death so that I can be ready at any moment to give up my life if necessary for my Lord? This means exposing himself before the enemy's sword stroke or directing his own sword toward himself. The sword thus becomes most intimately connected with the life of the samurai and has become the symbol of loyalty and self-sacrifice. The reverence universally paid to it in various ways proves this. The sword has thus a double office to perform: to destroy anything that opposes the will of its owner and to sacrifice all the impulses that arise from the instinct of self-preservation. The one relates itself to the spirit of patriotism, or sometimes militarism, while the other has a religious connotation of loyalty and self-sacrifice. In the case of the former, very frequently the sword may mean destruction pure and simple, and then it is the symbol of force, sometimes devilish force. It must therefore be controlled and consecrated by the second function. Its conscientious owner is always mindful of this truth, for then destruction is turned against the evil spirit. The sword comes to be identified with the annihilation of things that lie in the way of peace, justice, progress, and humanity. It stands for all that is desirable for the spiritual welfare of the world at large. It is now the embodiment of life and not of death. Zen speaks of the sword of life and the sword of death, and it is the work of a great Zen master to know when and how to wield either of them. Manjushri carries a sword in his right hand and a sutra in his left. This may remind us of the Prophet Muhammad, but this sacred sword of Manjushri is not to kill any sentient beings, but our own greed, anger, and folly. It is directed toward ourselves, for when this is done, the outside world, which is the reflection of what is within us, becomes also free from greed, anger, and folly. Kala Fudumyo also carries a sword. He will destroy all the enemies who oppose the practice of the Buddhist virtues. Manjushri is positive, but Kala is negative. Kala's anger burns like a fire and will not be put down until it burns up the last camp of the enemy. He will then assume his original features as the Vairocana Buddha, whose servant and manifestation he is. The Vairocana holds no sword. He is the sword itself, sitting alone with all the world within himself. In the following mandal, the one sword signifies this sword. Unsunoki Masashiga, 1294 to 1336, came to his Zen monastery at Yogo when he was about to meet the overwhelming army of Ashikaga Bakuji at the Minato-gawa, and asked the master, when a man is at the parting of the ways between life and death, how should he behave? Answered the master, cut off your dualism, and let the one sword stand serenely by itself against the sky. This absolute one sword is neither the sword of life nor the sword of death. It is the sword from which this world of dualities issues, and in which they all have their being. It is the Vairocana Buddha himself. You take hold of him, and you know how to behave where ways part. The sword here represents the force of intuitive or instinctual directness, which, unlike the intellect, does not divide itself, blocking its own passageway. It marches onward without looking backwards or sideways. It is like Chuang Tzu's dissecting knife that cuts along the joints as if they were waiting to be separated. Ronzo would say then, the joints separate by themselves, and then the knife, even after many years of use, is as sharp as when it first came from the hands of the grinder. The one sword of reality never wears out after cutting up ever so many victims of selfishness. The sword is also connected with Shinto, but I do not think that it has attained in this connection so highly developed a spiritual significance as in Buddhism. It still betrays naturalistic origin. It is not a symbol but an object endowed with some mysterious power. In the feudal days of Japan, the samurai class cherished this kind of idea toward the sword, although it is difficult to define exactly what was going on in their minds. At least they paid the utmost respect to it. At the samurai's death, it was placed beside his bed, and when the child was born, it found its place in the room. The idea was probably to prevent any evil spirits from entering the room that might interfere with the safety and happiness of the departed or the coming spirit. Here lingers an animistic way of thinking. The idea of a sacred sword, too, may be interpreted in this way. It is noteworthy that, in making swords, the swordsmith invokes the aid of the guardian god. To invite him to the workshop, the smith surrounds it with consecrated ropes, thus excluding evil spirits, while he goes through the ceremony of ablution and dons the ceremonial dress in which he works, while striking the iron bar and giving it baths of fire and water. The smith and his helper are in the most intensified state of mind, confident that God's help will be given to their work. They exert themselves to the limit of their powers, mental, physical, and spiritual. The sword thus produced is a true work of art. The Japanese sword must reflect something deeply appealing to the soul of the people. They look at it, indeed, not as a weapon of destruction, but as an object of inspiration. Hence the legend of Okazaki Masamune, the swordsmith, and his products. Masamune flourished in the latter part of the Kamakura era, and his works are uniformly prized by all the sword connoisseurs for their excellent qualities. As far as the edge of the blade is concerned, Masamune may not exceed Muramasa, one of his ablest disciples, but Masamune is said to have something morally inspiring that comes from his personality. Legend goes thus: if someone was trying to test the sharpness of Muramasa, he placed it in the current of water and watched how it acted against the dead leaves flowing downstream. He saw that every leaf that met the blade was cut in twain. Then he placed a Masamune, and he was surprised to find that the leaves avoided the blade. The Masamune was not bent on killing, it was more than a cutting implement, whereas the Muramasa could not go beyond cutting. There was nothing divinely inspiring in it. The Muramasa is terrible, the Masamune is humane. One is despotic and imperialistic, the other is superhuman, if we may use this form of expression. Masamune almost never engraved his name on the hilt, although this was customary with swordsmiths. Noah play Kokaji gives us some idea about the moral and religious significance of the sword among the Japanese. The play was probably composed in the Ashikaga era. The Emperor Bushido, reigned 986 to 1011, once ordered a sword to be made by Kokaji Munechika, who was one of the great swordsmiths of the day. Munechika felt greatly honored, but he could not fill the order unless he had an able assistant equal in skill to himself. He prayed to God of Amari, who was his guardian god, to send him someone fully competent for the work. In the meantime, he prepared his sacred platform in due accordance with the traditional rites. When all the process of purification was completed, he offered this prayer: the work I am going to undertake is not just for my selfish glorification, it is to obey the august order of the Emperor who reigns over the entire world. I pray to all the gods, numbering as many as the sands of Ganga, to come here and give their help to this humble Munchika, who is now going to do his utmost to produce a sword worthy of the virtue of the august patron. Looking upward to the sky, and prostrating himself on the ground, he offers to the gods of Nusa, symbolic of his most ardent desire to accomplish the work successfully. Would that the gods might have pity on his sincerity. A voice is now heard from somewhere. Pray, pray, O Manichika, in all humbleness and in all earnestness. The time has come to strike the iron. Trust the gods and the work will be done. A mysterious figure appeared before him and helped him hammering the heated iron, which came out of the forge in due time, with every desirable mark of perfection and auspiciousness. The emperor was pleased with the sword, which was worthy to be treasured as sacred and merit-producing. Something of divinity enters into the making of the sword. Its owner and user ought to respond to the inspiration. He ought to be a spiritual man, not an agent of brutality. His mind ought to be at one with the soul which animates the cold steel. The great swordsmen have never been tired of instilling this feeling into the minds of their pupils. When the Japanese say that the sword is the soul of the samurai, we must remember all that goes with it, as I have tried to set forth above. Loyalty, self-sacrifice, reverence, benevolence, and cultivation of other higher feelings. He is the true samurai. It was natural, therefore, for the samurai who carried two swords, the longer one for attack and defense, and the shorter one for self-destruction when necessary, to train himself with the utmost zeal in the art of swordsmanship. He could never be separated from the weapon that was the supreme symbol of his dignity and honor. Training in its use was, besides its practical purpose, conducive to his moral and spiritual enhancement. It was here that the swordsman joined hands with Zen. Although this fact has already been demonstrated to a certain extent, I wish to give here further quotations illuminative of the intimate relationship between Zen and the sword, in the form of Ta Kwan's letter to Yagu Tajima no Kami Munenori, 1571 to 1646, concerning the relationship between Zen and the art of swordsmanship. As the letter is long and somewhat repetitive, I have condensed or paraphrased it here, trying to preserve the important thoughts of the original, and sometimes interpolating explanations and notes. It is an important document in more ways than one, as it touches upon the essential teaching of Zen as well as the secrets of art generally. In Japan, perhaps, as in other countries too, mere technical knowledge of an art is not enough to make a man really its master. You ought to have delved deeply into the inner spirit of it. This spirit is grasped only when his mind is in complete harmony with the principle of life itself. That is, when he attains to a certain state of mind known as wushin, in Chinese, no mind. In Buddhist phraseology, it means going beyond the dualism of all forms of life and death, good and evil, being and non-being. This is where all arts merge into Zen. In this letter to the great master of swordsmanship, Ta Kwan strongly emphasizes the significance of wushin, which may be regarded in a way as corresponding to the concept of the unconscious. Psychologically speaking, the state of mind gives itself up unreservedly to an unknown power that comes to one from nowhere and yet seems strong enough to possess the whole field of consciousness and make it work for the unknown. Hereby he becomes a kind of automation, so to speak, as far as his own consciousness is concerned, but, as Ta Kwan explains, it ought not to be confused with the helpless passivity of an inorganic thing, such as a piece of rock or a block of wood. He is unconsciously conscious or consciously unconscious. With this preliminary remark, the following instruction of Ta Kwan will become intelligible. Ignorance, avidya, means the absence of enlightenment, that is, illusion. The abiding stage means the point where the mind stops to abide. In Buddhist training, we speak of 52 stages, of which one is a stage where the mind attaches itself to any object it encounters. This attaching is known as tomaru, stopping, or abiding. The mind stops with one object instead of flowing from one object to another, as the mind acts when it follows its own nature. In the case of swordsmanship, for instance, when the opponent tries to strike you, your eyes at once catch the movement of his sword, and you may strive to follow it. But as soon as this takes place, you cease to be master of yourself, and you are sure to be beaten. This is called stopping. But there is another way of beating the opponent's sword. No doubt you see the sword about to strike you, but do not let your mind stop there. Have no intention to counterattack him in response to his threatening move. Cherish no calculating thought whatever. You simply perceive the opponent's move. You do not allow your mind to stop with it. You move on just as you are toward the opponent and make use of his attack by turning it on to yourself. Then his sword, meant to kill you, will become your own, and the weapon will fall on the opponent himself. In Zen, this is known as seizing the enemy's spear and using it as the weapon to kill him. The idea is that the opponent's sword being transferred into your hands becomes the instrument of its own destruction. This is no sword in your terminology. As soon as the mind stops with an object of whatever nature, be it the opponent's sword or your own, the man himself bent on striking or the sword in his hands, the mode or the measure of the move, you cease to be master of yourself and are sure to fall a victim to the enemy's sword. When you set yourself against him, your mind will be carried away by him. Therefore, do not even think of yourself. That is to say, the opposition of subject and object is to be transcended. For beginners, it is not a bad idea to keep the mind thoughtfully applied to their own disciplining. It is important not to get your attention arrested by the sword or the measure of its movements. When your mind is concerned with the sword, you become your own captive. This is all due to your mind being arrested by something external and losing its mastership. This, I believe, is all very well known to you. I only call your attention to it from my Zen point of view. In Buddhism, this stopping mind is called illusion, hence effects attendant on the abiding stage of ignorance. The swordsman unconscious and the psychoanalyst unconscious are not to be confused, for the former is free from the notion of the self. The perfect swordsman takes no cognizance of the enemy's personality any more than of his own, for he is an indifferent onlooker of the fatal drama of life and death in which he himself is the most active participant. In spite of all the concern he has or ought to have, he is above himself. He transcends the dualistic comprehension of the situation. But he is not a contemplative mystic. He is in the thickest of the deadly combat. This distinction is to be remembered when we compare Eastern culture with Western, even in such arts as that of swordsmanship, in which the principle of opposition is most in evidence. The one who is to be most intensely interested in it is advised to be liberated from the idea. Prajna is possessed by all Buddhas and also by all sentient beings. It is transcendental wisdom flowing through the relativity of things, and it remains immovable, though this does not mean the immovability or insensibility of such objects as a piece of wood or rock. It is the mind itself endowed with infinite motilities. It moves forward and backward, to the left and to the right, to every one of the 10 quarters, and knows no hindrances in any direction. Prajna immovable is this mind capable of infinite movements. There is a Buddhist god called Fudo Moyo Akala Vidyaraha, the immovable. He is represented holding a sword in his right hand and a rope in his left. His teeth are bared and his eyes glare angrily. He stands up threateningly in order to destroy the devils who try to do harm to Buddha's teaching. Though he is thus seen assuming a realistic form, he is not hiding anywhere on earth. He is the symbolic protector of Buddhism, essentially incarnating Praja immovable for us sentient beings. When the ordinary people confront him, they are reminded of what he stands for and will refrain from interfering with the spread of Buddhist doctrine. The wise, on the other hand, who are approaching a state of enlightenment, realize that Fudo symbolizes Praja immovable as the destroyer of delusion. He who thus becomes enlightened and carries on his life as exemplified by Fudo Moyo will not be touched even by devilish spirits. Mayu is a symbol of immovability, both of mind and body. Not to move means not to stop. It is an object that is seen. For as it is seen, it passes on, and the mind is not arrested. When the mind stops with each object as it is presented, the mind is disturbed with all kinds of thought and feeling. The stopping inevitably leads to the moving that is disturbance. Though the mind is thus subject to stoppings, it in itself remains unmoved. However, superficially it may seem so. For instance, suppose 10 men are opposing you, each in succession ready to strike you with a sword. As soon as one is disposed of, you will move on to another without permitting the mind to stop with any. However rapidly one blow may follow another, leave no time to intervene between the two. Every one of the 10 will thus be successively and successfully dealt with. This is possible only when the mind moves from one object to another without being stopped or arrested by anything. If the mind is unable to move on in this fashion, it is sure to lose the game somewhere between two encounters. Kwanan Bosatsu Avalokiteshvara is sometimes represented with 1,000 arms, each holding a different instrument. If his mind stops with the use, for instance, of a bow, all the other arms, 999 in number, will be of no use whatever. It is only because of his mind not stopping with the use of one arm but moving from one instrument to another that all his arms prove useful with the utmost degree of efficiency. Even Kwanan cannot be expected to equip himself with 1,000 arms on one body. The figure is meant to demonstrate that when prajna immovable is realized, even as many as 1,000 arms on one body may each and all be serviceable in one way or another. I will give another illustration. When I look at a tree, I perceive one of the leaves is red, and my mind stops with this leaf. When this happens, I see just one leaf and fail to take cognizance of the innumerable other leaves of the tree. If instead of this, I look at the tree without any preconceived ideas, I shall see all the leaves. One leaf effectively stops my mind from seeing all the rest. But when the mind moves on without stopping, it takes up hundreds of thousands of leaves without fail. When this is understood, we are Kwanans. The simple-minded bow before Kwanan, taking him for an extraordinary being simply because his one body is seen as in possession of 1,000 arms and 1,000 eyes. Some, however, whose intelligence does not go very far, deny the reality of Kwanan, saying, "How can one person be provided with so many arms as 1,000? Those who know the reason of things will neither blindly believe nor hastily negate. They will discover that it is the wisdom of Buddhism to demonstrate the rationality of things by means of one object. This is also the case with other schools of teaching, especially with Shintoism. Those symbolical figures are not to be taken naively as they appear, nor are they to be rejected as irrational. One must know that there is reason in them. Reasons may be varied, but they all point ultimately to one truth. Beginners all start from the first stage of ignorance and effects, finally reaching that of prajna immovable, and when they reach the final stage, they find that it stands next to the first stage. There is reason for this. To state it in terms of swordmanship, the genuine beginner knows nothing about the way of holding and managing the sword, and much less of his concern for himself. When the opponent tries to strike him, he instinctively parries it. This is all he can do. But as soon as the training starts, he is taught how to handle the sword, where to keep the mind, and many other technical tricks, which makes his mind stop at various junctures. For this reason, whenever he tries to strike the opponent, he feels unusually hampered. He has lost altogether the original sense of innocence and freedom. But as days and years go by, as his training acquires fuller maturity, his bodily attitude and his way of managing the sword advance toward no-mindedness, which resembles the state of mind he had at the very beginning of training, when he knew nothing, when he was altogether ignorant of the art. The beginning and the end thus turn into next-door neighbors. First we start counting 1, 2, 3. When finally 10 is counted, we return to 1. In musical scales, one may start with the lowest pitch and gradually ascend to the highest when the highest is reached and finds it located next to the lowest. In a similar way, when the highest stage is reached in the study of Buddhist teaching, a man turns into a kind of simpleton who knows nothing of Buddha, nothing of his teaching, and is devoid of all learning or scholarly acquisitions. The ignorance and effects characterizing the first stage are merged into prajna movable of the last stage of Buddhist discipline. Intellectual calculations are lost sight of in a state of no-mindedness, mushin, or of thoughtness, munen, prevails. When the ultimate perfection is attained, the body and limbs perform by themselves what is assigned to them to do, with no interference from the mind. The technical skill is so autonomized it is completely divorced from conscious efforts. Okuko Kokugishi, 1241 to 1316, of Kamakura has the poem.
Though not consciously trying to guard the rice fields from intruders, the scarecrow is not, after all, standing to no purpose. All is like this. The scarecrow, in imitation of a human figure, is erected in the middle of the rice paddies. It holds a bow and arrow as if ready to shoot, and seeing this, birds and animals are frightened away. The human figure is not endowed with a mind, but it scares away the deer. The perfect man who has attained the highest stage of training may be likened to it. All is left to the unconscious or reflexive activities of the body and limbs, whereas the mind itself stops with no objects and at no points. Nor is it to be located at any definitely designable spot, yet it here exists all by itself, with no thoughts, no effects, resembling a scarecrow in the rice fields. It is the case of a simple-minded man whose naive intelligence does not go very far, holds to himself, and is not self-assertive. This non-assertiveness also applies to one who has attained the highest degree of intelligence. But there are some who know a great deal, and just because of this knowledge they put themselves very much forward. We come across many such these days among people of my profession, and I am really ashamed of them. We have to distinguish between two ways of training. One is spiritual, the other practical. As I said before, as far as spirituality is concerned, it is a very simple matter when it is realized to its full extent. It all depends on how one gives up one's own ignorance and effects and attains to no-mindedness. This has already been developed step by step, but training in detailed technique is also not to be neglected. The understanding of principle alone cannot lead one to the mastery of movements of the body and its limbs. By practical details, I mean such as what you call the 5 ways of posing the body, designated each by one character. The principle of spirituality is to be grasped. This goes without saying, but at the same time one must be trained in the technique of swordplay. But training is never to be one-sided. Li and Ji, sure, are like 2 wheels of a cart. Spark of the flint striking steel. This is another way of expressing the idea not to leave a hairbreadth interval. When a flint strikes steel, no moment is lost before a spark issues from the contact. This is likened to the mind not stopping with any one object, and no time being left for deliberation, for effects of any sort to assert themselves. It does not mean just the instantaneity of events happening one after another. The point is not to let the mind stop with anything. More instantaneity is of no avail. Mere instantaneity is of no avail if the mind stops, even for a moment. As soon as there is a moment's stoppage, your mind is no longer your own, for it is then placed under another's control. When the mind calculates so as to be quick in movement, the very thought makes the mind captive. You are no more master of yourself. In Saigo's collection of poems, Sankashu, we have, as I understand you to be a man who has grown weary of the world, I only think of you as not longing for a temporary shelter. As these two are kept separate, life loses its freedom and spontaneity, and one fails to be master of oneself. Psychologically speaking, this is the unconscious breaking into the field of consciousness when consciousness loses itself, abandoning itself to the dictates of the unconscious. Religiously, it is dying to oneself and living in Christ, or, as Bunan Zenji would say, living as a dead man. In the case of a swordsman, he must free himself from all ideas involving life and death, gain and loss, right and wrong, giving himself up to a power which lives deeply in his inner being. Ri and Ji are then in harmonious cooperation. Wunan's poem reads, "While living, be a dead man, be thoroughly dead, and behave as you like, and all's well." This is said to have been composed by a courtesan of Yaguchi. The reference I wish to make is to the latter part of the poem containing the phrase "kokoro tomuna," not to have the mind stopped, for this applies most fittingly to the art of swordsmanship, which ultimately consists in not having one's mind stopped with any object. In Zen Buddhism, one asks, "What is Buddha?" and the master raises his fist. "What is the ultimate signification of Buddha's teaching?" And the master replies, even before the questioner fully finishes, "A spray of plum blossoms," or "the cypress tree in the courtyard." The point concerned here is not necessarily the appropriateness of the answer, but to see the mind not stopping with anything. Such a mind stops neither with the color nor with the odor. This non-stopping mind, in its suchness, Tai, is blessed as a god or honored as a Buddha, which is no less than the Zen mind or the ultimate limit of an art. An answer given after deliberation to a question such as the above may be splendid and full of wisdom, but it is, after all, at the stage of ignorance and effects. Zen is concerned with the movement of instantaneity in which the flint emits a spark when it strikes steel. It is the same as a flash of lightning. A voice calls out, "Oh, Uemon," and the man immediately responds to it. Yes, here's prajna immovable. When the man is called, "Oh, Uemon," he stops and deliberates, wondering, what business can it be? Finally, the answer is given. What is it? This comes from a mind abiding in ignorance and effects. On the other hand, that which gives an immediate answer to the call, "Oh, Uemon," is the prajna of all Buddhas. Buddhas and all beings are not two, nor are gods and men. God or the Buddha is the name given to such a mind identified with prajna. The way of the gods, the way of poetry, the way of Confucius, there may be many ways, Tao, but they all are ways of illustrating the one mind. When they just follow the letters and have no true understanding of what the one mind, prajna immovable, is, they abuse it in every possible way throughout their life. They are day and night engaged in doing good things and evil things according to their karma. They would abandon the family, ruin the whole nation, or do anything contrary to the dictates of the one mind. They are all confused and altogether fail to see what the one mind looks like. Unfortunately, there are only a few people who have really penetrated into the depths of the one mind. The rest of us are sadly going astray. But we must know that it is not enough just to see what the mind is. We must put into practice all that makes it up in our daily life. We may talk about it glibly, we may write books to explain it, but that is far from being enough. However much we may talk about water and describe it quite intelligently, that does not make it real water. So with fire. Mere talking of it will not make the mouth burn. To know what they are means to experience them in actual concreteness. A book on cooking will not cure our hunger. To feel satisfied, we must have actual food. So long as we do not go beyond mere talking, we are not true knowers. Confucianism, as well as Buddhism, strives to explain what the one mind is, but unless life itself conforms to those explanations, Buddhist or Confucian, we cannot call ourselves knowers of the mind, even though every one of us is in possession of it. The reason why those who are devoting themselves to the study of Tao are yet unable to see into its ultimate significance is due to their relying on mere learning. If they really wish to see the one mind, a deep kufu is needed. The question is often asked, where is the mind, or attention, to be directed? When it is directed to the movements of the opponent, it is taken up by them. When it is directed to his sword, it is taken up by the sword. When it is directed to striking down the opponent, it is taken up by the idea of striking. When it is directed to your sword, it is taken up by that. When it is directed to defending yourself, it is taken up by the idea of our defense. When it is directed to the pose the opponent assumes, it is taken up by it. At all events, they say they do not know just where the mind is to be directed. Some would say, wherever the mind is directed, the whole person is liable to follow the direction, and the enemy is sure to take full advantage of it, which means your defeat. It is, after all, better to keep the mind in the lower part of the abdomen, just below the navel, and this will enable one to adjust oneself in accordance with the shifting of the situation from moment to moment. This advice is reasonable enough, but from the ultimate point of view, which is held by Buddhists, it is still limited. It is not the highest. It is not the supreme end of training. While being trained, the keeping of the mind in the lower region of the abdomen may not be a bad idea, but it is still the stage of reverence, and it also corresponds to what Mencius advises to get the runaway mind back in its original seat. As to the runaway mind, I have explained it in another letter for your inspection. If you try to keep the mind imprisoned in the lower region of the abdomen, the very idea of keeping it in one specified locality will prevent the mind from operating anywhere else, and the result will be the contrary to what had first been intended. Then the question may arise, if keeping the mind shut up below the navel restricts its free movements, in what part of the body shall we keep it? When you put it in the right hand, it will be kept captive in the right hand, and the rest of the body will be found inconvenienced. The result will be the same when you put it in the eye or in the right leg or in any other particular part of the body, because then the remaining parts of the body will feel its absence. The second question is, where is the mind to be kept after all? I answer, the thing is not to try to localize the mind anywhere, but to let it fill up the whole body, let it flow throughout the totality of your being. When this happens, you use the hands when they are needed, use the legs or the eyes when they are needed, and no time or no extra energy will be wasted. The localization of the mind means its freezing. When it ceases to flow freely as it is needed, it is no more the mind of its suchness. Localization is not restricted to the physical side of one's being. The mind may be psychologically imprisoned. For instance, one may deliberate when an immediate action is imperative, as in the case of swordsmanship. The deliberation surely interferes and stops the course of the flowing mind. Have no deliberation, no discrimination. Instead of localizing or keeping in captivity or freezing the mind, let it go all by itself freely and unhindered and uninhibited. It is only when this is done that the mind is ready to move as it is needed all over the body, with no stoppage anywhere. Zen men talk about the right or true sho and the partial hun in their teaching. When the mind fills up the body entirely, it is said to be right. When it is located in any special part of the body, it is partial or one-sided. The right mind is equally distributed over the body and not at all partiative. The partial mind, on the other hand, is divided and one-sided. Zen dislikes partialization or localization. When the mind is kept hardened at one place, it fails to pervade or flow over every part of the body. When it is not partialized after any schematized plan, it naturally diffuses itself all over the body. It thus can meet the opponent as he moves about trying to strike you down. When your hands are needed, they are there to respond to your order. So with the legs, at any moment they are needed, the mind never fails to operate them according to the situation. There is no need for the mind to maneuver itself out from any localized quarters where it has been prearranged for it to station itself. The mind is not to be treated like a cat tied to a string. The mind must be left to itself, utterly free to move about according to its own nature. Not to localize or partialize it is the end of spiritual training. When it is nowhere, it is everywhere. When it occupies 1/10, it is absent in the other 9/10. Let the swordsman discipline himself to have the mind go on its own way, instead of trying deliberately to confine it somewhere. The main thesis of Takuan's letter to Yagyu Tajimi no Kami is almost exhausted in the passages translated more or less literally above. It consists in preserving the absolute fluidity of the mind, kokoro, by keeping it free from intellectual deliberations and affective disturbances of any kind at all that may arise from ignorance and delusion. The fluidity of mind and prajna, immovable, may appear contradictory, but in actual life they are incidental. When you have one, you have the other, for the mind in its suchness is at once movable and immovable. It is constantly flowing, never stopping at any point, and yet there is in it a center never subject to any kind of movement, remaining forever one and the same. The difficulty is how to identify this center of immovability with its never stopping movements themselves. Taekwondo advises the swordsman to solve the difficulty in his use of the sword as he actually stands against the opponent. The swordsman is thus made to be constantly facing a logical contradiction. As long as he notices it, that is, as long as he is logically minded, he finds his movement always hampered in one way or another, which is suki, and the enemy is sure to avail himself of it. Therefore, the swordsman cannot afford to indulge in an idle intellectual employment when the other side is always on the alert to detect the slightest suki produced on your part. You cannot relax and yet keep this state of tension deliberately for any length of time, for this is what makes the mind stop and lose its fluidity. How then can one have relaxation and tension simultaneously? Here is the same old contradiction, though presented in a different form. When the situation is analyzed intellectually, we can never escape a contradiction in one form or another, moving and yet not moving, in tension and yet relaxed, seeing everything that is going on and yet not at all anxious about the way it may turn, with nothing purposely designed, nothing consciously calculated, no anticipation, no expectation. In short, standing innocently like a baby, and yet with all the cunning and subterfuge of the keenest intelligence of a fully matured mind. How can this be achieved? No amount of intellection can ever be of any help in this paradoxical situation. What is known as kufu is the only way to reach this result. The kufu is altogether personal and individualistic. It is to develop out of oneself, within one's own inner life. Kufu literally means to strive, to wrestle, to try to find the way out, or in Christian terms, to pray incessantly for God's help. Psychologically speaking, it is to remove all the inhibitions there are, intellectual as well as affective or emotional, and to bring out what is stored in the unconscious and let it work itself out quite independently of any kind of interfering consciousness. Kufu, therefore, will be directed toward how to remove the inhibitions, though not analytically. If such an expression is permissible, let us say the kufu is to be cognitively carried out, a process involving one's whole person, that is to say, it is to be totalistic, growing out of the depths of one's being. To make clear the immovability of the most mobile mind, Taekwondo distinguishes the original mind from the delusive mind, which is an intellectually bifurcated state of consciousness. The original mind is a mind unconscious of itself, whereas the delusive mind is divided against itself, interfering with the free working of the original mind. The original mind is Honshin, and the delusive mind is Moshin. Han means original, primary, real, true, native, or natural, and Mo means not real, deceiving, or deceived, deluded, or delusive. Shin is Kokoro, that is, mind, in its broad sense. The delusive mind may be defined as the mind intellectually and affectively burdened. It thus cannot move on from one topic to another without stopping and reflecting on itself, and this obstructs its native fluidity. The mind then coagulates before it makes a second move, because the first move still lingers there, which is a suki for the swordsman, the one thing that is to be avoided with the utmost scrupulosity. This corresponds to the mind conscious of itself, ushin no shin in Japanese. To be conscious is characteristic of the human mind as distinguished from the animal mind, but when the mind becomes conscious of its doings, it ceases to be instinctual, and its commands are colored with calculations and deliberations, which means that the connection between itself and the limbs is no longer direct because the identity of the commander and his executive agents is lost. When dualism takes place, the whole personality never comes out as it is in itself. Taekwondo calls this situation stopping, halting, or freezing. One cannot bathe in solid ice, he would warn us. Consciousness and its consequent dichotomy bring rigidity to the freely flowing original mind, and the delusive mind begins functioning, which is fatal to the life of the swordsman. The conscious mind is ushin no shin, contrasting with mushin no shin, mind unconscious to itself. Mushin literally means no mind. It is the mind negating itself, letting go itself from itself, a solidly frozen mind, allowing itself to relax into a state of perfect unguardedness. We resume Taekwondo's own words. A mind unconscious of itself is a mind that is not at all disturbed by effects of any kind. It is the original mind and not the delusive one that is chock full of effects. It is always flowing, it never halts, nor does it turn into a solid. As it has no discrimination to make, no effective preference to follow, it fills the whole body, pervading every part of the body, and nowhere standing still. It is never like a stone or a piece of wood. It feels, it moves, it is never at rest. If it should find a resting place anywhere, it is not a mind of no mind. But no mind keeps nothing in it. It is also called munen, no thought. Mushin, munen are synonymous. When mushin or munen is attained, the mind moves from one object to another, flowing like a stream of water, filling every possible corner. For this reason, the mind fulfills every function required of it, but when the flowing is stopped at one point, all the other points will get nothing of it, and the result will be a general stiffness and obduracy. The wheel revolves when it is not too tightly attached to the axle. When it is too tight, it will never move on. If the mind has something in it, it stops functioning, it cannot hear, it cannot see, even when a sound enters the ears or a light flashes before the eyes. To have something in mind means that it is preoccupied and has no time for anything else, but to attempt to remove the thought already in it is to refill it with another something. The task is endless. It is best, therefore, not to harbor anything in the mind from the start. This may be difficult, but when you go on exercising kufu toward the subject, you will after some time come to find this state of mind actualized without noticing each step of progress. Nothing, however, can be accomplished hurriedly. We paraphrase again. Taquan here notes an ancient poem on some phase of romantic love. I think that I am not going to think of you any more, is still thinking of you. Let me then try not to think that I am not going to think of you. Before we part with Taquan, I wish to touch upon what may be regarded as an eternal paradox, which may run like this. How can one keep the mind in this state of no thinking when its function is to think? How can the mind be at once a mind and a not mind? How can A be simultaneously both A and not A? The problem is not only logical and psychological, it is also metaphysical. The swordsman may have it solved in the most concrete and practical way, for it is for him a matter of life and death, whereas most of us can assume a more or less intellectual attitude and remain indifferent, as it were. But philosophically, it concerns us in various ways, and it also constitutes the crucial point in the study of Oriental thought and culture. The question has never been presented to the Western mind, I believe, in the way the East faces it. Tradition has it that Yagyu Tajimi no Kami Munenori left a poem to one of his sons expressive of the secret of his school of swordsmanship. The poem is a poor one from the literary point of view, as poems of this nature known as doka, poems of Tao, generally are. It runs thus. Behind the technique, know that there is the spirit. It is dawning now. Open the screen, and lo, the moonlight is shining in. We may say this is highly mystical. The strangest thing, however, is what has the art of swordplay, which, bluntly speaking, consists in mutual killing, to do with such content as is communicated in the poem of the moon at the break of day. In Japan, the dawn moonlight has rich poetical associations. Yagyu's allusion to it is understandable from this angle, but what has the sword to do with poetry about the moon? What inspiration is the swordsman expected to get from viewing the moon as the day dawns? What secret is here? After going through many a tragic scene, which the man must no doubt have witnessed, with what poetic enlightenment is he expected to crown all his past experience? The author is here telling us naturally to have an inner light on the psychology of swordsmanship. Yagyu, the master, knows that technique alone will never make a man the perfect sword player. He knows that the spirit, or inner experience, must back the art, which is gained only by deeply looking into the inmost recesses of the mind, kokoro. That is why his teacher Taquan is never tired of dilating on the doctrine of emptiness, sunyata, which is the metaphysics of mushin or mushin noshin, mind of no mind. Emptiness or no-mindness may appear to some to be something most remote from our daily experience, but we now realize how intimately it is related to the problem of life and death in which most of us nowadays remain unconcerned. The gist of Takuan's advice to Yagyu Tajimi no Kami can be summed up by quoting his reference to Kokushi's encounter with the soldiers of the Yuan invading army, which Takuan mentions toward the end of his long epistle. The incident is told in the section following this. Takuan comments on the sword cleaving the spring breeze in a flash of lightning. The uplifted sword has no will of its own. It is all emptiness. It is like a flash of lightning. The man who is about to be struck down is also of emptiness, and so is the one who wields the sword. None of them are possessed of a mind which has any substantiality, as each of them is of emptiness and has no mind kokoro. The striking man is not a man, the sword in his hands is not a sword, and the eye who is about to be struck down is like the splitting of the spring breeze in a flash of lightning. When the mind does not stop, the sword swinging cannot be anything less than the blowing of the wind. The wind is not conscious of itself, as blowing over the trees and working havoc among them. So with the sword. Hence Buko's stanza of 4 lines. This empty-mindedness applies to all activities we may perform, such as dancing, as it does to swordplay. The dancer takes up the fan and begins to stamp his feet. If he has any idea at all of displaying his art well, he ceases to be a good dancer, for his mind stops with every movement he goes through. In all things it is important to forget your mind and become one with the work at hand. When we tie a cat, being afraid of its catching a bird, it keeps on struggling for freedom, but train the cat so that it would not mind the presence of a bird. The animal is now free and can go anywhere it likes. In a similar way, when the mind is tied up, it feels inhibited in every move it makes, and nothing will be accomplished with any sense of spontaneity. Not only that, the work itself will be of a poor quality, or it may not be finished at all. Therefore, do not get your mind stopped with the sword you raise. Forget what you are doing and strike the enemy. Do not keep your mind on the person who stands before you. They are all of emptiness, but beware of your mind being caught up with emptiness itself. To supplement Takuan, the following story is given to illustrate the mind of no-mindedness. A woodcutter was busily engaged in cutting down trees in the remote mountains. An animal called Satori appeared. It was a very strange-looking creature, not usually found in the villages. The woodcutter wanted to catch it alive. The animal read his mind. You want to catch me alive, do you not? Completely taken aback, the woodcutter did not know what to say, whereupon the animal remarked, You are evidently astonished at my telepathic faculty. Even more surprised, the woodcutter then conceived the idea of striking it with one blow of his axe. When the Satori exclaimed, Now you want to kill me, the woodcutter felt entirely disconcerted, and fully realizing his impotence to do anything with this mysterious animal, he thought of resuming his business. The Satori was not charitably disposed, for he pursued him, saying, So at last you have abandoned me. The woodcutter did not know what to do with his animal or with himself. Altogether resigned, he took up his axe and, paying no attention whatever to the presence of the animal, vigorously and single-mindedly resumed cutting trees. While so engaged, the head of the axe flew off its handle and struck the animal dead. The Satori, with all its mind-reading sagacity, had failed to read the mind of no-mindedness. At the last stage of swordmanship, there is a secret teaching which is not given to any but a fully qualified disciple. Mere technical training is not enough. Proficiency in this does not go beyond apprenticeship. The secret teaching is known among the masters of a certain school as the moon in water. According to one writer, it is explained as follows, which is in truth no more than the teaching of Zen, the doctrine of Mushin. What is meant by the moon in water? This is explained variously in the various schools of swordmanship, but the main idea is to grasp the way the moon reflects itself wherever there is a body of water, which is done in a state of Mushin, no-mindedness. One of the imperial poems composed at the pond of Hirosawa reads, The moon has no intent to cast its shadow anywhere, nor does the pond design to lodge the moon. How serene the water of Hirosawa. From this poem, one must get an insight into the secrets of Mushin, where there are no traces of artificial contrivance, everything being left to nature itself. Again, it is like one moon reflecting itself in hundreds of streams. The moonlight is not divided into so many shadows, but the water is there to reflect them. The moonlight remains ever the same, even where there are no waters to hold its reflections. Again, it is all the same to the moonlight, whether there are so many bodies of water, or there is just one little puddle. By this analogy, the mysteries of mind are made easier to understand, but the moon and water are tangible matter, while mind has no form and its working is difficult to trace. The symbols are thus not the whole truth, only suggestive. From all these quotations, we can see that the Oriental thought and culture lays great emphasis on the realization of the psychical state of no-mindness, mushin or munen. When this is not realized, the mind is always conscious of its own doings, which Takuan calls mind stopping. For instead of flowing, as he says, from one object to another, the mind halts and reflects on what it is going to do or what it has done already. Recollection and anticipation are fine qualities of consciousness which distinguish the human mind from that of the lower animals. They are useful and serve certain purposes, but when actions are directly related to the problem of life and death, they must be given up so that they will not interfere with the fluidity of mentation and the lightning rapidity of action. The man must turn himself into a puppet in the hands of the unconscious. The unconscious must supersede the conscious. Metaphysically speaking, this is the philosophy of sunyata, emptiness. The technique of swordmanship is based on its psychology, and the psychology is a localized application of the metaphysics. The Atlantic Monthly, February 1937, contains an article by a Spanish bullfighter, Juan Belmonte, telling of his own experience in the art. Bullfighting is evidently very much like the Japanese art of swordplay. His story is full of informative suggestions, and I quote part of the translator's note and Juan Belmonte's own account of the fight, for which he earned a great reputation as the foremost fighter of the day. In this fighting, he realized the state of mind referred to in Takuan's letter to Yagyu Tajini no Kami. If the Spanish hero had had Buddhist training, he would have had an insight into prajna immovable. The translator's note runs, in part, bullfighting is not a sport, and you can't compare it with one. Bullfighting, whether you like it or not, whether you approve of it or not, is an art, like painting or music, and you can only judge it as an art. Its emotion is spiritual, and it touches depths which can only be compared with the depths that are touched in a man who knows and understands and loves music by a symphony orchestra under a great conductor. Juan Belmonte describes his psychology at the intensest moment of his fight in the following terms. As soon as my bull came out, I went up to it, and at a third pass I heard the howl of the multitude rising to their feet. What had I done? All at once I forgot the public, the other bullfighters, myself, and even the bull. I began to fight as I had fought so often by myself at night in the corrals and pastures, as precisely as if I had been drawing a design on a blackboard. They say that my passes with the cape and my work with the muleta that afternoon were a revelation of the art of bullfighting. I don't know. I am not competent to judge. I simply fought as I believe one ought to fight, without a thought outside my own faith in what I was doing. With the last bull, I succeeded for the first time in my life in delivering myself body and soul to the pure joy of fighting, without being consciously aware of an audience. When I was playing bulls alone in the country, I used to talk to them, and that afternoon I held a long conversation with the bull, all the time that my muleta was tracing the arabesques of the faena. When I didn't know what else to do with the bull, I knelt down under its horns and brought my face close to its muzzle. "Come on, little bull," I whispered. "Catch me." I stood up again, spread the muleta under its nose, and went on with my monologue, encouraging it to keep on charging. "This way, little bull. Charge me nicely. Nothing's going to happen to you. Here you are. Here you are. Do you see me, little bull? What? You're getting tired? Come on, catch me. Don't be a coward. Catch me." I was executing the ideal faena, the faena that I had seen so often in so much detail in my dreams that every line of it was drawn in my brain with mathematical exactness. The faena of my dreams always ended disastrously because when I went in for the kill, the bull invariably caught me in the leg. It must have been some subconscious acknowledgement of my lack of skill in killing that always dictated this tragic conclusion. Nevertheless, I went on realizing my ideal Foina, placing myself right between the horns of the bull and hearing the acclamation of the crowd only as a distant murmur until at last, exactly as I had dreamt it, the bull did catch me and wounded me in the thigh. I was so intoxicated, so outside of myself, that I scarcely noticed it. I went in for the kill, and the bull fell at my feet. I may add that before Belmonte had his final encounter with the bull, his mind was in a most detracted condition. Rivalry, desire for success, sense of inferiority, feeling for the public ready to make fun of him, so he confessed. I was overcome with despair. Where had I got the idea that I was a bullfighter? You've been fooling yourself, I thought, because you had some luck in a couple of noveladas without picados. You can do anything. Out of this feeling of despair, however, Belmonte discovered something else in him lying hitherto altogether unsuspected, when he saw his bull coming out and confronting him. This something sometimes came out of his dreams, that is, it was sleeping deeply in his unconscious, but it never came out in the broad daylight. The feeling of despair pushed him to the very edge of his mental precipice, from which he finally leaped, and the result was, I was so intoxicated, so outside myself, that I scarcely noticed it. Not only that he was wounded, but in fact everything. Prajna immovable was his guide. He left himself entirely to its guidance. Koku Kokushi, a noted Zen master of the Kamakura era. The bow is broken, arrows are all gone. This critical moment, no fainting heart cherish, shoot with no delay. When a shaftless arrow is shot from a stringless bow, it will surely penetrate the rock, as once happened in the history of the Far Eastern people. In all departments of art, as well as in Zen Buddhism, this passing of the crisis is considered very important in order to reach the source of all creative works. I wish to discuss this more specifically from the religio-psychological point of view in a separate work on Zen. The Shinkage used to be one of the most popular schools of swordmanship in the feudal days in Japan. It started in the Ashikaga era with Kami Izumi Ise no Kami Hidetsuna, 1577, as its founder. He claimed that he learned the secrets of his art directly from the god of Kashima. It no doubt has gone through stages of development since then, and the so-called secrets must have increased in volume, for we have at the present day a variety of documents given by the masters to their most proficient pupils who were considered worthy of them. Here is another by the same author on the same subject. No targets erected, no bows drawn, and the arrow leaves the string. It may not hit, but it does not miss. This was what the late Professor Eugen Herrigel, the author of Zen and the Art of Archery, tried to learn from his master. Among such documents we find phrases and epigrams in verse highly flavored with Zen, which have superficially no connection whatever with the use of the sword. The final certificate, for instance, which is given to one qualified to be a master of the school, contains nothing but a circle. This is supposed to represent a mirror, bright and altogether free from film and dust, and its meaning is no doubt the allusion to the Buddhist epistemology of the great perfect mirror wisdom, which is no other than the prajna immovable of Ta Kuan, already mentioned. The swordsman's mind must be kept entirely free from selfish effects and intellectual calculations, so that original intuition is ready to work at its best, which is a state of no-mindedness. Mere technical skill in the use of the sword does not necessarily give one full qualification as a swordsmaster. He must once realize the final stage of spiritual discipline, which is to attain no-mindedness, symbolized as a circle empty of contents, a circle with no circumference. There is a phrase, among other highly technical terms, in the secret documents of the Shinkage-ryu school of swordsmanship, which has apparently no connection with the art as far as its literal meaning is concerned. As all these secrets are orally transmitted and as I am a stranger to them, it is beyond my conjecture to find out how this particular phrase obtains its organic signification in the actual wielding of the sword. But, so far as I can judge, the phrase is derived from Zen literature, outside which it cannot mean anything. It reads, "Waters of the West River." A commentator who evidently does not know the real purport of it interprets it as indicating a bold, venturesome, daredevil attitude of mind that does not recoil from swallowing up the whole river. This is ridiculous, to say the least. It refers to a Zen Mondo that took place between Baso Madze, 788, of the Tang Dynasty, and his lay disciple, Ho Koji Pang Chusher. Ho asked, "What kind of man is he who does not keep company with anything or anybody?" "I will tell you," said Baso, "when you have swallowed up in one gulp all the waters of the West River." This is said to have opened the mind of Ho to a state of enlightenment. When we have this incident in mind, we can understand why the phrase, "waters of the West River," has found its way into the secret documents of the school of Shinkage-ryu. Ho's question is a very important one, and so is Baso's answer. In Zen discipline, this mondo is frequently referred to, and there is no doubt that among the swordsmen of the feudal days, there were many who gave their lives to the study of Zen in order to attain a state of absolute no-mindedness in connection with their art. As has been mentioned elsewhere, the thought of death proves to be the greatest stumbling block in the outcome of a life-and-death combat. To transcend the thought that is a great inhibitory factor in the free and spontaneous exercise of the technique acquired, the best way for the swordsman is to discipline himself in Zen. No amount of swinging the sword will ever qualify the man to swallow up the whole West River. It is Zen that performs this miracle, and until its successful performance takes place, no one is expected to do away with the ever-haunting consciousness of the ghost called death. Zen is not a mere philosophical contemplation on the evanescence of life, but a most practical entrance into the realm of non-relativity, where a cupful of tea in my hand, when spilt, fills in no time the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, to say nothing of small rivers in some remote corners of the planet. The secret documents also contain a number of waka, versified epigrams, in regard to the mastery of swordsmanship, some of which decidedly reflect the spirit of Zen. Into a soul, kokoro, absolutely free from thoughts and emotions, even the tiger finds no room to insert its fierce claws, and the same breeze passes over the pines on the mountain and the oak trees in the valley. And why do they give different notes? Some think that striking is to strike, but striking is not to strike, nor is killing to kill. He who strikes and he who is struck, they are both no more than a dream that has no reality. No thinking, no reflecting, perfect emptiness, yet therein something moves, following its own course. The eyes see it, but no hands can take hold of it. The moon in the stream, this is the secret of my school. Clouds and mists, they are mid-air transformations. Above them, eternally shine the sun and the moon. Victory is for the one even before the combat, who has no thought of himself, abiding in the no-mindedness of great origin. These statements are all in correspondence with the principle of emptiness as taught by Miyamoto Musashi, Yagyu Tajimi no Kami Munenori, and other great masters, as the ultimate secret of swordsmanship, which is attainable only after a long, arduous training in the art. This insistence on the spiritual discipline entitles the art to be called creative. Musashi was great not only as a swordsman, but as a sommelier painter. Some more poems are given below showing how the spirit and even to a certain extent the philosophy of Zen has influenced the masters of swordsmanship. They are, of course, not philosophers. They never try to discuss the philosophy in connection with their discipline, for what they aim at has nothing to do with the conceptual understanding of the doctrine of emptiness or suchness. but its personal experiential grasp as they face the problem of life and death in the form of the threatening sword in the hands of an opponent. The philosopher may take this opponent or enemy, so called, not concretely as a swordsman does, but more in the form of concepts such as an objective world or ultimate reality or Dasein or the given or the brute fact or Ensoi or whatnot. The thinkers grapple with these unknown qualities, making use of every available source of learning and thinking. But the swordsman's problem is far more urgent and ominous and allows him no time for reflection or erudition. He has to decide with no delay. His courage is not something he can muster after much deliberation. The question is at the door, over the head, sizzling the eyebrows. If the answer is not forthcoming, all is ruined. The situation here is more critical than the philosopher's. No wonder that Zen has come to rescue the swordsman, or the swordsman has run to Zen for immediate help. The poems given as secrets of swordplay all reflect the spirit of Zen, which inevitably involves the philosophy of Zen. All the following poems become intelligible when the West River waters of Baso or Daito Kokushi's Uta on the raindrops, as paradoxical as Baso's dictum, is thoroughly comprehended. The Uta is given first and then the rest. If your ears see and eyes hear, not a doubt you'll cherish how naturally the rain drips from the eaves. The spring is come, softly blows the wind. Peaches and apricots are in full bloom. The dews are thick in the autumnal nights. The leaves fall from the paulownia tree. The flowers, the maple leaves in autumn, and the wintry snows covering the field all white. How beautiful they are each in its way. I fear my attachment still did not go beyond the sensuous, for I know now what reality is. Inside the sacred fence before which I bow, there must be a pond filled with clear water. As my mind moon becomes bright, I see its shadow reflected in the water. Wherever and whenever the mind is found attached to anything, make haste to detach yourself from it. When you tarry for any length of time, it will turn again into your old hometown. Abandon all the arts you have learned in swordsmanship, and in one gulp drink up all the waters of the West River. I thought all the time I was learning how to win, but I realize now to win is no more, no less than to lose. In the well not dug, in the water not filling it, a shadow is reflected, and a man with no form, no shadow is drawing water from the well. A man with no form, no shadow turns into a rice pounder when he pounds rice. A recent writer on the way of the sword and its history remarks to the following effect in regard to the principle of the art. In the kendo, the way of the sword, what is most essential to attain besides its technique is the spiritual element controlling the art throughout. It is a state of mind known as munen or muso, no thought or no reflection. This does not mean just to be without thoughts, ideas, feelings, etc. When you stand with the sword before the opponent, it means letting your natural faculties act in consciousness free from thoughts, reflections, or affections of any kind. This state of mind is also known as egolessness, muga or non-atman, in which you cherish no egoistic thoughts, no consciousness of your own attainments. The so-called spirit of sabi shuri, solitariness, running through sagyo or basho, must also have come from the psychic state of egolessness. This is often likened to the lunar reflection in water. Neither the moon nor water has any preconceived idea of producing the incident designated by us as the moon and water. Water is in a state of no-mindness as much as the moon, but when there is a sheet of water, the moon is seen in it. The moon is but one, but its reflections are seen wherever there is water. When this is understood, your art is perfect. Finally, Zen and the sword's way are one in this, that both ultimately aim at transcending the duality of life and death. From of old, this has been recognized by masters of the sword, and the great ones have invariably knocked at the gate of Zen, as is instanced in the cases of Yagyu Tajima no Kami and Taquan of Miyamoto Musashi and Shunzan. The writer of the aforementioned book gives an interesting piece of information, that in the feudal days of Japan a master of the sword or the spear was often called an Osho, master or teacher, Upayana in Sanskrit, which is the title commonly given to a Buddhist priest. The origin of this custom is traceable to the fact that there was once a great monk in the Kofukuji temple of Nara. He belonged to one of the minor temples called Jizoin under the jurisdiction of the Kofukuji. He was an expert of the spear, and all the Jizoin monks learned the art from him. He was naturally an Osho to all his disciples, and the title came to be transferred to all the masters both of the spear and the sword, irrespective of their Buddhist qualifications. The hall in which swordsmanship is practiced is called a dojo. Dojo is the name of a place devoted to religious exercises, and its original Sanskrit meaning Bodhimanala is the place of enlightenment. There is no doubt the name was borrowed from Zen Buddhism. There is another thing the swordsmen learned from Zen. In olden days, they used to travel all over Japan in order to perfect themselves in the art by experiencing every form of hardship which might befall them, and by undergoing training in the various schools of swordsmanship. The example was furnished by the Zen monks, who did the same thing before they attained final enlightenment. This practice is known among the monks as Anya, traveling on foot, whereas the swordsmen call it Musha Shugyo, training in warriorship. I do not know how early this practice started among the swordsmen, but we read about the founder of the Shinkage-ryu traveling all over the country. One incident connects him with a Zen monk, both of whom were engaged in a similar form of training. One day when Kami Izumi Ise no Kami was passing through a small village in a remote mountain district, he found the people in extreme excitement, for a desperate outlaw had taken refuge in a deserted house, snatching away a little village boy with him, and threatened to kill the victim if the villagers attempted to arrest or do harm to the criminal himself. Ise no Kami realized the grave situation. Seeing a monk pass by, who was no doubt a wandering Zen monk, the swordsman asked him to lend him his monkish robe for a while. He had his head shaved so as to appear a genuine monk. He approached the deserted house with 2 lunchboxes and told the outlaw that the child's parents did not wish to see it die of starvation and commissioned him to give it something to eat. So saying, he threw out one of the boxes before the man. Ise no Kami then continued, "As you yourself may be hungry, I had another box prepared for you." When the desperado stretched his arm to receive it, the monk swordsman lost no time in seizing him by the arm and forcibly throwing him down on the ground, made him a complete prisoner. The monkish robe was returned to its original owner, who praised him highly, saying, "You are truly a man of the sword," and gave him a kara or rakusu, a symbol of monkhood, which is generally carried by a Zen monk over his chest, hanging from the neck, a kind of abridged kesa, kasaya in Sanskrit. It is said that Ise no Kami never parted with it. The wandering Zen monk could not have been a mere novice in Zen. He must have been one of some understanding. A man of the sword is a phrase much used in Zen to denote a seasoned Zen monk who has really gone beyond the bounds of life and death. Ise no Kami must have indeed had good reason for treasuring the kara as a gift from the monk traveling on foot. It was probably sometime in the 17th century that the following story was circulated among the swordsmen, showing that the relationship between swordplay and Zen was one of the topics they were most interested in. The story is, as the author suggests, probably a fiction, but the fact that such a story came to be told proves that the swordsmen were very much concerned with Zen, and also that Zen was regarded as something highly mystifying and able to achieve some wonders even against an expert swordsman. The story is quoted from a book called Gekken Sodan in 5 fascicles compiled by Minamoto Tokushu in 1844. It is a collection of stories of swordsmanship, giving histories of the various schools, their founders, and some anecdotes. There was a school known as Teshinryu, which flourished in certain localities west of Kyoto toward the end of the 17th century and extending into the 18th. The originator of this school was known as Aksuku Teshin. He had a great liking for swordplay, and while still young became quite an expert. He was ambitious and wished to try his skill with men of the same profession outside his own province so as to make his name better known in wider circles. He was well acquainted with a Zen abbot residing at a nearby monastery, and he visited him to say goodbye. The abbot's name was Ryoko. He belonged to the Soto sect of Zen and was a renowned master of the day. When Tessin spoke to him regarding his enterprise, the abbot advised him against it, saying, "We are living in a much wider world than you may think, and there must be many men of your profession who are far more skillful, and the outcome of your adventure will be disastrous." The young man, however, was obdurate against taking the advice kindly. Ryuko continued, "Look at myself. I also wanted to be better known in the world. I have been practicing meditation here for the last few decades, and how many disciples have I now? As to yourself, you have hardly anyone calling himself your pupil. We each have to know where we are and be content with the situation." This incensed Teshin very much, so that he excitedly exclaimed, "Do you think my sword is of no worth? Swordsmanship is not like your discipline. If I go out of my hometown and challenge someone well known in his district and beat him, the event will naturally be talked about among his friends or pupils. If I meet another in another district and defeat him, my reputation will gradually be spread throughout the neighborhood. Besides, I am firmly convinced of my attainment in swordsmanship. I am not afraid of any encounter which may turn up in my tour." Ryuko could not help smiling at his self-conceit. "You had better start with the one who is right in front of you. If you come out victorious, you may undertake the grand tour throughout the whole country. In case, however, you lose, you must promise to become a monk and be my disciple." At this, Teshin, laughing heartily, said, "You may be great in your Zen, but surely you are no swordsman. If you wish to try your luck, however, I am ready." Ryuko gave him a bamboo stick that had been found nearby, and then provided himself with a hosu, a short stick, and a tuft of horsetail for shooing away mosquitoes. Teshin, full of confidence, tried to knock the Zen master down with one blow of his stick, but the stick completely missed the opponent, who was no longer within its reach. Teshin was exasperated and tried again and again to reach him, but all to no purpose. Instead, he frequently felt the hosu gently sweeping over his face. Ryuko finally remarked, "What would you say now?" Teshin's braggart air was utterly crushed. He humbly acknowledged his defeat. Ryuko lost no time in calling to his attendants to bring all the needed instruments to cut off Teshin's hair and turn him into a regular monk with a shaven head. Now, Minamoto, the author, comments, "This is most likely a story fabricated by Zen men. If Ryoko, besides being a Zen master, were not somehow acquainted with the art of swordsmanship, he could never beat Teshin, as is told in the story. Otherwise, Teshin knew nothing of the art, as he claimed. It is true that there are many points where Zen and swordplay go hand in hand. For instance, when they refer to no room being left even for a hair to be inserted between, or of a spark of the flint striking steel, the dictum applies not only to Zen but also generally to the art of swordplay, for no school can ignore going through this momentous training. However excellently qualified in every way as a Zen master, if he had no training at all in the technique of the sword, he could never expect to win a contest with a full-fledged swordsman. The fact is that the perfect art of swordsmanship consists in mastery of both technique and principle. While there is no doubt about the all-importance of spiritual training, one is also to be fully familiar with the practical details of swordplay. From the professional point of view, Minamoto's idea is correct, I think, a parallel training in technique and principle, but there is at least one other school that emphasizes the spiritual side of the art, though not necessarily neglecting the technique. Its chief exponent, Hori Kentayu, 1688-1755, desired to utilize swordsmanship as the means to help one in his spiritual attainment and character building. His reasoning deserves consideration in more ways than one, as it sheds light not only on swordsmanship but on samuraiship generally. There has been much misunderstanding in the West as regards the spirit, function, and discipline of the samurai, who were the ruling class of Japan during her feudal days, especially in the Tokugawa regime. Kimura's point of view, as developed in the Kenjutsu Fushiki Hen, in regard to Hori the swordsman's discourse, may be summed up as follows. The perfect swordsman avoids quarreling or fighting. Fighting means killing. How can one human being bring himself to kill a fellow being? We are all meant to love one another and not to kill. It is abhorrent that one should be thinking all the time of fighting and coming out victorious. We are moral beings. We are not to lower ourselves to the status of animality. What is the use of becoming a fine swordsman if he loses his human dignity? The best thing is to be a victor without fighting. The sword is an inauspicious instrument to kill in some unavoidable circumstances. When it is to be used, therefore, it ought to be the sword that gives life and not the sword that kills. But when a man is born into the samurai family, he is not to shun learning the art of swordplay, for it is his profession to be trained in it. The point is, however, to utilize the art as a means to advance in the study of the way, Tao. When it is properly handled, it helps us in an efficient way to contribute to the cultivation of the mind and spirit. One great advantage the sword has over mere book reading is that once you make a false move, you are sure to give the opponent a chance to beat you. You have to be on the alert all the time. While to be on the alert is not the ultimate of swordsmanship, it keeps you true to yourself. That is to say, you are not allowed to indulge in idle thinking. Thinking is useful in many ways, but there are some occasions when thinking interferes with the work, and you have to leave it behind and let the unconscious come forward. In such cases, you cease to be your own conscious master, but become an instrument in the hands of the unknown. The unknown has no ego consciousness and consequently no thought of winning the contest, because it moves at the level of non-duality, where there is neither subject nor object. It is for this reason that the sword moves where it ought to move and makes the contest end victoriously. This is the practical application of the Laozian doctrine of doing by not doing. Sun Tzu, a great authority on warfare, says, "It is not the best thing to win every battle one is engaged in. The best thing is to win without planning to win. This is perfect victory." To be on the alert means to be deadly serious. To be deadly serious means to be sincere to oneself, and it is sincerity that finally leads one to discover the heavenly way. The heavenly way is above the self, which is Mushin, no mind, or Munen, no thought. When Mushin is realized, the mind knows no obstructions, no inhibitions, and is emancipated from the thoughts of life and death, gain and loss, victory and defeat. As long as a man is possessed of the thought of defeating the enemy, his mind will be kept fully occupied with all kinds of scheming to attain this end. If, however, the enemy happens to be more proficient in technical tactics, which is very likely the case, the defeat will not be on the side of the enemy. If both are equally matched, the outcome will be mutual killing. When a scheme meets a scheme, this is the inevitable fate. Therefore, the perfect swordsman goes beyond all manner of dichotomy, and it is in this way that he is more than a mere wielder of the sword. The samurai carries two swords, a long and a short, and it is his profession to be trained in their use. But he ought not to be thinking of exercising power and making an appeal to the sword that kills, for the sense of power is always liable to be abused. The sword, therefore, is to be an instrument to kill the ego, which is the root of all quarrels and fightings. The Yagyu school makes the drinking in one gulp of the waters of the West River the culmination of training in swordsmanship, so far as its principle is concerned. The technical details are to be subordinated to the principle which really constitutes the spiritual personality of the swordsman. The school represented by Hori Kentayu primarily belongs to the original school of Yagyu Tajimi no Kami, and it was Yagyu himself who traced every stage of sword training to Zen Buddhism, as advocated by Ta Quan, his teacher. The waters of the West River, as I have already stated, comes from Baso's answer to Ho the layman, whose question was, "Who is he that stands all alone with no company in the midst of the 10,000 objects?" I do not know if those swordsmen who somewhat glibly refer to this Zen dictum all understood what it really meant. Judging from the way they write about it, I am afraid they had no personal experience of it. While this might have been true, what is most remarkable is that they somehow connected the waters of the West River, with the ultimate principle that controls the unconscious proceedings of swordsmanship. Even when they had all mastered the detailed intricacies of technique, they could not be termed perfect swordsmen unless they dived deeply into the West River and interviewed the one who has no companion in the midst of the 10,000 objects. Probably the motive that prompted Kimura Kyoho, the disciple of Hori Kentayu, to write this short treatise on swordsmanship and call it The Unknown and the Art of Swordplay, was that in his day there were probably very few sword players who really understood Basso. Let me finish with a quotation making up the conclusion of Kimura's, or rather Hori's, dialogue. All that you say is fine. I am in complete agreement with you, but how difficult it is to apply it to practical details of the art. The point is to realize that all that is expressible by symbols or letters is secondary, that they are no more than mere tracks. So Zen masters refuse to acknowledge that letters or words are final. What is important is to teach the ultimate substance by means of those tracks or letters or symbols. The ultimate reality itself is not a symbol, it leaves no tracks, it cannot be communicated by letters or words, but we come to it by tracking them to the source where they come forth. As long as we stop at symbolization or mere speculation, we cannot realize the principle. When we give up symbolization or speculation, are we not left in the utter nothingness of things? Yes, it is of the utmost difficulty to come to a realization. Therefore, the masterly trainer is always careful to train the beginners along the parallel lines of technical exercises and the understanding of principle. The latter may not come to a man even throughout his life. The main business is to seek it not in things external but within oneself. In this case, there is no secret transmission in swordsmanship either. The last thing can never be transmitted from one person to another. It comes from within oneself. All the technical discipline is meant to make swordsmen finally see this. It is also the case with learning generally. There is not much use in mere scholarship. You may read all the books there are on the subject of spiritual training and attainment, but the culmination is to realize the mystery of being, and the realization is from within yourself, for it cannot come from anywhere else. If it does, it is not yours but somebody else's. Can you tell me something about this mystery? All that I can say is that I do not know, or that it is not intelligible. If so, are we meant to remain utter simpletons? No, not that. It is to know and yet not to know. Why? No, why? It is to know as though not knowing. The last word I can say is, it is beyond knowledge. Fushiki, or future. A monk asked Daishu Ukai, Tachu Huihai, one of the Tang masters, when Zen was in its heyday, "What is great nirvana?" The master answered, "Not to commit oneself to the karma of birth and death is great nirvana." The swordsman is thus advised to retain this state of mentality even when he is engaged in a deadly combat. He forgets the seriousness of the situation. He has no thought of life and death. His is an immovable mind, Fudoshin. The Fudoshin is like the moon reflected in the stream. The waters are in motion all the time, but the moon retains its serenity. The mind moves in response to the 10,000 situations, but remains ever the same. The art culminates here. All the scheming of the intellect has been quieted, and no artifice finds room for its demonstration. Yagyu Tajima no Kami quotes in this connection words of Ho Koji, Pong the lay disciple. "It is like the wooden horse facing the flowers or birds." This is the state of Mushin, no mind. The wooden horse has no mind, no sentiency. Even when it confronts the flowers or hears a bird singing, it is utterly unmoved. Man is altogether different from the wooden horse. He has sentiency and is subject to all kinds of stimulation. But when he finds himself moved in one way or another, he is committed. Even though engaged in the struggle for life, the swordsman must not be disturbed. He must remain master of himself, must be like the wooden horse, insensible to all the environmental vicissitudes. The wooden horses or the wooden cock's insensibility may lead some readers to imagine that Yagyu Tajima no Kami wishes us to be reduced to a stage of mental atrophy or imbecility, but the fact is far from this, for what he really intends here is to free the mind from every possible psychic obstruction or inhibition and restore it to its pristine purity in order to display its native activities to the utmost limit. In the case of swordsmanship, this is to sharpen the psychic power of seeing in order to act immediately in accordance with what it sees. Tajima no Kami thinks that the seeing must first take place in the mind, and then it is transmitted to the eyes, and finally to the body and limbs. The latter mode of seeing means acting, as it is not the eyes but the inner mind itself that first catches up the movements of the enemy. The body loses no time in adjusting itself to the situation. If it is the physical organ of sight that first perceives the outside world, as our psychologists would tell us, the act that is needed to follow up the first perception will have to go through the anatomical process of transmission as we have it in our medical textbooks. This will, however, be too torturous a procedure for the swordsman in the thick of combat involving life. He cannot afford such a luxury or refinement. He must act without intellectual jugglery, or, as some would call it, tomfoolery. Hence Tajima no Kami's most penetrating observation. This reminds us of Zhuangzi's advice regarding the practice of mind fasting, shinsai. He first refers to a highly unified state of consciousness and goes on to say, for instance, in hearing, do not use the ear, but the mind, kokoro-shin. Kokoro is the Japanese word, I think, and shin would be the Chinese word for mind. Do not use the mind, but chi, spirit. When you use the ear, the hearing stops there, and the mind cannot go further than the symbol. Chi is something empty and waiting. Tao abides in the emptiness, and the emptiness is mind fasting. Chi is a difficult term to translate into English. It is something imperceptible, impalpable, that pervades the entire universe. In one sense, it corresponds to spirit, Numa. It is the breath of heaven and earth, where Zhuangzi defines mind fasting as seeing and hearing with Qi. The idea is to transcend the centripetence of the ego consciousness, for as there is one thought, Ichinen, Yin, of it in the mind, this will surely and efficiently block up the fluidity of movement and produce a suki for the enemy to take advantage of. Zhuangzi's mind fasting naturally goes much deeper than the art of swordsmanship, for Zhuangzi is aware, though not in the ordinary sense of cognition, of the emptiness, kyo shu, in which infinite possibilities are harbored, whereas swordsmen may be said to have not yet experienced the metaphysical source of all things. It is, however, possible for one who has seen deeply into the secrets of his art to have also touched the ground of reality. The difference between the swordsman and the Zen master as regards their insight is this: the swordsman is restricted to his specialized art, while the master covers the entirety of existence because of his background and equipment and special training. It may be interesting in this connection to quote largely from Yagyu Tajima no Kami's treatise on swordsmanship, which gives so much insight into the psychology and philosophy of the art. The author goes profoundly into the inner experience of his profession and shows how essential it is to search thoroughly into the spirituality of the art, which is not, after all, a mere system of technology. The wielding of the sword does not mean just striking down the opponent, but is concerned with the working of Tao and the harmonious cooperation of Yin and Yang in their cosmological movements. Metaphysics enters deeply into swordsmanship. Yagyu Tajima no Kami was a good student of Zen under Ta Quan, who instructed him well in the spirituality of swordplay. According to the Zen master, the art can never be understood unless one goes through a system of training in the philosophy of Buddhism. Yagyu's writing thus echoes a great deal of Ta Quan's point of view, which was quoted previously. This fact can also be gleaned from the way Yagyu divides his treatise into three parts, adopting the terms currently used in the Zen text, notably in the Blue Rock collection. The sword that kills, the sword that gives life, the sword of no sword. The first part treats mainly of the technique of swordplay. The second touches upon the mystical Zen aspect leading to the final stage, and this, making up the third part, gives the author's understanding of the Zen experience as applied to the art or the way of the sword. All weapons meant to kill are inauspicious and must never be used except on occasions of extreme urgency. If any at all is to be used, however, let it be known that it is only for the purpose of punishing evils and not for depriving one of life. To understand this, learning is the first requisite, but mere learning will never do. It is an entrance gate through which one is to proceed to the residence proper to interview the master himself. The master is Tao, truth. Tao is above mere learning, but without learning one cannot expect to reach the ultimate Tao. Tao is reached when one's mind is entirely emptied of delusive thoughts and intriguing feelings. When Tao is thus finally realized, you have the knowledge of all things, but this knowledge is not to obstruct your living in Tao. For learning and knowledge are, after all, meant to be forgotten, and it is only when this is realized that you feel perfectly comfortable in your transaction of business of any kind. As long as you have the sense of something still missing, or, on the other hand, clinging on to you, you will be haunted by the feeling either of insufficiency or of being bound by something, and there will be no freedom for you. When a man in the beginning of his life is ignorant of everything, he has no scruples, finds no obstacles, no inhibitions. But after a while he starts to learn and becomes timid, cautious, and begins to feel something choking in his mind, which prevents him from going ahead as he used to before he had any learning. Learning is needed, but the point is not to become its slave. You must be its master so that you can use it when you want it. You have to apply this psychology to swordplay. The swordsman must not harbor anything external and superfluous in his mind. His mind must be perfectly purged of all egocentric emotions. When this is carried out and the mind is lost so that even devils cannot trace its whereabouts, he can for the first time make full use of the technique he has acquired. No, he goes even further than this, because he now forgets all that he has learned, because he is the learning itself, and there is no separation of learner and learning. Indeed, this is the ultimate goal of discipline in all arts, where learning gained is learning lost. However well a man may be trained in the art, the swordsman can never be the master of his technical knowledge unless all his psychic hindrances are removed and he can keep the mind in the state of emptiness, even purged of whatever technique he has obtained. The entire body, together with the four limbs, will then be capable of displaying for the first time, and to its full extent, all the art acquired by the training of several years. They will move as if automatically, with no conscious efforts on the part of the swordsman himself. His activities will be a perfect model of swordplay. All the training is there, but the mind is utterly unconscious of it. The mind, it may be said, does not know where it is. When this is realized, with all the training thrown to the wind, with a mind perfectly unaware of its own workings, with the self vanishing nowhere anybody knows, the art of swordsmanship attains its perfection, and the one who has it is called a meijin, genius. Yagyu Tajima no Kami then proceeds to tell us how certain diseases are to be avoided in order to be a perfect master of swordsmanship. In what has been cited above, we can readily see how closely the training in the art approaches that in Zen. Learning of the technique corresponds to an intellectual apprehension in Zen of its philosophy, and in both Zen and swordplay, a proficiency in this does not cover the whole ground of the discipline. Both require us to come to the attainment of ultimate reality, which is the emptiness or the absolute. The latter transcends all modes of relativity. In swordplay, all the technique is to be forgotten, and the unconscious is to be left alone to handle the situation, when the technique will assert its wonders automatically or spontaneously. So in Zen conceptualization, whatever form it may take, is to be thrown out of the mind when the emptiness reveals itself, illuminating a world of multiplicities. For this reason, we assert that the principle of Zen discipline pervades all the arts as they are studied in Japan. The personal experience of an inner meaning in any art which a man may take up is all in all. The technique is not to be neglected, of course, but after all, it is secondary. The diseases the philosopher of swordplay enumerates are discernible in any branch of art, and their knowledge will also help us greatly in the understanding of the Japanese culture generally. An idea, however worthy and desirable in itself, becomes a disease when the mind is obsessed with it. The diseases or obsessions the swordsman has to get rid of are the desire for victory, the desire to resort to technical cunning, the desire to display all that he has learned, the desire to overawe the enemy, the desire to play a passive role, and lastly, the desire to get rid of whatever disease he is likely to be infected with. When any one of these obsesses him, he becomes its slave, as it makes him lose all the freedom he is entitled to as a swordsman. How are we to be free from all these diseases or obsessions? If any kind of desire that is present in the mind, even the desire to be free from a desire, interferes with the spontaneous activities of an inner harmony, what shall we have to do? The desire must be cherished somewhere and somehow, for otherwise nothing will be attained. Even desirelessness must be desired sometime. How can this dilemma be solved? A second wedge is needed to get the first one out. But how do we get rid of the second one unless a third is inserted? This process will have to go on infinitely if we are desirous of driving the last one out. So with the disease Yagi wants the swordman to be free from, there will be no time for him to be diseaseless when the desire to be free from the disease is also a disease. It is again like purging one's shadow. However hard one may run after it, he can never succeed as long as his own existence persists. In Zen we have the same problem. It is desired to be free from attachment, but we can never do away with attachment if this is desired in any manner. In terms of logic, a desire can be expressed in a form of statement, either positive or negative. For instance, we can say, I desire this, or I do not desire this. To desire is an attachment. To desire not to desire is also an attachment. To be unattached then means to be free at once from both statements, positive and negative. In other words, this is to be simultaneously both yes and no, which is intellectually absurd. The Zen master holds up a stick and demands, I do not call it a stick, and what would you call it? Or he would declare, I hold a spade, and yet I am empty-handed, for it is the way I accomplish turning the soil. Disciples of Zen are required to achieve this impossibility. Toward the solution of this eternal dilemma, Yagyu quotes an old Japanese poem. It is the mind that deludes mind, for there is no other mind. O mind, do not let yourself be misled by mind. The swordsman philosopher undertakes to explain what these lines mean in connection with the solution of the enigma. He first distinguishes two kinds of mind, true or absolute and false or relative. The one is the subject of psychological studies, while the other is reality, which constitutes the basis of all realities. In the poem quoted, mind is the false one and mind is the true one. The true one is to be protected from the false one in order to preserve its purity and freedom unspoiled. But somehow a desire arises from the false relative mind and contaminates the true absolute mind. Therefore, the former is to be carefully watched over. But who does this watching? It cannot be any other than the false one, which is both the spoiler and the cleaner. For mind, the true one, always remains pure and undefiled. This is indeed the strange experience we all have. Perhaps it is better to say that this is something inevitable to intellectualization, something unavoidable in language, and that, constructed as it is, the intellect cannot do any otherwise, for it is the very nature of the intellect that involves itself in the contradiction and helplessly bemoans its destiny. As long as we have to use language in one way or another, we cannot help feeling a certain split taking place within ourselves, which is contradiction. What then is the karma of birth and death? To desire great nirvana is the karma of birth and death. In Buddhism, nirvana and samsara, birth and death are contrasted, and we are told that in order to attain nirvana, samsara is to be transcended. Daishu's first answer, therefore, is quite correct, but his second answer will puzzle us, because if we did not desire nirvana, how could we have it come to us all by itself? This does not seem logical, and as much as nirvana is something desirable and all Buddhists are advised to strive after it so as to escape this bondage of samsara that causes us to suffer all kinds of tribulation, is it not the rational thing for us to desire nirvana and to strive after its attainment by all means? How could the desire for nirvana be the karma of birth and death? Daishu's answer must be regarded as something utterly irrational, but the Zen masters are most irrational teachers, and they would request us to carry out this irrationality in our daily life. It is a great mistake to adjust everything to the Procrustean bed of logic, and a greater mistake to make logic the supreme test in the evaluation of human behavior. What is known as myo or myoyu in Japanese arts comes out when the rationality of things ceases to be valued. In fact, all works of original creativity are the products of the unconscious that go beyond rationalistic schematization. It is not only the Mahayana Buddhists, but all the Taoist philosophers who are set against intellectualization in the matter of spiritual training. For this reason, the Zen master declares that nirvana is attained only when it is not desired. To desire is to make a choice, and the choosing is intellection, while nirvana is on the other side of intellection. In this connection, a passage from St. Paul's epistle to the Corinthians might be quoted, "And they that wept, as though they wept not, and they that rejoice, as though they rejoice not, and they that buy, as though they possess not, and they that use this world as not abusing it." So let us desire nirvana as though we desired not. When this paradox is understood, we are in possession of nirvana, which is to be as if not possessing it. To be consciously unconscious, or to be unconsciously conscious, is the secret of nirvana, out of which issues the myoyu of creativity. Myo or myoyu is a Japanese word signifying something defying the challenge of man's thinking powers. In other words, it is a mode of activity which comes directly out of one's inmost self without being intercepted by the dichotomous intellect. The fact is so direct and immediate that intellection finds no room here to insert itself and cut it to pieces. According to another Zen master, as long as the student of Zen entertains any kind of thought in regard to birth and death, he falls into the path of the devil. As soon as he lets himself cherish any view, he joins the group of sophist philosophers. This means that it is only when we are out of an intellectual grip of any kind that we transcend birth and death and can work freely in the mysterious realm of the unborn, where the artist can display myo in all its varieties. A view or thought is the outcome of intellection, and wherever this is found, this creativity of the unborn or the unconscious meets all sorts of obstacles. This is the reason why the Zen master advises us not to cherish even one thought or view, negative or affirmative, concerning birth and death as well as nirvana. The intellect is meant for utilitarianism, and whatever creativity it may have operates within this limit and never beyond it. There is something like this in the art of swordsmanship. I call it an art, and it is a deadly art, for when a man makes one false move, he is sure to lose his life. It is a game of life and death. The sword is right before you, ready at any moment to strike you down, while in Buddhism we can say that the struggle is between the ideas of nirvana and samsara. In swordsmanship, the struggle is between life and death. The Buddhist struggle is more on the plane of conceptualism, but the swordsman is most realistic and therefore psychologically more poignantly felt. But as long as both are expressed in terms of struggle and dichotomy, the best way and the only way to get out of it, according to the ordinary way of thinking, is to choose either horn of the dilemma and go ahead, not thinking of the consequences it may bring upon the one who has made the decision. This may, in the case of the swordsman, mean certain death, but as long as the thought of death is in the consciousness, it will unconsciously but inevitably lead the swordsman in the direction he is most anxious to avoid. The other way then left for him to choose is to give up the idea of surviving the combat, for it often happens that he who loves life loses it, and he who hates life finds it, as the Christians would say. But the truth is, you may love or hate anything, but as long as either of the feelings skulks anywhere in your brain, It will somehow color your behavior, and your sword will be affected to that extent. The true swordsman must also be a perfect man in the Taoist sense. He must be above life and death, as the Buddhist philosopher is above nirvana and samsara. A struggle of any nature can never be settled satisfactorily until the point is touched where neither side can affect the other. Not neutrality, not indifference, but transcendence is the thing needed. And this is exactly what the swordsman aims at. It may sound strange that he wishes to be a philosopher, but in Japan and also in China, the arts are not a matter of technology but of spiritual insight and training. Swordsmanship is no exception. He who transcends the dualistic idea of life and death goes on living, in the genuine sense of the term. When there is the thought either of life or death, negatively or positively, this will surely prove to be a stumbling block in the way of life. As the thought of samsara as well as of nirvana is to be transcended in the Buddhist struggle, so with the swordsman, he must think of neither life nor death. When he attains to this, he will be a great genius or a perfect man in the art of swordsmanship. The swordsman may not have any desire for an eternal life or immortality, be fully alive in order that it may exhibit all the secret milieu entrusted to it, for his life entirely depends on it as though not depending on it. As long as the man resorts to his acquired technique in order to put the opponent to defeat, he will have to watch the latter's every sword movement and follow it up to the minutest point. This will, however, make his mind stop temporarily, however short this movement of stoppage may be, instead of keeping his mind in a state of perfect fluidity so that he can strike the enemy the moment the latter shows a suki. He will have to have his attention glued to the enemy's sword. This gluing is stoppage, and every stoppage means giving an advantage to the enemy, which is a suki. Suki literally means an interval of relaxation. When one is engaged in a struggle of life and death, one's psychology will experience the highest degree of keenness. And whenever and wherever the least interval of relaxation is caught, the deadly blow will instantly follow from the other side. What might be called a physical stoppage comes out of a very much deeper source. When there is the slightest feeling of fear of death or of attachment to life, the mind loses its fluidity. The fluidity is not a hindrance. Have the mind devoid of all fear, free from all forms of attachment, and it is master of itself. It knows no hindrances, no inhibitions, no stoppages, no cloggings. It then follows its own course like water. It is like the wind that bloweth where it listeth. It can further be likened to a circle whose center is everywhere as it has no circumference. Ontologically, the Buddhist philosophers call it a state of emptiness, sunyata. The artist might not attain to this metaphysical height of consciousness, which is really no consciousness in the ordinary sense, but they must have experienced something akin to it without becoming clearly conscious of it. When the swordsman compares his art, as the Zen master does, to the moon's reflection in the water, he must be said to have experienced a state of the unconscious in which he holds his sword as if not holding it, and uses it as if not using it. Morally, or rather spiritually speaking, this is a state of egolessness. It is the ego that stands rigidly against things coming from the outside, and it is this ego rigidity that makes it impossible for us to accept everything that confronts us. We are now no more like the babes and sucklings whom God prefers to wise men, because those babes have not yet developed to this stage of intellectual maturity. The intellect drives and discriminates, resists and rejects, chooses and decides, and it is by these qualities that we are prevented from letting thy will be done. Without the sense of an ego, there is no moral responsibility, but the divine transcends morality. So does art. Art lives where absolute freedom is, because where it is not, there can be no creativity. Freedom and creativity and milieu are synonymous. The art of swordsmanship belongs in this category. Unless the swordsman reaches this stage of freedom where he has no ego rigidity, he cannot expect to wield the sword that gives life instead of taking it. The sword is generally associated with killing, and most of us wonder how it can come into connection with Zen, which is a school of Buddhism teaching the gospel of love and mercy. The fact is that the art of swordsmanship distinguishes between the sword that kills and the sword that gives life. the one that is used by a technician cannot go any further than killing, for he never appeals to the sword unless he intends to kill. The case is altogether different with the one who is compelled to lift the sword, for it is really not he but the sword itself that does the killing. He has no desire to do harm to anybody, but the enemy appears and makes himself a victim. It is as though the sword performs automatically its function of justice, which is the function of mercy. This is the kind of sword that Christ is said to have brought among us. It is not meant just for bringing the peace mawkishly cherished by sentimentalists. It is the sword used by Rikyu, the tea-man, for self-immolation. It is the sword of Varaha, recommended by Rinzai, Ninja, for the use of Zenmen. It is the sword Banzan Hojaku Panshan would swing regardless of its lack of utilitarianism. And the sword is expected to play this sort of role in human life. It is no more a weapon of self-defense or an instrument of killing, and the swordsman turns into an artist of the first grade, engaged in producing a work of genuine originality. Some ask, how can the sword which implements the will to kill work out its function by itself without the willer's directive behind it? What originality, what creative work can an inanimate mechanical tool be made to carry out all by itself? When a tool performs whatever function it is made to perform, can we say it has achieved something original? The point is, when the sword is in the hands of a technician swordsman skilled in its use, it is no more than an instrument with no mind of its own. What it does is done mechanically, and there is no noyu discernible in it. But when the sword is held by the swordsman whose spiritual attainment is such that he holds it as though not holding it, it is identified with the man himself. It acquires a soul, it moves with all the subtleties which have been embedded in him as a swordsman. The man emptied of all thoughts, all emotions originating from fear, all sense of insecurity, all desire to win, is not conscious of using the sword. Both man and sword turn into instruments in the hands, as it were, of the unconscious, and it is this unconscious that achieves wonders of creativity. It is here that swordplay becomes an art. As the sword is not separated from the man, it is an extension of his arms and accordingly a part of his body. Furthermore, the body and the mind are not separated, as they are in the case of intellectualization. The mind and the body move in perfect unison, with no interference from intellect or emotion. Even the distinction of subject and object is annihilated. The opponent's movements are not perceived as such, and therefore the subject, so-called, acts instinctually in response to what is presented to him. There is no deliberation on his part as to how to react. His unconscious automatically takes care of the whole situation. The swordsman calls this unconscious the mind that is no mind, Mushin no Shin, or the mind that knows no stopping, Tamara no Kokoro, or the mind abandoned and yet not abandoned, Sutete Sutenu Kokoro, or the everyday mind, Heijo Shin. The secret of swordsmanship consists in attaining to this state of mentality, or we may call it spirituality, because it is beyond the realm of psychological phenomenalism. Yagyu Tajima no Kami Munenori, 1571 to 1646, one of the greatest swordsmen in the history of the art, taught Tokugawa Iemitsu, 1604 to 1651, the third shogun of the Tokugawa regime. This Tajima no Kami studied Zen under Takuan, 1573 to 1645, and incorporated much of the Zen teaching into his treatise on swordsmanship. He says that the mind that is no mind is the last stage in the art of swordplay. To be of no mind, Mushin, means the everyday mind, Heijoshin, and when this is attained, everything goes on well. In the beginning, one naturally endeavors to do his best in handling the sword, as in learning any other art. Technique has to be mastered, but as soon as his mind is fixed on anything, for instance, if he desires to do well, or to display his skill, or to excel others, or if he is too anxiously bent on mastering his art, he is sure to commit more mistakes than are actually necessary. Why? Because his self-consciousness, or ego-consciousness, is too conspicuously present over the entire range of his attention, which fact interferes with the free display of whatever proficiency he has so far acquired or is going to acquire. He must get rid of this obtruding self or ego consciousness, and apply himself to the work to be done as if nothing particular were taking place at the moment. When things are performed in a state of no mind, mushin or no thought, munen, which means the absence of all modes of self or ego consciousness, the actor is perfectly free from inhibitions and feels nothing thwarting his line of behavior. If he is shooting, he just takes out his bow, puts an arrow to it, stretches the string, fixes his eye on the target, and when he judges the adjustment to be right, he lets the arrow go. He has no feeling of doing anything specifically good or bad, important or trivial. It is as if he hears a sound, turns around, and finds a bird in the court. This is one's everyday mind. Heijoshin. Why is a word useful only in a world of relativity where a chain of causes and effects has some meaning for human intellection? When we desire to transcend it, the question ceases to have sense. A solitary mass of clouds somehow, nobody knows how, appears in the blue sky and, immediately spreading, covers its entirety, and we are unable to see beyond the veil. But somehow again we come to cherish a desire to penetrate it. We cannot help longing for the blue sky. We are thus again somehow urged to think that the clouds and the blue sky must be interrelated, though there is apparently no causal connection between the two. We are somehow to recognize the presence of the clouds along with the blue sky. We see somehow the presence of the blue sky in and with the darkness of the clouds. The clouds themselves then cease to be clouds. Yes, they are there, and yet they cease to trouble us as such, as something veiling the blue. We then rest content with all things as they are, and feel free, emancipated from the bondage unnecessarily put upon us by our own ignorance. The why loses its meaning. The contradiction is no more here, and we are happy in the enjoyment of freedom and inner harmony under the blue sky, which is to all our knowledge the storehouse of infinite possibilities, that is, the source of creativity. The blue sky, it goes without saying, is here metaphysically used for the mind. The old question, however, still remains: how do we get to the blue sky? Is there any definable way to approach it? We have used the term somehow throughout the preceding statements, but we all know that this is far from giving satisfaction to our intellect. But what we have to remember here is that the intellect cannot supersede itself. It is the intellect that raises the question, but it is not the intellect that answers it. It is life itself that solves all the questions. That is to say, it is prajna, intuition, which sees directly into life. All the communication, therefore, that comes from this source can never be definitely described. So it is with Yagyu Tajima no Kami in his treatise. As far as the novices who are always intellectually possessed are concerned, what he says is altogether unintelligible. He simply says that one has to go on disciplining oneself when one wishes to see the diseases disappear, and that when enough discipline is accumulated, they will be removed by themselves without one's being conscious of it. Zen in this case generally uses the term kufu, kung fu in Chinese, which is synonymous with discipline or training. Shogyo, Shoshin, Kufu, as defined before, it means employing oneself assiduously to discover the way to the objective. One may say this is literally groping in the dark. There is nothing definite indicated. We are entirely lost in the maze. I am afraid, however, that this is as far as any master of Zen or Swordmanship can go with his disciples. He leads them until no more leading is possible, and the rest is left to their own devices. If it is a matter of election, the way to the goal may be definitely prescribed, but in things concerning one's personal experience, all that the master can do is to make the disciples realize that they are now at last in the dark or in the labyrinth, and that they must resort to something very much deeper than mere intellection, something which they cannot obtain from another. The way to the objective, if there is such a thing in this training, is no other than the object which they thought was somewhere else than the way itself. The seeking or desiring is of course a preliminary step, This step does not lead anywhere outside but within the seeker or desirer himself. The seeking and the seeker, the desire and the desirer are identical. Thus, naturally, there cannot be any intellectual guiding post. When the way and the wayfarer are one, what can the outsider do for him? An intellectual or logical pointer can never be more than a pointer or an onlooker. Personal experience and prajna intuition are the same thing. Yagyu Tajima no Kami sometimes calls the mind the sword of mystery, Shimyo Ken. Being a swordsman, he inevitably emphasizes the activity aspect of the sword instead of its substantiality. That is to say, he wants to see the sword moving functionally. When the sword is held in his hands, it is at an undifferentiated center of a circle that has no circumference. It is ready either to assert itself or to negate itself. The negating is non-being and the asserting is being. The sword can be either, according to the situation it meets. Ordinary people are always one-sided. When they see a negation, non-being, they fail to see an assertion, being. When they see an assertion, they fail to see a negation. But the expert swordsman sees both negation and assertion at the same time. He perceives that a negation is not just a negation, but implies an affirmation. So with the affirmation. This is the mystery. Yagyu the philosopher now turns to Laozi and gives his interpretation. Where what is eternal is in the state of non-being, we may see the mystery of being. Where what is eternal is in the state of being, we may see the limits of non-being. For this, Yagyu Laozi wants to make us see into the interfusion of being and non-being. Being does not remain as such, nor does non-being. They are always ready to change from one state to the other. This is the fluidity of things, and the swordsman must always be on the alert to meet this interchangeability of the opposites. But as soon as his mind stops with either of them, it loses its own fluidity. The swordsman, therefore, is warned to keep his mind always in a state of emptiness so that his freedom in action will never be obstructed. Fluidity and emptiness are convertible terms. When there is no obstruction of whatever kind, the swordsman's movements are like flashes of lightning or like the mirror reflecting images. There is not a hair-breadth interval between one movement and another. When in his mind there is any shadow of doubt, any sense of fear or insecurity, this indecisiveness at once reveals itself in the sword's movements, which means a defeat on his part. When the sword of mystery is off its original seat, no myo, meow, can ever be expected to manifest itself. The sword stands as a symbol of the invisible spirit keeping the mind, body, and limbs in full activity, but we can never locate it in any part of the body. It is like the spirit of a tree. If it had no spirit, there would be no splitting buds, no blooming flowers, or it is like the spirit or energy, chi, ke, of heaven and earth. If there were no spirit, there would be no thunder, no lightning, no showers, no sweeping winds. But as to its whereabouts, we can never tell. The spirit is no doubt the controlling agent of our existence, though altogether beyond the realm of corporeality. The sword of mystery must be made to occupy this invisible seat of spirit and control every movement in whatever external situation it may happen to find itself. It is thus to be extremely mobile, no stopping in any place at any moment. As soon as the moon is revealed from behind the clouds, it loses no time in casting its shadow wherever there is a body of water, no matter how large or how scanty it may be. An immense distance between heaven and earth is no hindrance to the moonlight to traverse. The swordsman's spirit must be like this. He may find it very difficult to act like this in every intricate situation he may encounter in life, except for the Zen master, who has gone through every stage of training and finds himself free from every psychic hindrance or attachment. It is no easy task to mix oneself in all social situations and human complexities and not get caught in them in one way or another. However this may be, it is up to the swordsman to perceive this state of spiritual freedom and non-attachment as soon as he stands up holding the sword in his hands. He may not be able to extend this experience in swordsmanship to any other branches of art, but within the limits of his special field he must be a master of himself. Those who can apply experience attained in one field to another with perfect readiness are called men of all-around fluidity. Such are rare. Most of us are specialized. In all events, what is most important is to grasp the original mind of truth and integrity that knows no falsehood, and the rest will follow by itself. From these lengthy, paraphrastic statements of Yagyu's philosophy of the sword, we can see how much of Zen metaphysics has entered into the body of swordsmanship. People of the West, particularly, may wonder how Zen came to be so intimately related to the art of killing, inasmuch as Zen is a form of Buddhism and Buddhism is professedly a religion of compassion. How can Zen endorse the profession of the swordsman? This is the criticism we frequently hear from the Western readers of my books, but I hope they have now come to understand what lies underneath swordsmanship and how this is related to the training of Zen. Whereas most students of Oriental culture may understand by this time, whatever field of art the Japanese may study, they always emphasize the importance of the subjective side of it, giving to its technique a secondary, almost a negligible consideration. While art is art and has its own significance, the Japanese make use of it by turning it into an opportunity for their spiritual enhancement. And this consists in advancing toward the realization of Tao, or heavenly reason or of the universe, or heavenly nature in man, or the emptiness or suchness of things. Thus the sword is no longer the weapon to kill indiscriminately, but it is one of the avenues through which life opens up its secrets to us. Hence, Yagyu, Tajima no Kami, and other masters of the profession are in fact great teachers of life. For a further elucidation of Yagyu's position in regard to the relation between Zen and swordsmanship, I will give here a resume of his philosophy, to which Ta Kuan's tract on the sword of Cha is added. Ta Kuan, as we have already seen, helped his swordsman disciple to understand the significance of Zen in opening up the deepest recesses of the human soul. Though I do not think he was a swordsman himself, he had profound knowledge of its principle, and there is no doubt that Yagyu was in this respect a great pupil of the master. There are 5 key points, as I see it, in Yagyu's philosophy, which, when understood, will acquaint us with the secrets of his swordsmanship. The first Yagyu calls Shuji Shuri Ken. Ken means the sword, but the rest is cryptic, and he purposely refuses to disclose it. This forms the center of his art, although it is impossible, as far as his verbalism is concerned, to find out what kind of sword, symbolically or literally, the Shuji Shuri Ken is. Can it be identified with Ta Kuan's sword of Sha? Yagyu seems to be speaking psychologically when he makes his sword see what is not visible as well as what is visible, and this simultaneously, where the visible is the invisible, and conversely. In terms of logic, A is not A, and not A is A. The sword is, as it were, held at the identification point of opposites. It is never one-sided, it never stands immobile, it is becoming itself. The first requisite for the swordsman is for him to discover this sword within himself. One may be the master of ever so many technical tactics, but if he lacks the eye to see the sword, they are of no avail whatever. The second topic is concerned with the base or seat which the swordsman is to occupy. It is entitled The Moon and Water. It is taken from one of the Buddhist similes that are used to illustrate the quickness or immediacy with which the mind perceives an object appearing before it. When the moon reveals itself behind a mass of clouds, as they are dispersed, it is reflected immediately on the water. It is the same with the mirror that reflects the flower as soon as the latter presents itself before it. So with the swordsman's position or base when he stands before his opponent, it must be such that he can readily invade the latter's field at his own pleasure, and with the immediacy of the moon reflecting on the water. The present writer, not being himself a swordman, finds it difficult to determine here exactly what Yagyu means. When he refers to a base, does he mean a physical one or a spiritual one? The sword of mystery, Shimyo-kan, is next. The sword here is not just a physical one, but I do not know how definitely to distinguish it from the first secret sword which Yagyu refuses to clarify. He writes, the divine, or the unconscious, is within, and the mysteries manifest themselves outwardly. That is to say, When the divine occupies the seat of the sword of mystery, the body and limbs are ready to exhibit all the floweriness that belongs to the unthinkable. From this statement, it is evident that this sword, like Takuan's sword of Cha, is not at all material. It is the unconscious which works behind the field of consciousness. Ordinarily, it is the consciousness that creates all sorts of inhibitions and obstructs the free movements of the man. Because of ideologically or emotionally created inhibitions, he fails to see or detect the movements of the enemy's sword and the immediacy of the moon casting its reflection on the water. The seeing is the all-important factor in the art of swordsmanship. When this is done, the acting of the body and limbs instantly follows. The unconscious, therefore, must be brought out and made to occupy the entire field of mentation, so that what is primarily there as a force of instinctual irresistibility makes free use of the consciously accumulated knowledge. This is the wielding of Yagi's sword of mystery. By thus applying the modern psychology of the unconscious to the art of swordplay, we may be able to interpret not only Yagi's methodology, but also that of other schools. For instance, the school of Wuzhu Shenken, sword of no abiding mind, which will follow in the next section. But how should we understand the secret sword of Shuji Shuya in relation to this sword of mystery? Perhaps the secret sword belongs in the spiritual and metaphysical domain, which must be postulated as lying beyond the psychological unconscious. To get rid of the diseases or obsessions is the fourth item of concern with Yagi the philosopher. But as this was treated in the earlier part of the present section, let us be satisfied with the following remark. According to Yagi, to be rid of the diseases is to see the Shuriken, the secret sword. As long as we are obsessed with certain preconceived ideas, they are sure to hinder our seeing the master of the house. And when he is not seen, all our doings are disintegrated. When this takes place in front of the enemy ready at any moment to strike you down, it is the most dangerous thing that could ever happen to the swordsman. The mind chock full of ideas, therefore, is to be thrown aside. It is to be thoroughly cleared of all obstructing thoughts and feelings. It must be in the state of perfect emptiness. When this is realized, the Shuji Shuriken will be an absolute commander and may have everything according to his free will. The unconscious dormant at the root of all existence is awakened. It now directs instinctually all the movements not only of the conscious mind but of the physical body. The movements being instinctual are as immediate and instantaneous as the moon, which is infinitely far away from us, yet loses no time as soon as the clouds are dispersed to impress its reflection on the water. Finally, the body and limbs. The seeing may be done with the mind, but the acting needs more substantiality, and seeing and acting must be one, must take place simultaneously. In the case of the perfect swordsman, this becomes possible because he has realized that all movements come out of emptiness, that the mind is the name given to this dynamic aspect of emptiness, and further that here is no crookedness, no ego-centered motivation, as the emptiness is sincerity, genuineness, and straightforwardness, allowing nothing between itself and its movements. It is veni, vidi, vici. As soon as there appears a speck of cloud tinged with egotistic deviousness, the moonlight of emptiness is befouled, and the swordsman is doomed to defeat, for the mind and body will no more obey the dictates of an absentee master. These 5 key points, I hope, afford us some material for understanding the inner relation between Zen and swordsmanship. What is noteworthy here is that, while the Buddhist theory of emptiness seems such an abstract and negativistic idea, as some critics would interpret it, it enters deeply and inextricably into the fabric of swordplay, which is after all not child's play but the most dangerous business of life and death. When a stroke is missed, all is lost eternally. No idle thinking could enter here. The philosophy of emptiness is in a most decided way and most intimately connected. Here are a few short quotations from Yagi's triple treatise on the sword. Emptiness is one-mindedness. One-mindedness is no-mindedness, and it is no-mindedness that achieves wonders. There are free, uninhibited activities besides merely mastering the technique, which constitute the marvels of the Chi. Give up thinking as though not giving it up. Observe the technique as though not observing. Have nothing left in your mind. Keep it thoroughly cleansed of its contents, and then the mirror will reflect the images in their isness. See first with the mind, then with the eyes, and finally with the body and limbs. Don't be afraid of blinking when the eye unexpectedly confronts an object. It is a natural thing. I am moving all day and not moving at all. I am like the moon underneath the waves that ever go rolling and rocking. Let yourself go with the disease, be with it, keep company with it. This is the way to get rid of it. You are said to have mastered the art when the technique works through your body and limbs as if independent of your conscious mind. Turn yourself into a doll made of wood. It has no ego, it thinks nothing, and let the body and limbs work themselves out in accordance with the discipline they have undergone. This is the way to win. Takuan's short treatise on the Sword of Sha, here translated in full, will help us understand what may be called the metaphysics of the sword of Yagyu Tajima no Kami. The Sword of Sha. The art of the sword, as I see it, consists in not vying for victory, not testing strength, not moving one step forward or backward. It consists in your not seeing me and my not seeing you. When one penetrates as far as where heaven and earth have not yet been separated, where the yin and the yang have not yet differentiated themselves, one is then said to have attained proficiency in the art. A man who has thoroughly mastered the art does not use the sword, and the opponent kills himself. When a man uses the sword, he makes it serve to give life to others. When killing is the order, it kills. When giving life is the order, it gives life. While killing, there is no thought of killing. While giving life, there is no thought of giving life. For in the killing or in the giving life, no self is asserted. The man does not see this or that, and yet sees well what is this or that. He makes no discrimination, yet knows well what is what. He walks on water as if it were the earth. He walks on the earth as if it were the water. One who has attained He walks on earth as if it were water. One who has attained this freedom cannot be interfered with by anybody on earth. He stands absolutely by himself. Do you wish to get this? While walking or resting, sitting or lying, while talking or remaining quiet, while eating rice or drinking tea, do not allow yourself to be indolent, but be most arduous in search of this. As months and years pass by, it will be like seeing a light in the dark when you come without knowing how upon the knowledge, which is not transmissible from the teacher, and discover the source of mysteries where action or non-action arises. When this is attained, you will realize a state transcending the relativity of things as we have it in our everyday life, and yet not going out of it. This I call the Sword of Sha. This sharp sword of Sha, possessed by every one of us, is perfect in itself. When it is brightened, even the Jivas, celestial beings, are afraid of it. But when it is unpolished, the evil ones will play tricks on you. When a superior hand meets another, and their swords are crossed, neither side will claim victory. So it is when the world-honored one raises a bunch of flowers and Mahakalasapyapa smiles. To know how, and Mahakasyapa smiles. To know the other three corners of a vessel when only one corner is lifted, or to detect a minute difference in weight by merely looking at a piece of gold or silver. These are no more ordinary examples of intelligence. As regards one who has attained perfection in the art, he will cut you into three even before you have referred to one or cleared up three. Much more so when you stand face to face before him. Such a one will never expose his blade. He uses it as quickly as a flash of lightning, as the passing of a gale. Those, however, who have no such training are sure to get attached somewhere and to lose freedom of movement. They will not only injure the blade, but will also hurt themselves. They are far from being called skilled. Do not entertain delusive thoughts. Do not make vain calculations. This is beyond verbalizing, nor is there any stylization wherein you can be trained. It is something you have to experience by yourself outside the doctrinal teaching. When this is realized, it moves with utmost freedom, disregarding all usage and conventionalism. Sometimes it asserts itself, sometimes it negates itself, and even the devas are at a loss what to make of it. What is the meaning of all this? Says one ancient wise man. When you have no picture of the Hakutaku in your house, and you have no fear of the evil ones. When you come to this wisdom after much self-disciplining, the lifting of the single sword will keep the whole world in peace. No frivolities about it. End of Tahuan's treatise. Almost contemporaneous, I think, with Yagyu Tajima no Kami Munenori was another swordsman in Yedo, now Tokyo, living on the other side of the river Sumida, who was known as Onigiri Ichun, whereas Tajima no Kami was connected with the Tokugawa family, then at the height of its power, and was therefore enjoying power and wealth and a great reputation as teacher to the third shogun, Ieyasu. Ichun remained almost unknown except among his intimate friends and disciples. Their social position stood in great contrast. Judging from his writings, however, Ichun was probably a much better swordsman as far as his personality was concerned. He despised all those professional masters who gathered around men of political influence and worldly renown, for they were what his teacher Sequin characterized as the beastly minded, because their life objective was for name and gain at the sacrifice of their profession. What Ichun and Yagyu had in common was their philosophy of swordsmanship, which was basically that of Zen Buddhism. In one sense, Ichun was inclined to emphasize Zen more than studying the technique of the sword, which followed by itself when one understood what Zen was. Yagyu, on the other hand, seemed to pay some attention to the technique. It goes without saying that he also stressed the importance of Zen in the mastery of the art. Apparently, however, he did not go so far as Ichun, who altogether ignored tactical skill as such. Ichun openly declared that his was the sword of non-action, of no art, of no technique, of relying on nothing, with no rhythmicality, lacking anything resembling what might be designated swordsmanship. Therefore, he remarked that if anyone witnessed his method of practical training, he would pronounce it very strange, very extraordinary. Lastly, Ichun characterized his sword as consisting not in Aiuchi, but in Ainuki. The following is an abstract, much shortened, of an 18th century manuscript copy of the original writing prepared by Onigiri Ichun, disciple of Harya Sequin, who is claimed to have been the founder of the school called the Sword of No Abiding Mind, Wujushinken. The manuscript starts with an account of the school, quoting the master and Ichun's relation to him. It is of much significance in the history of swordplay for demonstrating the all-importance of what might be called spiritual training instead of merely learning the art as art, and for showing the position of a perfect personality on technical mastery and its crafty handling. Swordsmanship is, after all, not the art of killing. It consists in disciplining oneself as a moral and spiritual and philosophical being. My teacher, Sekyun, began his study of swordsmanship when he was about 13 years of age, and later became a disciple of Agasawara Genshin. This is the Sword of No Abiding Mind, founded by Harya Sekun. Genshin was one of the four most prominent disciples of Kami Izumi Ise no Kami Hedasuna 1577, who was the founder of a new school known as Shinkageru. Japanese swordsmanship may be said to have made a new development under Kami Izumi. He was a great creative genius in the Japanese history of the sword. Agasawara Genshin, after mastering Shinkageru, went to China. While teaching the Chinese people the art, he happened to meet an expert in the use of a certain Chinese weapon known as the hoko. By studying under him, he improved his own technique to an extraordinary degree. On his return to China, he tried the new method out on his old friends and found that none of them could stand his offensive. Believing in the absolute superiority of his discovery, he taught it to a large number of pupils. After hard study, Sekun finally succeeded in mastering all the secrets of the new school. My teacher, however, did not feel fully satisfied with his accomplishment. He began to study Zen under a retired abbot of Tofukuchi, one of the chief monasteries in Kyoto, under Kohaku, which was his name. My teacher made great advance in the understanding of Zen Buddhism. He ultimately came to this conclusion: none of the great professors of swordsmanship so far as he knew, including his own teacher, Genshin, or Genshin's teacher, Kami Izumi, could be called real masters of the art, for they utterly failed in understanding the fundamental principle of life. Without it, however advanced their mastery of the technique, they were all slaves of delusive thoughts, worth absolutely nothing. They could not go beyond these three alternatives: to defeat the inferior enemy, to be defeated by the superior one, and with an equal to end in mutual striking down or killing. Aiuchi. Sekun now employed himself in learning how to perfect the art of swordsmanship along the line of heavenly reason or primary nature in the state of as-it-isness. He was convinced that such a principle was applicable to the art. One day he had a great awakening. He discovered that there was no need in swordplay to resort to the so-called technicality. When a man is enthroned in the seat of heavenly reason, he feels as if he were absolutely free and independent. And from this position, he can cope most reality with all sorts of professional trickery. When Sekun, my teacher, tried his discovery with his teacher Agasawara Genshin, Sekun easily defeated Genshin, even though Genshin exhausted all his secret arts. It was like burning bamboos in the flames of an angry fire. Sekun was then already past 60 when I, Ishin, 28 years old, came to him as pupil. During the 5 years of tutorship under Sekun, I applied myself most earnestly and assiduously to the art of swordsmanship, which was now taught by the old master in the form newly synthesized with the principle and practice of Zen. When I thought I was finally ready to try my attainment with the master, I challenged him, and at each of the 3 contests we were engaged in, the outcome was what was called Ainuke. Ainuke is a new term in swordplay. When the contestants are of equal caliber and proficiency, the game, as it is generally played, finishes with an Aiuchi, which, when it is carried on with real steel, means killing each other. An Ainuke, however, does not at all involve any kind of killing or hurting each other, as Nuke means not striking down, as Usher does, but passing by or going through unhurt. When, therefore, Aichun had his tests with Sekun, his teacher, neither of them was at all hurt, though they were of equal attainment. There was no striking down on either side. Each escaped without being defeated in any sense of the word. Ishun writes, "This was the feature most characteristic of our school, which was designated by Sekun's Zen teacher, Kohaku, as the sword of no abiding mind. Each one continues. Soon after this, my teacher passed away, and I was left to myself. For the 6 following years, I was in retirement, quietly contemplating heavenly reason, and I had no idea of propagating my newly acquired art. Instead, I devoted myself to a life of introspection so that I forgot even to feel hunger and cold. One significant fact I have to mention in connection with my contest with the master is that after the 3rd test, the master gave me a scroll containing words of testimony in which he fully recognized his disciples' realization of the principle of swordsmanship. The master then took out a rosary from his chest pocket and, burning incense, turned toward me and bowed in the way the Buddhists generally do toward their object of reverence. I really did not know what the master meant by this religious act. There is no doubt, however, that the master thereby paid to his young people the highest compliment one mortal could ever give to another. Though I had no thought of advertising myself as teacher of the new school, some of my old friends found me out and urged me to initiate them into the new experiences. My name and school thus gradually came to be known among wider circles. Judging from the way they now follow the teaching and discipline of the school, it is likely that the school will go on prospering for some generations to come, and my late teacher's wonderful attainments in his late years will not be lost to the world. But it is advisable to put these things down in writing, lest men of posterity understand the teaching each in his own way. They must be protected against any possible misinterpretation. After thus introducing himself and his teacher, Eichmann mentions the thing of first importance for the swordsman's personality. He has to give up all desire for name and gain, all egotism, and all self-glorification. He is to be in accord with heavenly reason and observe the law of nature as it is reflected in every one of us. In Eichmann's words, my teacher despised people of the worldly type, saying that they are defiled with the beast-like spirit, because like the lower animals they are always bent on finding something to eat. That is, always looking for the material welfare of their own selves. They do not know what is meant by human dignity and laws of morality which regulate our human life. As to the swordsmanship, Eichmann declares that the first principle of the art is not to rely on tricks of technique. Most swordsmen make too much of technique, sometimes making it their chief concern to sanctify their acquirements. Therefore, if one wishes to follow the teaching of the sword of no abode, the first thing required is to discard any desire to turn swordsmanship into a kind of entertainment, a matter of mere accomplishment. Further, one is not to think of achieving a victory over the opponent. Let the swordsman disregard from the first what may come out of the engagement. Let him keep his mind clear of such thoughts. For the first principle of swordsmanship is a thorough insight into heavenly reason, which works out according to the chance circumstances. The rest is of no concern to the swordsman himself. When heavenly reason is present in us, it knows how to behave on every occasion. When a man sees fire, his reason knows at once how to use it. When he finds water, it tells him at once what it is good for. When he meets a friend, it makes him greet him. When he sees a person in a dangerous position, it makes him go right out to his rescue. As long as we are one with it, we never err in our proper behavior, however variable the situation may be. It exists even before we are born. It is the principle that regulates the universe morally as well as physically. That principle, which is creative, is divided into 4 aspects: Gun, Yuan, the sublime; Ko, Hong, success; Li, furthering; and Te, Chen, perseverance. When man is born by virtue of the creative principle, he partakes of these 4 aspects in the form of the 4 cardinal social virtues: Jin, Zhen, love; Zhi, Yi, justice; Rui, Li, propriety; and Shi, wisdom. These four virtues constitute human nature, whereby man distinguishes himself as spiritual leader from the rest of creation. The primary nature functions in its purest form in our infancy, when we are held in our mother's arms and fed from her breast. As the baby is sufficient unto itself with the nature, so even as adults we must be sufficient unto ourselves when the nature is permitted to work in its own way with no interference from the side of relative consciousness. Unfortunately, as soon as we begin to grow up, we are indoctrinated by every means accessible to us. Because of conceptualization, our sense experiences inform us with an incorrect picture of the world. When we see a mountain, we do not see it in its suchness, but we attach to it all kinds of ideas, sometimes purely intellectual, but frequently charged with emotionality. When these envelop the mountain, it is transformed into something monstrous. This is due to our own indoctrination out of our scholarly learning and our vested interests. Whether individual, political, social, economic, or religious, the picture thus formed is a hideous one, crooked and twisted in every possible way. Instead of living in a world presented to the primary nature in its nakedness, we live in an artificial, cultured one. The pity is that we are not conscious of the fact. If the swordsman wants to know how this contorted world picture affects his act, let him observe himself when he is engaged in the contest. He will find that all his actions are against the principle of the sword of no abode, which from start to finish is to be in accord with the thinking and acting of the infant. According to this discipline, in conformity with the nature, the steps the swordsman may take when confronting the enemy will be neither quick, nor slow, nor indifferent. They are simply left to the primary nature as it sees fit in terms of the situation, which is subject to change from moment to moment. The swordsman is not to make a show of untoward bravery, nor is he to feel timid. He will also hardly be conscious of the presence of an enemy, or in fact of himself as confronting somebody. He will act as if he were conducting his everyday business, for instance, enjoying breakfast. Let the swordsman handle his sword as if he were handling his chopsticks, picking up a piece of food and putting it into the mouth and setting them down when the meal is finished. The handling of the sword does not require any more of his concern than sitting at the breakfast table. If he wants to do more than this, he is not a graduate of the school. Ichun continues, in order to explain the mysterious working of heavenly reason or of the primary nature in man, we make use of various expressions, but the main thing is to return to the innocence of the original man, that is, of infancy, which is often called great limit, Taikyoko Tai Chi in Chinese, or nature in its isness, or a state of no action or emptiness. But most people, instead of looking directly into the fact, cling to words and their commentaries and go on entangling themselves further and further, finally putting themselves into an inextricable snare. Let such people for once go back to their own infancy and see how the infant behaves. The great earth may crack, and he remains unconcerned. A murderer may break into the house and threaten to kill him, but he smiles at him. Does this not show great courage? Now let us see how he behaves toward worldly gain, for which we are almost ready to sacrifice our lives or shamelessly to employ our most demoniac cunning. Would the baby be overwhelmed with joy when the empire is given to him, or when he is decorated with a medal of great distinction? He will not even turn his head. We may say that the infant knows nothing of the world of grown-ups, but Ichun will retort, what is there of real worth in the adult's world? It is all vanity of vanities. What concerns the infant is the absolute present. He does not recollect the past, nor does he anticipate the future. Therefore, he is free. He knows no fear, no insecurity, no anxiety, no courage to be. What concerns the swordsman, as well as every one of us, therefore, is to become conscious of this heavenly reason working in babes and sucklings. They are not conscious of it, but they act it, and it is for us to bring into full consciousness the nature as it reveals heavenly reason in us. To reach maturity does not mean to become a captive of conceptualization. It is to come to the realization of what lies in our innermost selves. This is true knowledge, Rocher, sincerity, Makoto, reverence, K, unmistakableness, Tanteki. However old a man may grow, he will not find it outworn. Infantism is ever fresh, energizing, and inspiring. For this reason, Ichuen's instruction to his disciples is the simplest and apparently easiest possible one, for he says, when with a sword you confront the enemy, advance towards him, if the distance is too far, and strike. When from the first the distance is just right, strike him from where you are. No thinking is needed. With most swordsmen, however, the case is different. As soon as they stand against the enemy, they fix their glance on him, survey the distance between them, take up the position which they think will be most advantageous, measure the length of the sword, reflect on what kind of technical trickeries they will use, giving, taking away, or slowing of motion, and so on. Their mind works in the busiest possible way on how best to make use of all the tactics they have learned. They have no idea whatever of heavenly reason and its functioning under varying conditions. The great mistake in swordsmanship is to anticipate the outcome of the engagement. You ought not to be thinking of whether it ends in victory or in defeat. Just let the nature take its course, and your sword will strike at the right moment. Perhaps the most momentous advice Ichuen gives us as the first step in the training of the swordsman is that he is to start the contest with the idea of an aiuchi, a mutual striking down. This advice has an important psychological significance. Aiuchi, in other words, means paying no attention whatever to the outcome of the contest, being concerned not at all with the question of coming out of it safely or not. When a man faces a deadly situation in this frame of mind, he is the most resolute, the most desperate, the most daring person, before whom no enemy can stand unless he himself has come to the same resolution. Such instances have already been given in this book, but the idea of an aiuchi, one must remember, is what we start with as the preliminary step in the mastery of swordsmanship, and not the step with which it should finish. Let us heed what Ichuen, as an accomplished master and teacher of the sword of no abode, would further advise us. Ichuen's second lesson constitutes the core of his methodology, and at the same time demonstrates what a deep insight he has into the dark corners of human psychology. He writes, the idea of an aiuchi may not seem difficult to cherish at the start of the game, but as it progresses the contestant is sure to raise the hope of victory, and this is what most assuredly interferes with the natural functioning of heavenly reason in him. So Ichuen continues, this is the moment for you to reflect. How is it that I seem to be double-minded? I start with a firm determination to end the contest in aiuchi, and nevertheless I begin to waver, wishing to be the victor. The reflection will now put your mind in the state of kufu. When you go on with it for some years, you will finally have an insight into heavenly reason, which never subjects itself to any form of mobility, that is, to any irresolution of mind. For reason or nature or mind, kokoro, or substance, all of which are synonyms, remains forever quiet, unmoved, and unchanging. And it is indeed because of this quality that it acts in infinite ways and beyond the reach of thought. Before I quit this lengthy exposition of the teaching of the school of swordsmanship called Sword of No Abode, I must not fail to mention 4 things in Ichuen's manuscript that characterize his sword. The absence of a system of stereotyped techniques, the meekness of spirit, ksanti, or non-resistance, or non-action. These terms strongly remind us of the philosophy of Lao Tzu and Zhuangzi. The conviction that I am the only swordsman who has no peers in the world. This matches the declaration which, according to Mahayana tradition, the Buddha made at his birth. Heavens above and earth below, I am the most honored one. This matching of the 2 declarations is interesting in a double sense. Each one applauds infantism as incarnating the principle of swordsmanship, while it was the infant Buddha who made the bold declaration. Ichuen's infant is a fully matured swordsman who has gone through every stage of trials at the risk of his life. In either way, the spirit and teaching of Zen is discerned in Ichuen, as well as in the legendary Buddha. Both want us to scratch away all the dirt our being has accumulated even before our birth and reveal reality in its isness, or in its suchness, or in its nakedness, which corresponds to the Buddhist concept of emptiness, sunyata. I have to add another item, which in all probability originated with the sword of no abode, the idea of anuke. This is something no other schools of swordsmanship have ever taught. When the game is well matched, it generally ends in an ai-usher, mutual striking down. While in the sword of no abode, there is no such tragic culmination because the ending is an anuke and not an uche. As I stated before, nuke literally means not hitting, and therefore when this takes place, neither hits the other and both escape unhurt. When either of the combatants is not a perfect master of the sword of no abode, he invites, as it were, the real master's sword to fall on him, and he thereby commits a kind of suicide. As far as the master himself is concerned, he harbors no murderous intent in his mind. The inevitability of the situation has compelled him to face the enemy. It is the enemy who is filled with the evil spirit of killing. His mind is not at all free from the egoism of destruction. Therefore, when he comes before the master of the sword of no abode, the evil spirit possesses him, and he is killed by this evil spirit while the master is not even aware of having struck the opponent down. We can say that here heavenly reason punishes those who go against it, and that the master's infinism remains utterly innocent of all that has been going on about him. After reading Aichun, my impression is that the author is not just a professional swordsman, but essentially a Zen master who happens to use swordplay. His sword is like the Zen staff, which strikes the monk who would approach him with any undigested idea of Zen. Sekyun's sword, inherited by Ichun, is really the sword of non-action, that is, the sword of no abode, which constitutes the essence of the philosophy of Prajnaparamita, Haramita in Japanese. Toward the end of his treatise on swordsmanship, Ichun sums up the significance of his sword in the following way. There are at present many schools of swordsmanship, more than 200, but they come primarily from the four principal disciples of Kami Izumi, Ise no Kami. My teacher, Sekyun, studied the art under one of those, Agasawara Genshin. Genshin, after visiting China and learning the use of a weapon characteristically Chinese, invented a new method of swordplay of his own, which proved so ingenious that none of his former rivals could beat him. Sekyun, my teacher, studied this under Genshin and thoroughly mastered it. But later, when Sekyun came to understand Zen, he gave up everything he had learned under Genshin and took to the sword of non-action. He now confronted his former teacher with this sword of his own attainment to see how it would work in practice against the old school, which solely relied on the mastery of technique and on the superiority of tactical cunning. The result was the defeat of the old school, showing that it was then Sekyun, my teacher, whose swordsmanship stood supreme, for nobody now could beat him in 17th century Japan. Aichun's conclusion: the reason even the best swordsman of Japan could not defeat his teacher Sekyun after his study of Zen was that all the other swordsmen of any school would ever have one thing or another on which they built up their scheme of technical superiority. Sekyun's sword, on the contrary, was one of no abode, embodying heavenly reason itself and going beyond the realm of human understanding. After his Satori experience in Zen, there was no doubt that Sekyun reached the stage of holiness, for his sword of no abode was now nothing to do with tactical movements, technical subtleties, indeed with anything that is at all connected with swordsmanship as it is ordinarily practiced. Besides, the sword is altogether independent of all sorts of worldly interests and motivations that taint the character of its wielder, and just because of the pure-heartedness and empty-mindedness, mushin of the man, the sword partakes of this quality and plays its role with the utmost degree of freedom. It was for this reason Ichun concludes that no one could stand against it face to face unless he was of the same degree of spiritual attainment. Swordsmanship is, after all, not a matter of petty technique, but of highly developed personal spirituality. Hence Ichun's declaration to the effect that there is no one who can be his equal. What makes swordsmanship come closer to Zen than any other art that has developed in Japan is that it involves the problem of death in the most immediately threatening manner. If the man makes one false movement, he is doomed forever, and he has no time for conceptualization or calculated acts. Everything he does must come right out of his inner mechanism, which is not under the control of consciousness. He must act instinctively and not intellectually. At the moment of the most intensely concentrated struggle for life and death, what counts most is time, and this must be utilized in the most effective way. If there were the slightest moment of relaxation, Suki, the enemy would feel it instantly and lose no time in making use of it, which means your annihilation. It is not a matter of mere defeat and humiliation. The moment of intense concentration is the moment when a perfect identification takes place between subject and object, the person and his behavior. When this is not reached, it means that the field of consciousness has not yet been completely cleared up, that there still remains a subtle trace of thought, Isai no Ichinen, which interferes with an act directly and straightforwardly issuing from the person, that is, psychologically speaking, from the unconscious. The result is surely calamitous, for the threatening sword will strike the interfering gap of consciousness. This is the reason why the swordsman is always advised to be free from the thought of death or from anxiety about the outcome of the combat. As long as there is any thought of whatever nature, that will most assuredly prove disastrous. The Chinese saying runs, "When you act resolutely, even the gods will shun you." Resolute-mindedness is the one thing that is urgently needed in swordsmanship. Without this, there cannot be any sort of concentration, much less identification. Concentration, single-mindedness, one-pointedness, akagrata, resolute-mindedness, they all come to mean the same thing. When an act is to play the supreme role, it must be left all to itself. This moment is known in Zen as the state of no-mindedness, munan, corresponding to infantism, in which there is yet no intrusion of conceptualism. Some may wonder, resolute-mindedness is a highly human quality. We cannot attain it unless our mind goes through a process of training and becomes fully matured, for it is a sign of well-developed mentality. Being so, how can one be asked to give up one's manly privilege and to return to the mental state of infancy? How can one go back to the start after having made the laborious journey? Or how can one identify a highly developed mind with the helplessness of a child? This is one way of looking at the matter. But we must not forget that there is another way in which the child excels him who is fully developed. Let us see what that is. Being in such a hurry to make ourselves fully developed, we have utterly neglected the one most important quality the child has and we have, which is faith. Faith in an unknown being. The unknown may be called heavenly reason, the nature, the true or primary mind, Tao, God, the unconscious, or the inmost self. Inasmuch as the unknown, whatever the name we may give it, refuses to be brought up to the conscious field of the mind, or loses its isness or suchness the moment consciousness tries to hold it in its grasp. Therefore, it has been left behind in our race for development and maturation, so much so that we have forgotten its existence and the part it performs without making us conscious of its reality. When the swordsman or the religious talks about childlikeness or no mind, most of us fail to understand what it means. But when we try to understand it, we bring it up or down according to how we evaluate it, to the ordinary level of consciousness and discourse on it in the way we do with other things that are found there. As a result, we distort it, twist it, truncate it, misshape it, and make it altogether lose its original wetness. When somebody else now refers to it, we can no longer recognize it. Resolute-mindedness applies to the work of restoration in which the fully developed are now engaged. It is not a question of developing what has already been developed, but of recovering what has been left behind. Though this has been with us, in us, all the time, and has never been lost or distorted except for our misguided manipulation of it. But the swordsman, perhaps first instigated by the Zen masters and after a long trial experience of his own, has come to recognize the presence in himself and the importance of this unknown quality, which we now strive in every way to describe. With this introduction, we may be able to comprehend better what follows, as given to us by various swordsmen who, through the rich and practical experience, have not indulged much in philosophical presentation. One Adachi Masahiro of Kyoto, who claimed to be the founder of the school of swordsmanship called Shimburu or Jumuru, wrote a work entitled Eijutsu Yoken, Essentials of Swordmanship, in 2 fascicles dated 1790. It was first printed in the 38th year of Meiji, 1905, as one of several treatises on cognate subjects compiled and edited by Arima Yusei and Inoue Tetsujiro under the collective title Bushido Social, collection of treatises on the way of samurai. Adichie Masahiro emphasizes the importance of psychic training. The physical training and the mastery of technique are no doubt essential, but he who lacks psychic training is sure to be defeated. While being trained in the art, the pupil is to be active and dynamic in every way, but in actual combat his mind must be calm and not at all disturbed. He must feel as if nothing critical is happening. When he advances, his steps are securely on the ground, and his eyes are not glaringly fixed on the enemy as those of an insane man might be. His behavior is not in any way different from his everyday behavior. No change is taking place in his expression. Nothing betrays the fact that he is now engaged in a mortal fight. To be able to act in this fashion when the swordsman meets his opponent and when his life is at stake with every movement means that the swordsman must have realized the immovable mind. Physiologically speaking, as we would say today, he must have been thoroughly trained in keeping his kokoro way down in the abdominal region. When this is interpreted in the modern way, it will mean that his diaphragm is to be kept downward so that his chest may have room enough for the lungs to breathe freely and the heart to beat unhindered. For one who feels excited in any sense over the situation, or one who calculates on overpowering the opponent by an aggressive exhibition of strength or by a cunning tactic designed to trip him up, is doomed to be outdone by the enemy who approaches the arena in a composed, well-balanced state of mind. From this it will be seen that in swordsmanship, the technical skill is to be subordinate to the psychic training, which will finally raise the swordsman even to the level of high spirituality. When spirituality is attained, miao, is manifested, wherein we observe that swordplay is not just an art, but has something of original creativity. Spiritual attainment may not be expected of every swordsman, however well disciplined in the technique, but when he fully makes up his mind not to come out alive from the combat, he may prove himself to be a formidable opponent even for a highly trained swordsman. Fear of death or attachment of any kind is liable to affect the movement of the sword, and the enemy is sure to make use of the opportunity to his advantage. What distinguishes the art of swordsmanship most characteristically from any other branch of art, as we now clearly see, is that it is most intimately connected with the ultimate problem of life and death, and it is here that swordsmanship has taken itself to be a close ally to the study of Zen, and even to aspire to a spiritual attainment of high degree. To illustrate what he means here, Adichie Masahiro gives the case of a desperate fighter who caused an expert swordsman to beat a retreat. The author gives this as a good example showing what a determined person, however unskilled in swordplay, can do. Once, when the feudal system was still in being, a man belonging to the servant class happened to incur the great displeasure of a certain politically influential personage. This dignitary demanded that the master surrender the servant, which naturally meant that the unfortunate man was to be put to death. The master had no choice but to yield to the demand of the aggrieved one. The master said to the servant, "It is a great pity that I have to give you up to this official, who is most likely to punish you with the death penalty. There is no help as far as I am concerned. I advise you to take up a sword and have a final combat with me, after killing me to surrender yourself to the offended officer." The servant replied, "That would be utterly unreasonable of me. You are a first-class swordsman and a teacher of the art. How could I expect to defeat you? I, a mere servant, who have never handled the sword." The master, being a prominent professional swordsman, cherished a secret wish to try his sword with one who had no hope of life whichever way he turned. And he said to the servant, "You try your luck anyway, and let me see how I can meet you." When they stood each armed with a drawn sword, ready to have a deadly combat, the master swordsman found himself in the worst position. He was forced to step back until he stood against the wall, beyond which there was no room for further retreat. He himself had to make up his mind for a final decision. This was no joke nor matter of experiment. Thus cornered, with no hope of improving the situation, the swordsman uttered a cry of "Eh!" and struck down his opponent with one blow of the sword. Afterward, the master confessed to his pupils what a desperate fight it was. I was almost beaten by the servant, whose fierce play with the sword was really irresistible. May you never experiment with such a match, when even an awkward servant can present such an irresistible front. How much more a swordsman of the first order? One of the pupils asked, "When you retreated step by step, was it a tactic on your part, or were you really pressed so hard?" The master acknowledged, "Yes, I was really hard pressed." When, uttering "eh," you struck down the servant, did you discover a Suki in him? There was no Suki at all, but the wonder myo was that he fell under the sword. The story ends here. The author, Adichie Masahiro, comments, "The wonder myo here referred to is not due to the working of the swordsman's conscious mind, but to the immovable mind. When one's will is fatally made up, even an unskilled hand can offer such resistance to an expert. This being so, the swordsman is not to think lightly of anybody, nor is he to feel timid before a strong opponent. The main point is to forget yourself, as well as the opponent, and to let the myo, unconscious, work itself out." Then Adichie quotes Ayusugi Kenshin, 1530-78, one of the most famous generals of the 16th century. "Fate is in heaven, the armor is on the breast, success is with the legs. Go to the battlefield firmly confident of victory, and you will come home with no wounds whatever. Engage in combat fully determined to die, and you will be alive. Wish to survive in the battle, and you will surely meet death. When you leave the house determined not to see it again, you will come home safely. When you have any thought of returning, you will not return. You may not be in the wrong to think that the world is always subject to change, but the warrior may not entertain this way of thinking, for his fate is always determined. Let me remark in passing that the warrior or samurai or swordsman is, I am afraid, an advocate of determinism. As long as we are persuaded to think that there is a power of unknown source that breaks out in the midst of our humanly well-planned project and upsets the whole business, we cannot help acknowledging our limitations. Free will or freedom of knowledge and action is no more than our dream, but the queerest question we can ask is, what is it that makes us dream when, in actuality, we are limited all around? What is it that makes us detach ourselves from the realities of life as we really live it and reflect upon them as if they were of no concern to us? Where does the idea of limitedness itself come from, if not from the limitless beyond? What follows is the story of a tea-man who had to assume the role of a swordsman and fight with a ruffian. The tea-man generally does not know anything about swordplay and cannot be a match in any sense of the word for anybody who carries a sword. His is a peaceful profession. The story gives us an idea of what a man can do with a sword even when he has never had any technical training, if only his mind is made up to go through the business at the risk of his life. Here is another illustration demonstrating the value of resolute mindedness leading up to the transcendence of life and death. Toward the end of the 17th century, Lord Yama no Uchi of the province of Tosa wanted to take his tea master along with him on his official trip to Yedo, the seat of the Tokugawa shogunate. The tea master was not inclined to accompany him, for in the first place he was not of the samurai rank and knew that Yedo was not a quiet and congenial place like Tosa, where he was well known and had many good friends. In Yedo he would most likely get into trouble with ruffians, resulting not only in his own disgrace but in his lord's. The trip would be a most risky adventure, and he had no desire to undertake it. The lord, however, was insistent and would not listen to the remonstrance of the tea master, for his man was really great in his profession, and it was probable that the Lord harbored the secret desire to show him off among his friends and colleagues. Not able to resist further the Lord's earnest request, which was in fact a command, the master put off his tea-man's garment and dressed himself as one of the samurai, carrying 2 swords. While staying in Yedo, the tea-master was mostly confined in his lord's house. One day the Lord gave him permission to go out and to do some sightseeing. Attired as a samurai, he visited Ueno by the Shinobazu Pond, where he espied an evil-looking samurai resting on a stone. He did not like the looks of this man, but finding no way to avoid him, the tea-man went on. The man politely addressed him. "As I observe you are a samurai of Tosa, I should consider it a great honor if you permit me to try my skill in swordplay with you." The tea-man of Tosa, from the beginning of his trip, had been apprehensive of such an encounter. Now standing face to face with a ronin of the worst kind, he did not know what to do, but he answered honestly, "I am not a regular samurai, though so dressed. I am a tea master, and as to the art of swordplay, I am not at all prepared to be your opponent." But as the real motive of the ronin was to extort money from the victim, of whose weakness he was now fully convinced, he pressed the idea even more strongly on the tea-man of Tosa. Finding it impossible to escape the evil-designing ronin, the tea-man made up his mind to fall under the enemy's sword, but he did not wish to die an ignominious death that would surely reflect on the honor of his lord of Tosa. Suddenly he remembered that a few minutes before he had passed by a swordsman's training school near Ueno Park, and he thought he would go and ask the master about the proper use of the sword on such occasions, and also as to how he should honorably meet an inevitable death. He said to the ronin, "If you insist so much, we will try our skill in swordsmanship. But as I am now on my master's errand, I must make my report first. It will take some time before I come back to meet you here. You must give me that much time." The ronin agreed, so the tea-man hastened to the training school referred to before and made a most urgent request to see the master. The gatekeeper was somewhat reluctant to acquiesce because the visitor carried no introductory letter, but when he noticed the seriousness of the man's desire, which was betrayed in his every word and his every movement, he decided to take him to the master. The master quietly listened to the tea-man, who told him the whole story and most earnestly expressed his wish to die as befitted a samurai. The swordsman said, "The pupils who come to me invariably want to know how to use the sword, and not how to die. You are really a unique example. But before I teach you the art of dying, kindly serve me a cup of tea, as you say you are a tea-man." The tea-man of Tosa was only too glad to make tea for him, because this was in all likelihood the last chance for him to practice his art of tea to his heart's content. The swordsman closely watched the tea-man as the latter was engaged in the performance of the art. Forgetting all about his approaching tragedy, the tea-man serenely proceeded to prepare tea. He went through all the stages of the art as if this were the only business that concerned him most seriously under the sun at that very moment. The swordsman was deeply impressed with the tea-man's concentrated state of mind, from which all the superficial stirrings of ordinary consciousness were swept away. He struck his own knee, a sign of hearty approval, and exclaimed, "There you are! No need for you to learn the art of death. The state of mind in which you are now is enough for you to cope with any swordsman. When you see your ronin outcast, go on this way. First think you are going to serve tea for a guest, courteously salute him, apologizing for the delay, and tell him that you are now ready for the contest. Take off your hori outer coat, fold it up carefully, and then put your fan on it just as you do when you are at work. Now bind your head with the tenugwe, corresponding to a towel. Tie your sleeves up with the string, and gather up your hakama skirt. You are now prepared for the business that is to start immediately. Draw your sword, lift it high up over your head in full readiness to strike down the opponent, and, closing your eyes, collect your thoughts for a combat. When you hear him give a yell, strike him with your sword. It will probably end in a mutual slaying." The tea-man thanked the master for his instructions and went back to the place where he had promised to meet the combatant. He scrupulously followed the advice given by the swordmaster with the same attitude of mind as when he was serving tea for his friends. When boldly standing before the ronin, he raised his sword, the Ronin saw an altogether different personality before him. He had no chance to give a yell, for he did not know where and how to attack the T-man, who now appeared to him as an embodiment of fearlessness, that is, of the unconscious. Instead of advancing toward the opponent, the Ronin retreated step by step, finally crying, I'm done! And throwing up his sword, he prostrated himself on the ground and pitifully asked the T-man's pardon for his rude request, and then he hurriedly left the field. As to the historicity of the story, I am in no position to state anything definite. What I attempt here to establish is the popular belief underlying the story cited here and others of similar character. This is that underneath all the practical technique or the methodological details necessary for the mastery of an art, there are certain intuitions directly reaching what I call the cosmic unconscious, and all these intuitions belonging to various arts are not to be regarded as individually unconnected or mutually individually unrelated, but as growing out of one fundamental intuition. It is indeed firmly believed by Japanese generally that the various specific intuitions acquired by the swordsman, the tea master, and the masters of other branches of art and culture are no more than particularized applications of one great experience. They have not yet thoroughly analyzed this belief so as to give it a scientific basis, but the fundamental experience is acknowledged to be an insight into the unconscious itself as source of all creative possibilities, all artistic impulses, and particularly as reality above all forms of mutability beyond the samsara sea of birth and death. The Zen masters, ultimately deriving their philosophy from the Buddhist doctrine of sunyata and prajna, describe the unconscious in terms of life, that is, of birth and death, which is no birth and death. To the Zen masters, thus, the final intuition is the going beyond birth and death, and the attaining to the state of fearlessness. His satori is to mature to this, when wonders are accomplished, for the unconscious then permits its privileged disciples, masters of the arts, to have glimpses of its infinite possibilities. Yamoka Teshu, 1836-88, a great swordsman and a Zen man, trained his pupils in a way characteristic of his Zen. The method apparently consists in leading them to a state of exhaustion physically as well as mentally. When they reach this state and are utterly unable to rise again, a certain stimulus is given which, working on them as a sort of electric shock, unexpectedly taps a new source of energy hitherto altogether hidden in them. The source may be regarded as corresponding to the unconscious, which in the case of swordsmanship is perhaps the instinct of self-preservation, though not in its usual biological sense. The instinct is ordinarily intimately connected with the concept. The concept works in our consciousness as though it were the instinct itself, therefore with all the vitality attached to the instinct and reinforced emotionally by free association. When the instinct alone, especially in its purely ontological status, acts without any conceptual interference, there is nothing to prevent its native virility. But when the concept enwraps and conditions it, it hesitates, looks around, and evokes the feeling of fear in its various forms, and the blind instinctual uncontrollability is curbed or greatly impaired. Since the awakening of consciousness, man has turned into a conceptual being who deals with abstract ideas in his daily living. Life itself is handled in terms of conceptualism. Though the instincts are not surpassed, they have lost much of their native irresistibility and impulse to violent outburst. In one case, at least, instinct has been sublimated, and its effervescences have embellished human culture in various ways. I mean in the fields of intellect and utilitarianism, where conceptualization has produced great results, but in other fields where realities including various instincts are to be handled directly without mediatory interference, or handled as they are in their pristine state of suchness, our habit of concept making has done great damage. The damage is principally revealed in all the kinds of mental maladies and spiritual insecurity that plague modern men and women, perhaps including cases of juvenile delinquency. In swordsmanship, the situation it creates is so acute and immediate in the sense of no medium, as not to allow the interception of conceptual, consciously intellectual trickery. However, instantaneously the sword may seem to be moving when intellection interferes even an infinitesimal amount. Time is wasted, and the enemy has the chance, Suki, to strike you right down. The swordsman faces reality and not conceptualization. Hence, its partiality to the Zen training is already treated under the sections on Odagiri Ichun and Yagyu Tajimi no Kami. Mr. Ogura Masatsune, one of my friends, who is a great authority on Japanese swordsmanship, writes in his memoirs about the way Yamoka Teshu trained his pupils. Mr. Ogura quotes one of his friends who had personally gone through the training of Yamoka in somewhat the following manner. Yamoka applied the teaching of Zen to his philosophy of swordsmanship and disciplined his pupils by telling them to discover by their personal experience the meaning of the sword of no sword, which is based on the theory of absolute identity as propounded by Zen teachers. He originated what is known as Segwan Geiko. Segwan is a Buddhist term meaning vow or prayer, and Geiko or Keiko is disciplining. It is also called Taichikiri Geiko or Kazu Geiko. It consists in repeating contest after contest almost indefinitely, though the number is generally limited to 100 in the morning and another 100 in the afternoon. Those who wish to go through this trial will notify the master, but the permission will not be readily given, because the master knows that the trial is one of the utmost severity, which only the strong and the brave can go through. When it is given, the public announcement is made, and contestants are free to challenge the candidate. The trial may last from 3 days to a week, as the skin of the fingers and hands, though protected by gloves, is apt to break and get stained with blood. It is all to be wrapped in soft silk inside the gloves. The candidate is kept standing throughout the contest as the fresh combatants come up one after another, with no intermission. As for the candidate, the first day he is full of vigor, on the second he begins to feel fatigued, and on the third his arms and legs grow stiff and he can hardly hold his sword, made of split bamboo, properly. While it is to be held up with the point at about the level of the opponent's eyes, he finds that he has ceased to be the master of his own limbs, and his sword stands vertically. As for his diet, he can now take only semi-liquid or liquid food, and his urine has turned reddish. The candidate, Mr. Kagawa Zenjiro, to whom Mr. Ogura is here referring, goes on to say that he was the first applicant to go through his test, and relates his experience in the following manner. On the third day of these strenuous exercises, I could hardly raise myself from bed, and had to ask my wife's help. When she tried to lift me, she felt as if raising a lifeless corpse, and unconsciously withdrew her hands, which she had placed underneath my back. And then I felt her tears on my face. Hardening myself to the utmost, I admonished her not to be so weak-hearted. Somehow I succeeded with her help in raising the upper part of my body. I had to use a cane to walk up to the training hall. I had also to be helped to put on my protecting equipment. As soon as I took my position, the contestants began to crowd in. After a while, I noticed one member come in and approach the master to ask his permission to take part in the exercises. The master permitted him right away. I looked at him and at once realized that he was the one noted for his rascality, who, disregarding the swordsman's usage, would thrust his bamboo sword to the naked throat behind the protecting gorget, to keep it up even after he was already struck over his head by his victorious opponent. When I saw him coming up to me, I made my mind that this would be my last combat, for I might not survive the contest. With this determination, I felt within myself the surging up of a new energy. I was quite a different person. My sword returned to its proper position. I approached him now fully conscious of my fresh inner surge, and lifting up the sword over my head, was ready to strike him with one blow of it. At this moment came the master's emphatic command to stop, and I dropped my sword. Mr. Kagawa writes Mr. Ogura, that Yamoka at that moment saw his disciple come to the realization of the sword of no sword. This is indeed a most strenuous and exhausting ordeal the swordsman had to go through under Yamoka Teshu's tutorship. Teshu knew from his long experience in Zen that a man has to die for once to his ordinary consciousness in order to awaken the unconscious. A sword player is generally a man of great physical prowess, able to stand a good deal of physical training, while his mind is not so badly harassed with all sorts of metaphysical problems as are those of most Zen followers. The physical method, therefore, may be regarded as the only one to be employed in the case of a swordsman who sincerely desires to master the art. The great death Zen men talk so much about thus comes also to be experienced by him. These historical examples supply us with enough material to draw this conclusion. When one is resolved to die, that is, When the thought of death is wiped off the field of consciousness, there arises something in it, or rather apparently from the outside, the presence of which one has never been aware of, and when this strange presence begins to direct one's activities in an instinctual manner, wonders are achieved. These wonders are called myo. Myo is thus in some way related to instinct. When life is not intellectually and therefore consciously conditioned but left to the inner working of the unconscious, it takes care of itself in an almost reflex automatic fashion, as in the case of the physiological functioning of an organic body. Now the question may be asked, every living being has an instinctive hate of death, and how can we make the conscious resolution to die? Yes, even at the most critical moment, when death is inevitable, we make every attempt to save ourselves. We die only when we are exhausted. Suicide is rather an abnormality, but the fact is that it is only man who ever commits suicide, showing that there is something of more worth than life, the preservation of which we are most intently concerned with. But we can ask again, is it not only our conscious thought of death that we can destroy, while our innate desire for life still exists in our unconscious? When we have erased the conscious desire for life, we imagine that we willingly embrace death. But in point of fact, is it not possible that we are still unconsciously craving life? As is the case with the lower animals and plants, they are not consciously asserting life, they just go on living and striving to continue this state of things unconsciously. We human beings are conscious of this striving, and because of this consciousness we carry on all kinds of imagination in regard to life and death. And it is really this imagination, or, strictly speaking, this delusion, and not the actuality of things as they are, that creates in us every occasion for worries, fears, harrowing anticipations. When this delusion is wiped away, would not life itself look after its own welfare as it deems best? And would not this be the way the swordsman lets his life-preserving instinct work itself out in full accordance with nature? Being freed from human interference, which consists mainly of conscious intellection and self-deceiving deliberations, nature now knows how best to proceed. It is no doubt of the utmost difficulty to wipe out the idea of death from the field of consciousness, but there is no reason we cannot do it, seeing that the conscious field is our deliberate cultivation, collective and individual. We need a strong, decisive will, aided by insight, but we know that the will is cultivatable. Especially the swordsman's life is devoted to this form of discipline. He drives away his conscious notion of death from the field of consciousness we ordinarily recognize and permits the instinct of self-preservation to come forward, which then occupies the whole field of unconscious consciousness. The instinct is now absolutely unconditioned. There are no impediments offered by intellectual and emotional machination. Not only that, it knows how to make use of the technique consciously acquired by the man. When he reflects afterwards on the whole procedure, he is struck with its wonderful achievements, not at all consciously carried out, but as though by an agent outside himself. I believe this is on the whole the psychology of perfect swordsmanship. The immovable mind, referred to in the various works on swordsmanship, may be said in one sense to be the same thing mentioned in the letter by Takuan to Yagyu Tajimi no Kami, who was Takuan's lay disciple and teacher of the reigning shogun, Ieyamitsu. But Takuan's mind goes far deeper than the swordsman's, for the latter generally stops at being psychological, while Takuan, being a Zen master, sees into the very source of reality, which we may call the metaphysical or cosmic unconscious, though the term is liable to be misunderstood because of its psychological connotation. The main point is that the swordsman's insight is limited. He carries a sword, he faces an opponent or opponents. He sees that his life is at stake, though he is not at all afraid of meeting this situation. His instinctual craving for life, though quite unconscious, is not effaced. He has not yet attained to the state of emptiness which comes upon one when the reservoir of Alyana is completely broken up. He does very well as far as his immediate business is concerned, but when he comes back to his ordinary everyday life, his everyday consciousness also comes back, and he is again an ordinary man with all his desires, attachments, and insecurities. It is different with a Zen master. His start is with the fundamental problem of reality, with the ultimate significance of life, with the totality of his personality. The swordsman is also confronted with the question of life and death, which almost covers the whole extent of existence, but it is only when he feels an urgent urge to go very much deeper that he and the Zen master begin to walk hand in hand along the road to ultimate reality. The swordsman stops short of the instinctual, unconscious, whereas the Zen man walks on until the whole universe, rather the whole emptiness of space, is broken to pieces. Yagyu Tajimi no Kami is right when he says, "The mind, kokoro, is emptiness, ku, kon, sanyara, itself, but out of this emptiness an infinity of acts is produced. In hands it grasps, in feet it walks, in eyes it sees, etc. This mind must once be taken hold of, though it is indeed very difficult to have this experience because we cannot get it from mere learning, from the mere listening to others talk about it. Swordsmanship consists in personally going through this experience. When this is done, one's words are sincerity itself. One's behavior comes right out of the original mind, emptied of all egocentric contents. The mind we generally have is defiled, but the original mind is pure, the Tao itself. I talk as though I have experienced all this, but I really am far from being a Tao man. I note it down simply because all human life ought to be in conformity with this view of the mind. If we are still unable to apply it to every phase of our life, as swordsmen we must have it, at least in the exercise of our art. Yagyu Tajima no Kami is quite frank in acknowledging that he is still incapable of realizing the mind as emptiness, while he fully knows his position as regards swordsmanship. He must have thoroughly studied the instruction given him by his Zen master Takuan. Takuan was a well-seasoned master of Zen. Probably he never studied swordplay as the professional samurai did, but there was no doubt that he could take up the sword and acquit himself ably with any one of the experts, including Yagyu Tajima no Kami, who was at the time conceded to be the best swordsman of Japan. Yagyu himself, however, must have realized that he was no actual match for Takuan, as we can see from the letter he left to his best disciples on swordsmanship, and also from some other sources that treat of the Zen master's encounter with professional swordsmen. Zagari Ichun's manuscript on swordsmanship, already the subject of a lengthy discourse above, throws more light in this connection. What I mean is the title of his school, which reflects the philosophy of the Mahayana school of Buddhism, especially of the Zen teaching. Odajiri Ichuan, or rather Hariya Sekun, who was Ichuan's teacher and the founder of the school, called it the sword of no abiding mind, Budu Shinken. This phrase is taken from the Mahayana Buddhist Vimalakirti Sutra, Yuima Kyo, one of the texts very much used by Zen men. The sutra describes the ultimate source of all things as no abode. No abode, or having no abiding place anywhere, means that the ultimate source of all things is beyond human understanding, beyond the categories of time and space, as it thus transcends all modes of relativity. It is called having no abode, to which any possible predications are applicable. The sword used by men of this school is therefore no ordinary sword with a form, or at least with a definitely designated form. Being swordsmen, they no doubt carry a sword in their hands when encountering an actual opponent, but the sword is a sort of formless form. When an enemy stands before it, therefore he does not know how to cope with it, he cannot trace its movements, and before he can adjust himself, he is already beaten down. The opponent can never understand how all this happened, because as soon as he appears before this no abiding sword, we may say that his head is already no longer on his shoulders. The reader may ask, what kind of sword could this sword of no abode be? Is not the swordsman holding an actual one in his hands that makes us believe when we touch it? Boko, the national teacher, the founder of the Engakuji Monastery in Kamakura, came to Japan at the invitation of Hojo Tokumune in 1279. While still in China, he was threatened by soldiers of the Mongolian armies overrunning southern China. No respecters of religion, they were about to strike down this solitary monk as he was devoting himself to meditation. The monk, not at all disturbed, recited a verse of his own composition. There is not a room in the whole universe where one can insert even a single stick. I see the emptiness of all things, no objects, no persons. I admire the sword of the great Yuan, 3 feet in length. When it cuts at all, it is like cutting the spring breeze with a flash of lightning. The sword in the hands of the Mongolian warriors was to the Zen monk no better than the blowing of the wind. It merely passed over his head, for his real being filling up the whole universe remains forever unchanged. No swords, no bombs of any sort could ever touch it. The soldiers were unable to understand what all this meant, and it is said that they left this quizzical monk unmolested, perhaps disgusted with his immobility. The sword of the great Yuan, from the Zen monk's point of view, was a sword of no abode, whether it was held in the hands of an enemy or in his own. The difference between Buko and Ichuan is that the latter holds the sword in his own hands, while Buko is about to be struck with it. One is the subject, while the other is the object. For Ichuan as well as Buko, the swinging of the sword is like cleaving the wind or the air. In one of the poems left by Fushi, 497 to 569 of the Liang dynasty, we have, I hold a spade in my hands, and yet I hold it not. I walk, and yet I ride on the water buffalo. What kind of spade can it be that is held in the hands and yet is not found there? It is no other than the sword of no abode. Fudaishi's garden implement and each one's sword that gives life are not different from one another. They all come from the mind that is no mind. Fudaishi's spade was once in Adam's hands when he was still in the Garden of Eden. Each one's sword is the sword in the hands of Akala the immovable, and also the Prajna sword in the hands of Manjushri the Bodhisattva. It kills and yet gives life, according to the frame of mind of him who approaches it. Banzan Hojaku Panshan Pauter was one of the great masters of Zen in the Tang dynasty. He once gave this sermon: Zen is like one's wielding the sword in the air. One does not ask whether it hits the object or not. The air is not cleft. The sword is not broken. On another occasion, he said, there are no dharmas, that is, objects, in the triple world. And where do we search for the mind? The 4 elements are from the first empty, and where could the Buddha find his abode? The heavenly axle remains unmoved. All is quiet and no words are uttered. It is presented right to your face. Nothing more is to be done. Dokyo Yatan, 1641-1721, who is better known as Shoju Ronin, Shoji the Old Gentleman, was the teacher of Hakuin, 1685-1768, who is one of the great modern Zen masters of Japan. Shoji Ronin had once a swordsman visitor who said, I have been disciplined in swordsmanship since my younger days. For the past 20 years I have been assiduously employed in the study of it under teachers of different schools, and I am master of all their secrets. I now have a great wish to establish a school of my own, and have been at it for some time. In spite of my most arduous search for the ultimate principle of a new school, I have not been able to take hold of it. All my efforts to realize the ultimate Myo have so far been a complete failure. Is it possible for you to teach me the way to it? After attentively listening to this, Shoji Ronin stood up from his seat and struck the swordsman 3 times with both his fists, using all the strength in him. Not only this, the Ronin kicked the man down onto the floor. It was indeed the roughest treatment one can get from another, but it produced the desired effect on the swordsman, because he then had a satori. It is said that the experience opened up a new vista to his art. The report of this interview caused a stir among the swordsmen in the neighborhood, and they began to visit Shoji Ronin, inquiring how to make Zen work with their profession. One day they invited Shoji Ronin to tea and had him watch the contest among themselves. Finally they said, "You are a great master of Zen, and as far as theory is concerned, we cannot compete with you. But when the question comes to actual use of the sword, we are afraid that you cannot beat us." Shojin Ronin said, "If you wish to strike me, just strike, but I am afraid that you cannot." The swordsmen exchanged an ominous glance among themselves and said, "Would you really permit us to have a trial once with you?" The Ronin agreed. They stood up and were ready to try the sword with the Zen master. The latter, however, refused to take a sword, saying, "I am a Buddhist. Here is a fan, and it will be my weapon. Strike when you are ready. If you do, I will grant that you are a good swordsman." Lifting their swords high up and uttering loud cries, they tried by every means to strike the master, but his fan was seen everywhere, and there was no opening for them to let the weapon fall upon him. They at last had to acknowledge their defeat. Later, there was a monk who asked Shoji Ronin, "As to Zen, I would not say anything, but how did you ever manage to play sword?" The Ronin said, "When the right insight is gained and knows no obstruction, it applies to anything, including swordplay. The ordinary people are concerned with names. As soon as they hear one name, a discrimination takes place in their minds. The owner of the right eye sees each object in its own light. When he sees the sword, he knows at once the way it operates. He confronts the multiplicity of things and is not confounded." End quote. Mr. Takano Shigeyoshi, now 80 years old, is one of the greatest swordsmen modern Japan has produced. While writing about a bamboo sword in a short essay recently, Mr. Takano refers to the psychology of swordplay. "When I have a bamboo sword most suited to my personal taste in respect of weight, formation, tone, etc., I can enter more readily into a state of identity where my body and the sword I hold become one. It goes without saying that as soon as one cherishes the thought of winning the contest or displaying one's skill and technique, swordsmanship is doomed. When all these thoughts are done away with, including also the idea of the body, one can realize the state of oneness in which you are the sword and the sword is you, for there is no more distinction between the two. This is what is known as the psychology of Muga, no ego, or no mind. This perhaps corresponds to what Buddhism calls a state of emptiness. It is then that all thoughts and feelings which are likely to hinder the freest operation of whatever technique one has mastered are thoroughly purged, and one returns to one's original mind divested of its bodily encumbrances. I sometimes feel that when the marionette master puts his mind wholly into the play, his state of mind attains something of the swordsman's. He is then not conscious of the distinction between himself and the doll he manipulates. The play becomes really an art when the master enters into a state of emptiness. Some may feel like seeing a difference between the marionette master and the swordsman, because the latter is confronting a living personality who is aiming every moment at striking you down. But my way of thinking is different. Inasmuch as both have realized the state of identity, it must operate alike regardless of its objectives. When the identity is realized, I as swordsman see no opponent confronting me and threatening to strike me. I seem to transform myself into the opponent, and every movement he makes, as well as every thought he conceives, are felt as if they were all my own, and I intuitively, or rather unconsciously, know when and how to strike him. All seems to be so natural. What may be called Mr. Takano's superpsychology of self-identity fitly describes the perfect swordsman's mind when he actually confronts the opponent. As long as he is conscious of holding the sword and standing opposed to an object and is trying to make use of all the technique of swordplay he has learned, he is not the perfect player. He must forget that he has an individual body known as Takano, and that a part of it holds the sword, which he is to employ against another individuated body. He now has no sword, no body. But this does not mean that all has vanished into a state of nothingness, for there is most decidedly a something that is moving, acting, and thinking. This is what Mr. Takano and other swordsmen, the Taoist and Buddhist philosophers designate as the original mind, Hanshin, or the mind of an infant, Hakago no Kokoro, or the true man, Shinjin, Chenren in Chinese, or the perfect man, Shijin, Shijen, or the original face, Harai no Memoku, Fenlai Mianmu. This mysterious, non-existent quiddity thinks and acts without thinking and acting. For according to Mr. Takano, he perceives every thought that is going on in the mind of one who stands opposed as if it were his own, and he acts accordingly. He is evidently not he, nor is he not he, as we have in a world of opposites. When this not he falls, he does not know that it is he or not he. When all is over, the original mind comes back to itself, that is, to its own consciousness, and this is the awakening of one thought, Yichinen. Separation of light from darkness, of subject from object, the rising of a dichotomous world. This is what Ashvagosa, the author of The Awakening of Faith, calls the sudden awakening of thought. In Chinese, Hujan Nianshi. In Japanese, Kotsunan Nenki. This is the situation in which Mr. Takano or Yagyu Tajima no Kami, Odakjiri Ichwan, or Miyamoto Musashi finds himself, standing with the perfect sword before the fallen enemy, so-called. Emerson's poem Rama fittingly illustrates the perfect swordsman's psychology. If the red slayer think he slays, or if the slain think he is slain, they know not well the subtle ways I keep and pass and turn again. Far and forgot to me is near. Shadow and sunlight are the same. The vanished gods to me appear, and one to me are shame and fame. They reckon ill who leave me out. When me they fly, I am the wings. I am the doubter and the doubt, and I the hymn the Brahmin sings. The strong gods pine for my abode, and pine in vain the sacred seven. But thou, meek lover of the good, find me and turn thy back on heaven. God creates the world and finds himself exclaiming, "It is good." God has not committed any moral or immoral act. It is simply good. And this goodness of things as they are is sonomama in Japanese Zen and Shin terminology. The following passage paraphrased from the Zhuangzi 19 may be of interest. A man called Sanku Sunshio came to Hunkeisha Pianqingzi and said, "When I was in my native town, there was nothing I did not practice in the way of morality. There was no difficult situation into which I was not courageous enough to plunge myself, and yet, when I am engaged in my fields, they do not yield good harvest. When I serve a master, he does not show me any favor. I was driven away from my native town. I am an outcast from my province. What sins did I commit against heaven? What kind of fate am I going to suffer?" Hunke answered, "Have you never heard of how the perfect man, Shurjen, behaves himself? He forgets his own viscera. He is not conscious of his own bodily existence. He saunters away from a world of defilement as if he did not belong to it. He engages himself in every kind of activity as if he were not engaged in it at all. This is the meaning of the dictum, 'A work is accomplished and lay no claim to it.' let things grow up by themselves and exercise no authority. But in your case, you make a show of your intelligence, which frightens the backward people. You take to moral discipline, which brings out defects in others. You act as shiningly as if the sun or the moon is fully out. You had better congratulate yourself that you have preserved your body whole with all the 9 orifices, and have not in the meantime suffered the misfortune of turning deaf or blind or lame, and that you are still counted as human. What leisure is yours to rail against heaven? Begone. One thing we have to notice in these accounts of swordsmanship given by the various writers on the subject is that the Japanese swordsman never thinks of defending himself, but always of attacking, and thus that he is from the first advised not to think of coming out of the combat alive, especially in the case of Alagiri Ichon. He tells his disciples to meet the opponent with the idea of an ayuchi, that is, with no thought of surviving the fight. This tactic of always being on the offensive and not the defensive may be a Japanese characteristic, and may account for their holding the sword in both hands, leaving nothing for defense. I do not know how early in the history of the Japanese weapons this usage dates. In any case, it is a significant fact that the Japanese sword has a long hilt, so that the warrior can seize it with both hands and strike the enemy with the full force of his being. To be always on the offensive in a single-handed engagement means that one's mind is bent in any circumstances on striking the enemy, regardless of one's own safety, absolutely free from the thought or fear of death. If there is anything in the mind that even remotely approaches this, one can never assume a positive attitude, for there would always be a residue of negativistic restraint arising from the instinct of self-preservation. The problem of death is from the very start to be discarded, especially with Yagyu Tajima no Kami. This is the reason the swordsman is most emphatically advised to be fearless or even reckless as regards his coming out of the combat alive. Once he stands against an opponent, he is positively to identify himself with the sword in his hands and to let the sword function as it will. Psychologically stated, the sword now symbolizes the unconscious in the person of the swordsman. He then moves as a kind of automation. He is no more himself. He has given himself up to an influence outside his everyday consciousness, which is no other than his own deeply buried unconscious, whose presence he was never hitherto aware of. But we must remember that it is no easy task to realize this state of mind, for a man has to go through a great deal of discipline, not only moral but highly spiritual. As Ichon says, a first-class swordsman must also be a perfect man. He is not only to be great in his profession, but as a moral character he is also to be great in every way. The swordsman must be more than a mere technician who cannot think of anything else but displaying his skill in the art of killing. As long as the technician is impatient in the demonstration of his art, he can never come out victorious in his combat. The encounter of one Umezu with Toda Segen affords us a fine example of the sad fate met by an imperfect personality, and also proves that the sword is after all the symbol of spirituality and not an instrument of wanton killing. A swordsman called Umezu, probably of the early 17th century, was known for his proficiency in the art of swordplay, and was quite conscious of it himself when he heard that Toda Segen was coming to Mio, where Umezu was teaching the art. He was anxious to try his skill with him. Segen, however, was not at all eager to accept the challenge. He said, "The sword is used only when criminals are punished or when honor is involved. Neither of us is a criminal, nor is there any question of honor between us. What then is the use of a contest?" Umezu took this for an excuse on Segen's part to avoid defeat. He grew all the more arrogant and publicly asserted himself to that effect. Saito Yoshitatsu, Lord of Mino, heard of the challenge and, getting interested in the matter, dispatched 2 of his retainers and courteously asked Segen to accept. But Segen refused to respond. The request was thrice repeated. Not being able to refuse any longer, he consented. An umpire was to be elected. The place and the date were settled. Meiju took the matter quite seriously and devoted 2 nights and 3 days in succession to practicing a religious rite of purification. Someone suggested to Seigen that he follow the example, but he quietly declined, saying, "I am always cultivating a heart of sincerity. It is not something the gods will give me in cases of emergency. I have no idea of hurting anybody. I have simply accepted the challenge because I thought it was not, after all, gentlemanly to keep on refusing so persistent a request from the lord of the province." When the day came, both combatants appeared in the appointed field. Meiju was accompanied by a large number of his pupils. He carried a wooden sword as long as 3 feet 6 inches, while Seigen had a short one, no longer than a foot 3 inches. Meiju then asked the umpire to permit the use of a real sword. This was transmitted to Seigen, who, however, declined the proposal, adding that if Meiju wished, he was free to have a real sword instead of a wooden one in the impending contest. As for himself, Seigen was contented with his short wooden substitute. The umpire decided that each should have a wooden piece and not the steel, though its length was left to each to choose his own. Both were now ready. Meiju, with his longer weapon, acted like a fierce lion trying to strike the opponent down with one blow. Seigen looked quite nonchalant, like a sleepy cat about to catch a rat. When they had been facing each other for a while, Seigen uttered a cry, and at once his short sword apparently struck Meizu's neck, for it began to bleed. Incensed with this blow, Meizu tried to crush the opponent with all his energy in one sweeping stroke of his long heavy stick, but before this was done, Seigen gave another hard blow on his opponent's right arm, which made Meizu drop his weapon. It was broken into 2 pieces under Seigen's feet. Meizu now attempted to unsheath the sword in his belt, but his arm failed to obey his will, and he fell to the ground. One of the onlookers later reported, "Seigen's action was like splitting a piece of bamboo, so easy, so clear-cut, so indifferent, and so unobstructed." And Kagon Buddhist might add, Seigen was no more a mere swordsman. He was Chuang-Tzu's perfect man, who could not be drowned in water nor burned in fire. Meizu was just the opposite. He knew nothing of the moral and the spiritual side of his art that was really the essence of it. His egotistic pride was boundless. He thought his self-asserting aggressiveness, backed by his mastery of the technique, made complete swordsmanship. He never realized that mere offensiveness, characterizing the Japanese method of swordplay, was after all nothing unless something transcending the sportive spirit of winning and losing controlled the entire procedure of combat. Not only must the desire to be victorious or to be not defeated entirely absent itself from the consciousness of the combatant, the philosophical problem of life and death must be fully settled, not theoretically or conceptually, indeed, but in the most concretely practical way. For this reason, Ichuan, as well as Yagyu Tajima no Kami, emphasized the importance of Zen training, whereby the swordsman would be able to transcend the limits of his technique. In connection with swordsmanship, there is another psychological phenomenon that may be of interest to parapsychologists. It is a sort of telepathy or mind reading that seems to develop in some swordsmen. Yagyu Tajima no Kami is said to have had this sixth sense. According to my view, this comes out of a very much deeper source and cannot be subsumed under the category of an abnormal or extraordinary psychic phenomenon. According to the author of the book Gekken Sodan, Tajima no Kami took a walk in his garden one fine spring day and seemed to be intensely absorbed in admiring the cherries now in full bloom. He was accompanied by a boy attendant who carried his sword behind him. The boy secretly harbored the idea, however skilled my lord may be in the art of swordplay, he might easily be attacked from behind, as he stands so enchanted by the cherry blossoms. Tajima no Kami thereupon happened to look around him as he wished to locate somebody hiding. Seeing nobody, he came back to his room. Leaning against a post, he stood quietly for some time, looking in every way as if he had gone altogether out of his mind. The attendants were all afraid of approaching him. One of them finally came forward and asked if the Lord felt well and if they could help him in some way. Answered Tajima no Kami, I feel very well, but some strange incident has been troubling me for some time, which I cannot explain. By virtue of my long training in swordplay, I can feel whatever thoughts might be moving in the mind of the one who stands against me or is around me. While I was in the garden, most unexpectedly, I became aware of a murderous air. I looked around, but except for my boy attendant, there was not even a dog in the neighborhood. I cannot give an account of my feeling. I am disgusted with myself, hence this absent-mindedness. The boy attendant, learning of this report, approached the Lord, confessed all that had happened to him while standing behind the Lord, and humbly asked for his forgiveness. This pleased Tajima no Kami, who said, It is all clear now. The following story of animal intelligence is remarkable. If this could be subjected to experiment, it might give us an unusual insight into the monkey's instincts. We humans have lost most of the instincts that are frequently demonstrated by the so-called lower animals, and we are apt to imagine that such stories as this are entirely fictitious. The following one also comes from Yagyu Tajima no Kami. He used to keep 2 monkeys as pets. They were allowed to watch his pupils going through training. Being by nature extremely imitative and being fond of sports, they apparently learned the way to handle the sword and engage in the game. They became experts in a way. When a Ronin who was friendly with the Lord expressed the wish to try his spearmanship with him, the Lord suggested that the man first try it with one of his monkeys. The Ronin felt greatly hurt, for he thought he was humiliated. When they were ready to fight, the monkey with the shinai and the Ronin with the spear, the man, bent on striking the animal with one blow, fiercely thrust his spear against him. The monkey, however, in a most nimble manner, dodging it, closed up to the Ronin and struck him. The Ronin then held the spear in a defensive attitude, but this was of no avail. The monkey leaped on the shaft. The spearsman had to acknowledge his defeat. When he came back, blushing with shame, to Tajima no Kami, the Lord remarked, I was sure from the start of your inability to stand against the monkey. The Ronin stopped visiting the Lord. About half a year elapsed. Then, expressing the desire to have another contest with the monkey, he appeared again before the Lord. The Lord this time perceived that the monkey was no longer a match for him, and refused to grant his request. But as the Ronin was insistent, the monkey was brought in. As soon as they stood against each other, ready for the fray, the monkey threw up his weapon and ran away crying. Tajima no Kami concluded, Was I not right? Later, he recommended the Ronin to the service of his colleague.